Section 1 of Action, a collection of short stories by Charles Edward Montague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Epigraph. Created half to rise and half to fall, great Lord of all things, yet a prey to all. Sole judge of truth in endless error hurled, the glory, jest, and riddle of the world. Alexander Pope. Action. The Story. Part 1. When Christopher Bell was just 52, he woke up one September morning to feel a slight numbness all down his right side. Some of the numbness was in his right arm, a good deal of it in his right thigh, along its outside, rather less in his right foot, and just a little in his head, all over the hinterland of his right ear. It seemed a big percentage of a man to go to sleep at one time. He lay still for a minute to let it pass off, but it didn't, so he began to speculate. When he got up, would he be able to stand? And to walk straight? Would his head go on working all right, with that bit of it stiff? Just how hard a punch would it turn out to be that some god or devil had given him in the night? He tried. Yes, he could stand, walk, dress, and shave. No portion of him was absolutely on strike. But the numbness went on, and somehow he couldn't feel sure that some part of the right flank of his body or brain would not give way, without notice, and give him a cropper. You never know how deliciously sure you have been of yourself, of every scrap of yourself, all the days of your health, till some small gadget inside you is put out of action. Bell made this deep reflection while going downstairs to his solitary breakfast. He kept one hand on the banisters. Part 2. Christopher Bell was the reigning sovereign of a respectable dynasty of merchant princes in Manchester. For several generations, his clan had embraced the higher civilization, so far as English public schools and universities led to such embraces. He had read with understanding and relish, and he had traveled with open eyes. He could value the great things in the arts and in science, indeed in the whole ampler life of the race. And always, till now, his blood had pretty well bubbled with health. He had rode, run, swum, and ridden well. To his body, at 40 years old, the war had brought a second boyhood of happy absorption in efforts merely physical. Halfway through the war, the wife he had loved in every tissue of body and soul had died of something brought on by too passionate overwork for the cause. The news came to Bell in a hospital, where he had just begun to grow a new skin on a face and hands, well flayed and charred by chemical warfare. He could not see at the time, so a nurse read the telegram out. His face was buried deep in a canary-colored mask of wadding stained with picric acid, so the nurse could not see how he took it, only knew that he thanked her very civilly through the little blowhole left for his mouth. I fancy Bell was hanging on hard to the thought that he still had 2 children, a boy and a girl, both in their teens. Soldiers, even educated ones, are apt to grow sentimental, especially when wounded. Bell, the war widower, lay, week by week, behind his fancy dress mask, staying his mind on an ingenuous vision of an improved world to come after the war. He saw it as a young man and a young woman standing in summer twilight under the stars, with their eyes all ashine at the loveliness of the life which it had taken so much pain and shame to make possible for them. Many soldiers hugged these quaint fancies in their bad times. They helped for the moment. It was afterwards that they had to be paid for. In the foul enervatory air that filled England and Europe just after the war, Bell's boy and girl drifted feebly into failure. Both were married lovelessly now, each to another small waste product of that waste-producing time. Somewhere out of Bell's sight, these forfeited objects of his pride and joy were shuffling punily through life. He gathered that they were rather ashamed of him as an old slow-coach provincial. Bell was not given to wallowing in self-pity. Still, as you see, he had his losses, like another. Part 3. Your merchant prince in these days is prone to lose heart, get himself up as an owner of land and beeves, and melt weakly into the common herd of squires, who know not, poor fellows, what it is to go on 'change. Bell was different. He had pride. He stuck, as his father had done, to his post among the garrison of the smutty city that had done well by them. He lived where he could hear the town hall clock strike 12, when the traffic was quiet at night, and a north wind blowing. He liked the sound. He was so oddly civic a person. To this old-fashioned hobby, Bell added some cheap habits, less rare in rich men. He stood on guard against his wealth, lest it should cut him off from the sight and sound of ordinary and unprincely men, for whom his regard had been redoubled by 4 years of living with them in the war. Because of this fad, he nearly always went into the city by tram. This morning he walked the 300 yards from his house to the tram's stopping place with deliberate caution. He could not be sure of that sleepy right leg. He was still distrusting it temperately when he had taken his seat and was tendering his fare to town. The conductor rejected the tender at sight. "We don't take buttons," he said with civil composure. Bell examined the bright disk that he had offered as a sixpence. Behold, a silvery trouser button. Last night it had come off, and he had slipped it into a pocket. He put his fingertips ruefully up to his eyes. "I'm sorry," he said to the man, as he gave the right coin. "It's all right, sir," the conductor said quietly. Once he saw that no pulling of legs had been intended, his tact and sympathy were perfect. He passed on to collect other fares. But a new care remained in Bell's mind. Sight, too? Was that going? Sight, touch, the whole sensory business, losing precision, entering on the long slope to decay, the silver cord going loose and the gold bowl cracking? When a man who has known how to read feels the first clap of the hand of time on his shoulder, he has plenty of ready prompters to ruefulness. So many excellent poets have found handsome words for the mists and mellow poignancy of man's autumn, the lapse from old vigor and vision into mere drug-takers' dreams, while we are led down the avenue lined with overblown roses, to lie in the dust at its end. Bell kept his head, but his memory was beginning to bulge with lovely quotations not conducive to high spirits. Bare ruined choirs where late the sweet birds sang, and all that lot. Part 4. The morning's office work did him good while it lasted. He had more than most men of the gift of forgetting himself in the excitement of getting a job to come right, any old job, the dictating of letters, anything. And just now the affairs of his firm were of quite stirring interest. Like many others, it had been making large losses for several years. Bell's game was to keep these losses as low as he could, without stopping the work and wages of a moorland village full of people who spun and wove cotton for Bell to sell for less than it cost to make it. This unacquisitive practice brought Bell into great infamy. Most of his fellow employers wanted to close all the factories down, or half close them down, and leave the workpeople to live on their fat. So Bell was an arrant traitor to them. Still, he was an employer, and so, to ardent socialist eyes, he was a sucker of blood, ex officio. This lively crossfire of censures braced Bell. If it had to be woe unto you when all men spoke well of you, it might be safer when everyone slated you hard. Anyhow, it livened you up, like a good stinging wind that has blown across snow. While he schemed to find some not quite ruinous sale for the stuff that piled itself up at the mills, Bell could forget the thing that had clawed him in its clutch during the night. But the clouds return after the rain. Luncheon time set his mind free to worry, the way your sore tongue returns and returns to the amusement of hurting itself on the sharp point of a tooth lately broken. He lunched at the club, and twice in the 1 hour it took him, his mind accused younger members of paying him the pestilential kind of unarguing deference which is really the civil refusal of youth to keep its communications open with age. Could they have noticed the way he walked down the stairs? A canny way, like a horse's, when it is afraid on a slippery slope. One younger man opened the door of the billiard-room for him. Damn these good manners that ain't good at all. Going home at twilight in the tram, Bell thought over all this so absorbedly that he kept his legs crossed the whole way. So when he stood up to get off, his right leg had gone clean asleep. It was only asleep in the common and blameless way. Still, he couldn't know that at first. For all he could tell, a second stroke might have fallen, and this time a real knockout. Of course, he kept his fears dark. Still, he stepped off the car with such unconcealable care that the conductor slipped a friendly hand under his arm and led him slowly to the safety of the footpath, like a blind man or a drunk. When Bell had walked a few yards by himself, the extra numbness was gone. But the other numbness remained, and so did the feel of that patiently guarding hand under his arm. Of course he had not needed it. Still, perhaps he would, presently. Mene, etc. Every wall seemed to be covered with sinister shreds of writing. An object for everybody's protection, a call on everyone's forbearance. That was the kind of pest that he might become. Soon, too, perhaps. This kind of plague crept on and on. It never turned back. 5 years might bring an invalid chair and a male nurse to put him to bed and to see that he was carted securely about from place to place to sprawl in the sun. Mentone, the Canaries, Egypt, all the places to which the Passy butterflies of our Commonwealth were brought to lie out and doze in the warmth when too much eating and idling had brought them back all the way to the status of larvae. Disgusting. Part 5. Bell gazed steadily into this smiling future while eating his dinner alone. From the table he went straight, like a man who knew what he needed, to that shelf in his study, on which there were all his pet alpine books. No other sport had ever so wholly ravished his soul as mountaineering. On the high snows, it seemed as if magical fires were lit in your blood. The flame of life burned amazingly. Something was added unto a man as divine as whatever it is that makes its way into the vapid juice of a fruit and turns it to wine. Nowhere else in the world was the taste of success so wholly and indefeasibly sweet as it was on the tip of some spire of granite and ice that had all but turned you back in despair by the Daphnean rigor of its resistance. There, uplifted on the swell of the round earth, you could see how men had come to dream gardens of Eden and ages of gold. He took from the shelf a great climber's narratives of his greatest adventures. 2 of these in especial could always entrance Bell as soon as he had read a few lines. Their vividness gave him an almost physical sense of what they described. Each was a case of cutting steps up a long and extremely steep slope of ice, and in each case the slope had, at one point, ceased even to slope. For just a few feet of its height, it had become as vertical as the wall of a house. Each man of the party had had to hold himself in to the perpendicular wall by sheer strength and good handhold against gravitation. In each case, the party had come safely through. But with how big a margin of safety, as engineers say? Bell wondered. A pretty big one, he fancied. Few good climbers slipped in really difficult places. All their faculties were bent up too intently for that, with danger about. They were above their own everyday form. But what if such a party were to try paring and paring away at that pretty wide margin? Something like an experiment, that. To what untold heights of achievement might not the party attain before all the margin was gone? And of course the party might be a party of one. Bell had once had a holiday dream of climbing a crag that grew steeper and steeper till it was vertical first, and then overhung more and more, but still he climbed on, because the crag beetled out over a warm summer sea, so that when he lost hold in the end, he would only fall from one pleasure into another, out of a mountaineer's paradise into a swimmer's. Cut out the old fear of death in that way, or some other, and, why, you could do anything. As he sat back with the open book on his knees, a light wind stirred the trees in the garden. It may have been this that called up another old notion of his. This one had visited him in a wood close to Arras in 1916. During some dark, windless weeks of that autumn, the unfallen leaves had been fading inertly from green to a dull rusty red, and so down to a dead russet brown. The whole burning heart of the year was collapsing into shabby ashes. Then a night of frost came, and then a gale on a day of broken sunshine thrown wildly about between clouds. As the gale stripped the trees, it had seemed almost to blow them aflame. Sparks of brave yellow flew in the air. The dun beech leaves took light and fell lustrously. Somehow the sight had filled Bell, at the time, with a wish that, when he had to go, he might do it like that, all astir and aglow by one of the violent deaths, as much of the easy ones seemed to be called. Anything but to lie on a bed in a hushed room, with the lights low and life's jolly noises shut out, and people whispering among the shadows. One wrench for the undecayed body, and then unbreakable sleep. What else could equal it? Now, almost suddenly, these several notions ran into one, as raindrops do on a newly wet window. Here was the moment to put into practice that old and sound choice of his between the long decrepitude of the flesh and the one clean cut and summary pang that save you it all. Suicide? Oh, no, but just to carry on right to the end, the piquant experiment of paring and paring away that limiting and restraining margin of safety, which mountaineers, even the boldest, keep in reserve. Had not all things conspired to free him from too much love of remaining alive? Bereavement and balked hope, and now this first lick of fire from heaven, soon to blast the whole of him by degrees. Why, fate had brought him the fulfillment of his old dream. No precipice in the world would now have an abhorred death waiting at its foot, merely a warm, quiet sea of painless forgetfulness. Only he must be quick, before the accursed thing that was setting to work on him could pith so much of the vigor out of his body that he could not make his own way to a place, already he had a good place in his mind, where he might try the thing out. End of section 1. Section 2 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Action, the Story, Part 6. At the end of September, a savorsome blend of jollity and melancholy pervades the little Val d'Anniviers. The summer hotels of Zinal, at the head of the valley, are closing. Down the bridle path, through forests of fir, the hotel staffs stream along joyously, laden with the year's vintage of tips, to their snug winter homes in the Rhone Valley below. Reconverted, after 4 months of restraint and disguise, into young, natural Swiss men and women, they caper like alpine cows let out in the spring. Shouting, chaffing, and singing, they seem to flout with their merriment nature's yearly menace to marmots and men. And nature answers them back. Almost hour by hour the new snow creeps down the forested slopes of the valley and grizzles more of its firs. The morning dew lies late, and even at noon the weakening sun hangs lazily low above the main chain of the Alps. You feel, all about you, a big closing in, the rustle of a heavy curtain falling upon a good time that is played out at last. As Bell walked the 6 miles up from Vissois to Zinal, he breasted that jovial current of waiters and chambermaids thawed and rehumanized. Jove! They were good to see and to hear, with their jokes and catches and bold, friendly, unobsequious looks at any man and brother they met. But everything was good in this place. Even the smell of Vissois and its pigs as he passed had been the smell of the best holiday of his boyhood. How he had liked life, every bit of it, colored or plain, the highlights and the low. Even the jars had been part of the makings of the incomparable adventure. He wondered whether the mere feel of things, common things, all sorts of things, could ever have given anyone else such raptures of secret contentment as they had given to him. He had made sure of a room at Zinal. He dined by the light of one lamp in a corner of the hotel's dining room, now empty and shadowy. An elderly woman waited upon him. Everyone else in the house had gone down the valley. She had been left for a week or two more to cook, wait, make a bed, and draw out a bill for anyone mad enough to turn up so belatedly. Belle had known her for 30 years, ever since her marriage to an old guide of his, recently killed on the Meije. She told him how their son Pierre was now a guide too, rather to her alarm. She seemed amazingly glad to see Belle, as if he were a bit of some good old world that had been slipping away. And he? She asked. Was he making a grand course, as always? Surely not at this time of year. He fenced with her apt, friendly questions. He felt like a liar. Indeed, he was one pretty well, for he fully meant to deceive. He would go for a walk by himself, he said, after breakfast tomorrow, perhaps to the Arpetete Alp only, perhaps rather further. She looked at him sadly, with peasant directness. "All alone now," she said simply. "And once it was you and Madame, and Gaspard and me. Ah, the good times." She had all humanity's fate in her face, like an old woman drawn by Rembrandt. Hopes and a happy love, and then the dust of the day, dimming the roses, and then great loneliness and unconsolable tears. "Would Monsieur have coffee?" she asked. Belle could face her no longer. It was too treacherous. No, he said, he would want nothing more. Let her go to bed early, like all the good marmots. So would he too, when he had smoked a little end of tobacco. When she was gone, he sat by a fire of logs she had lit for him in the small smoking room. To his surprise, he found he had nothing to do. There could be no saying goodbye, no specious last letter to write, no will to be made, no manifesto of any sort to be left. People do not do such things just before unforeseen accidents, for the wood must look raw at the break. A real good tip for the widow of Gaspard would have to be left in an obvious place. That was all. It went beyond having nothing to do. There was nothing to think. He had no fear of post-mortem torture to busy his brain, for the God of his faith was no fiend. He was equally void of covetous hopes of a sensational good time when the breath should be out of his body. So far, he might have expected his mind to be free. The strange thing was to find how much of one's usual matter for thought is taken away if, in 20 hours or so, one will have nothing whatever to fix up or to see to, no house or business to run, no social beat to patrol, no arts or letters to care for, nor public duties to mind. It was a release, but it was a queer one, a kind of vacuous and disquieting freedom, such as a man might attain who was suddenly left off the pressure of gravitation, so that he needn't keep his feet down to the earth any more. In fact, couldn't press on it hard if he tried, and so couldn't get any purchase for putting forth his strength upon anything at all. Belle's released mind did its best to think firmly of what he was going to do the next day, but no firmness came. The levers of thought could not find any fulcrum. They worked at a loss, feebly and fumblingly. He brought over the lamp to review the inn's tiny library, 2 shelves freakishly peopled with the printed leavings of guests, lettered, half-lettered, unlettered, conventional, independent, and odd. There was the common aphrodisiac novel of commerce. There was The Vicar of Wakefield, all golden sunshine and wit. There were Nat Gould and the wise, humane book of the great William James on the incessant endeavor of men to find or to imagine some larger life on which to rest the frail and soon-tired figure of their own. Yes, that was it. Something to lean against, something sure not to give when you put your whole weight on it, in any state of yourself. That was where peace and strength were to be had, nowhere else. So he fancied, at least. He could not be sure. He was still in that vacuum where his thoughts had no pivot to work on. The wheels did not bite on the road. The cogs would not engage. He thought and he felt, but gropingly, not with the sure and eager drive of a mind and heart that have found themselves by forgetting themselves. Part 7. The place that Bel had picked for his purpose was on the west side of the Shalioch. The Shalioch, as you may know, is a dip in the ridge that joins the Weisshorn to the Schallohorn. Even the lowest point of the dip is more than 12,000 feet high. The last part of the rise to the ridge from the west is up one of the steepest slopes of ice that are climbed. That is, if you mount it where it is least steep. At some other points it is steeper than any slope that is climbed, or thought to be climbable. The surface of this wall of ice undulates like a sheet of hammered copper, here a concave patch, and there a convex one. Though the wall, at its steepest, leans back from the straight as a whole, it has parts, the upper halves of those hollows, and lower of those bulges, at which it is vertical for some feet at a time, and at 2 or 3 parts it even overhangs slightly. These last, avoided by climbers happily wedded to life, were what Bel had in mind. He would start up the wall at the steepest part he could find. As he went on, he would make, at each stage, for the point where there seemed to be most an overhang. He would do the thing honestly, try all that was in him to bring the climb off, reach the ridge, and prove that, in this small matter, man could do more than he knew. With careful timing he would be up, if up at all, about dusk. In that unlikely event he would carry the test a step further, and try to come down his ice ladder by feel, in the dark, instead of descending the gentle snow slopes on the eastern side of the pass. He worked out a timetable. 3 hours' walk up to the Arpitetta Alp from Zinal, 3 more up from the Alp to the foot of the final ice wall, half an hour for eating, another half hour for sundries and ladage, 4 for the ultimate work on the wall, 11 hours in all. Tomorrow's evening dusk would be over by 7. He would push off at 8 in the morning. Part 8. Probably you would have thought him rather a pleasant sight as he quitted Zinal, the outward figure of a hale, fit mountaineer, just a little stricken with years, but vigorous, brindled, but not at all bald, leanly and brownly good-looking, turning out by himself, with his axe under his arm and a little luncheon in his pocket, for a walk among the feet of sporting old friends, like the Weisshorn and Rothhorn. How can you tell by the looks of a man that he would not feel the point of a pin if you ran it into his thigh, or that this exemption from pain is causing any disturbances of his spirits? Nobody was to be seen at the Emerald Alp of Arpitetta. Like the almost deserted Zinal, like yesterday's valley path streaming with walkers carrying bundles, the empty hovels on the Alp recalled the sight of a whole countryside in flight before the army of an invader. The ashes left from the cheesemaker's fire were wet with drippings from the roof. The rough wooden crane used for swinging the cauldron over the flames flapped in a draught from the door. Outside, the intoxicant beauty of gentian and orchis was over for the year. The rich grass had spread back over the trodden mud of the milking place, but snow was lying a few 100 feet higher up. The invader was near. Bel's legs were liking the work. The numb one was numb, but it did not give out. It would not let him down. By 1 o'clock he had reached the tail end, some would call it the snout, of the big Weisshorn glacier, eaten his rations, and set a first foot on the rough convex swell of honeycombed ice, with water flushing out its millions of cells. For the sun was on it. He pawed the stuff tenderly with his axe. Perdition catch his soul, but he did love it. Strong as iron, carvable as cheese. What genius could have conceived so delicious a union of opposites if, by some disaster, no glaciers had been made? By 3 o'clock he was through the freak shapes of the icefall, across the snowfield above it and close to the wall that he sought. Yes, its great width and height had the wavy surface that he remembered. It showed like a vast relief map of some low rolling downland, muddled in ice and then set up to stand on its edge. Off to his right, as he looked up, the general angle was easiest. That was the regular way, very steep but quite practicable. That was of no use for his purpose. Far away to his left, the slope looked ferocious enough, but down it an almost continuous fall of stones of all sizes, broken away from the sun-warmed rocks of the Weisshorn, came sliding and hissing, or bounding and smashing explosively. That was no use either. That way would be suicide, not experiment. He soon saw what he wanted, almost directly above him. There, nearly all the way up to the ridge, the ice was steep and bare and blue, and the face of it waved more at this place than anywhere else. Several broad bosses of rocks must have underlain the smooth surface. Over these the close-fitting ice swelled like a stocking upon a bent knee. Up to the center of each of these bosses it bulged out overhangingly. Just above each center it would recede at a more merciful angle, but nowhere in the whole 1,000 feet of ascent would a man have a foothold to stand on, unless he made it. Bell conscientiously tightened each bootlace and putty string. Then he set off for the point where he had descried the best overhangs. It was halfway, as he judged, to the top of the wall. If he should conquer that one, then he would look for another, more bulgy. He cut his steps with almost fanatical care. He had a disagreeable sense of doing something furtive. He couldn't help asking himself, against his own will, what if somebody saw? Damn somebody, another part of him said. Still, he cut every step, as if he defied the whole solar system to say that it was not the work of a good craftsman bent upon keeping alive. So he rose slowly. It took a good 2 hours' work to mount a third of the way to the ridge, but then he was close to what mattered more, the great bulge that he was making for. The bulge stood out like a gigantic blister upon the face of the ice. It must have been 40 feet in diameter, and it jutted so much that a stone, dropped from its outermost point, would only have touched the slope again some 50 feet lower. So the climax had come. To reach that outermost point, he would have to climb for about 20 feet as you climb up the underside of a ladder that leans against a wall. And he would have to make the ladder, rung by rung, as he climbed it, fashioning each rung out of the ice with his axe, held in one hand, while with the other hand and both feet he clung to 3 of the rungs made already, and held up the body against the drag of its weight. Every rung would have to be made like a letterbox in a door, big enough for the toe of a boot to go in, but so shaped that, when a hand entered, the fingers could bend down inside and grip as you gripped the top of a fence. The crucial question was how long one hand and one arm could hold the body in to the projecting ice wall. For what part of the 2 hours or so that the other laboring hand might require to cut that fantastical staircase? Of course, if his axe should slip out of his hand, or if one step should break, that would end the affair. But away with the thought of any such bungling. The moment the overhang started, Bell discovered the theory of gravitation to be exceedingly true. The work was amazingly hard. When he had carved 5 letterboxes and used them, an hour had gone. He carved 5 more and observed that daylight was failing. Behind his back, an unsensational sunset was going on at its ease. His left hand was chilled, almost dead, with all the ice it had gripped. His right wrist was swollen and sore with the intensity of the axe work. His right knee had begun to shake as uncontrollably as chattering teeth. He heard his breath, as if it were somebody else's. It made a dry, rustling noise, like a bird struggling silently in the hand. The center of the boss was now, he reckoned, some 8 feet above his head. Beyond it he could see nothing as yet but a tranquil sky with a rose-colored flush dying out of it. 5 letterboxes more, he thought, might take him up to the nipple of this frozen breast and bring the receding slope of its upper half into his sight. It was just at this point that it struck him as a clear, sober matter of fact that he could not get up those 8 feet. His strength was running out fast. One more good letterbox was all that he could conceive himself able to make. He made it, hacking away with slow, painful strokes, his axe handle slippery with his sweat. He reached up his left hand to grab the new hold and dragged a foot up to its new place below. Then, just to go down fighting, he went through the movements of starting to chip out yet another step. Second by second the effort held out. His strokes were the taps of a child. His wrist felt like breaking, yet somehow he finished the hole and forced his left hand to rise up to it. Then he even hauled up in its turn a right foot of infinite weight. The poor quivering knee had to straighten out next, and did it, after a long, doubtful struggle. But that was the end, he felt, of all possible effort. By this time all his senses had the morbid exultation that will sometimes come of fierce physical effort. His mind was at leisure after a fashion. He was fully aware of the sunset. He did not miss the charm of its sabbatical calm. The majesty and mystery of mountains were still there, all right. A verse he had liked as a boy came into his head, as beautiful things that have built themselves into your mind are apt to do at a crisis. As people who once went to church will cry out, "Oh, God!" when a smash comes. And here indeed might death be fair, if death be dying into air, and souls evanished mix with the illumined sky, eternal sea. But no pretty dying for him, if death could be still headed off. He started desperately to try again, sweating and straining. No good. The feeble strokes of his axe scarcely scratched the bare ice. His left hand was frostbitten now, past feeling anything. Only 5 feet to relative safety, but 5 more than any spur worn by his will could drive the spent body. "I'm done," he said, and ceased to struggle upwards. End of section 2. Section 3 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Action, the Story, Part 9. Some innate impulse to take the thing well, and not let human dignity down at a pinch, kept him resolved to hold on, foot and hand, to the last moment possible. While he clung so, the sun left him. A high alpine sunset is sudden, like tropical ones. A cold, sharp-edged shadow raced up from the valley, chasing the sunlight before it. Pursuer and fugitive scudded up over the tops of the firs and across the bright green of the Alp Bell had passed, and then up the ice fall and on up the wall, till the shadow came down like a great frigid hand on the sweaty back of his neck. Next moment, the last warmth and light fleeted up out of sight over the bulge. As his gaze followed, his cheeks felt the sting of a few falling granules of ice. Little chips of it, rather, even a few rather big ones. A trickle of ice scraps seemed to be sliding down the upper half of the bulge, to dive into space on reaching its center, most of them clear of his back. Queer. Was an ice avalanche coming? No need to suppose it, though. Glaciers, crushed and huddled things, always heaving and cracking, played curious tricks and ground out all sorts of freak rubbish. Oh, let the ice do what it liked. All his business with it was done. All that he could now attend to was a kind of dream noise, big, muted, and almost asleep, that the torrent was making enormously far off down in the blackening trench of the valley. That, and a kind of emotional dream of himself, the dying man doing his best to take leave as was meet, a figure at which he could look, as it were, from outside, and dreamily feel it to be rather touching. Into this semi-dream there managed to enter, also, a sound more abrupt, a little noise like the low startled cry that some women give when they see a horse fall or a big window is smashed. The cry worked itself into his dream, but also it roused him. Getting lightheaded, he thought. But he wasn't. Almost as quick as that thought, a new sound, a light hissing rub, rushed down to his ears, and an ice axe slid over the bulge overhead and out into the air. It whizzed past the back of his head. To anyone versed in high mountains, an ice axe loose and falling in any such place is a portent of horror, like a child's pony galloping riderless home, or a boat adrift, bottom uppermost in a Thames lasher. It means that somebody may have just lost the power to move, without help, at a place where a man unable to move will soon be unable to live. Suddenly Bell's mind took eyes to itself. It saw a party of some sort above him, trying to cut its way down the ice wall, straight towards the deadly bulge that now beetled over himself. At this hour, and by such a route, they must be mad, so he thought, forgetting himself. And now one of them was disabled, perhaps had disabled the whole of his party, tethered it to the ice wall. The idea was frightful to Bell. Another sound came. From somewhere not far overhead there broke, like an explosion, the singular cry that Swiss peasants and some mountaineers employ as a long-distance hail. No other noise of purely human production will carry so far. Harsh, wild, and long, it starts, as the noise of a rocket does, at its maximum loudness, and then wails itself out in a dying fall that has an effect of collapse into despair. Though commonly uttered on quite cheerful occasions, it might be the passionate scream of some wretched animal, terrified by the solitude of a desolate place, and trying to empty into one impetuous lamentation all its burden of loneliness and desire. Bell held his breath as the sinking shriek thinned away into silence. Then he counted off the seconds half aloud, by guesswork, as bomb-throwers learnt how to do in the war. The count ran to 7, 8, 9, and, just as Bell was muttering 10, the great yell smashed into the silence again. Yes, he had expected that. Someone above was in the last extremity of danger, was trying the last shift of all, the most all but hopeless of all, was sending out the Alpine signal of distress into this stone and snow desert where autumn and night had joined to make it utterly certain that no answer could come. It was like praying to God, for dear life, that a well of fresh water might open itself in the dry middle of the Sahara. Part 10. Up to that point of time, as you have seen, Bell had been the kind of dual creature that most of us are for nearly the whole of our days. Part of him had toiled, sweated, and ached, and another part of him had been sorry for that one. But from the moment the second yell came, the twofold arrangement was somehow abolished. All craving or need for any part of himself to be troubled about any other was over. Now there was nothing at all to work out any more, no next move to be consciously planned, nor hesitant will to be coaxed or hustled, nor any plaguey choice to be made. All of the man was one unit at last, and it lived intently and intensely, moved by some force which it had no more desire to question than flames have to ask, why burn upward? The next mystery was that out of the mind so suddenly lightened there seemed, as it were, to overflow lightness into Bell's body of lead. Strangely empowered, his left foot was rising already to thrust itself into the next letterbox. Almost gaily, his right arm, freed from its preoccupation with pain, was beginning to hack a new handhold above. How long it took him to make he could not have told, then or after. For time, too, was abolished. Long trains of executive, practical thought could run on to their end instantaneously. Courses, whole courses, of study of relevant things, of the state of the ice, minute changes of gradient, the swift regelation following sundown, were carried out without any sense of duration. One of the revelatory trances had come, in which even a plain man sees for once that an eternity need not be long, and that in a single moment he may have everlasting life. A minor but still a piquant discovery was that he had never really known till now what it was to cut a good sizable strip off that old margin of safety, which he had imagined himself to have all but used up. His new letterboxes were marvels of sketchy adequacy. They were high art in the skimpiness of the means that they took to their end, triumphs of confident cheek to nature. They bluffed that august power quite wittily. Almost before the vocalist overhead had completed the long SOS of the mountains, it takes 3 minutes in all, Bell had his chest up to the dead center of the bulge and saw what he had come for. Some 30 feet higher up, a woman in mountain kit, with no axe and no hold for hand or foot, was dangling at a long rope's end. Her body revolved a little as it hung against the steep ice, but she was making no voluntary movement. The rope constricting her chest was held with one straining hand by a man, perched 80 feet higher up. He was clearly unable to move, hand or foot, without being dragged off his stance by the weight of the woman. He stood on one foot, his right. It seemed to be firmly placed, on a tiny step, and a little above his hand he had the pick of his axe driven well into the ice. To the steel bracket thus formed by the axe head the man was holding on stoutly with his right hand. The sorry sight explained itself. The woman must have been cutting steps down the slope. She must have slipped from a step and dropped her axe with the shock. The man had checked her fall well, but both were hung up as immovably as a couple of stoats nailed to a gamekeeper's door. And now the rope must be slowly killing the woman. Just as Bell's head topped the bulge, she called out in a strangled voice to the man, "Can you cut the rope, Teddy? I'm done anyhow. Think of the kiddies. You must." The man held on. Bell gave tongue as loud as the dry brown fur lining his mouth would allow. "Well held, sir," he roared. "It's all right. I'm coming." Not once in a long and respectable alpine career had Bell thought he would ever entrust his person to ledges quite so narrow as those on which he made the rest of his way up to that pendant woman. And yet he had never, in any hard place, felt such absolute freedom from any uneasiness. As he romped up, he sang out at intervals, "There in 3 minutes. Just 2 minutes more. Only 1 minute more. Half a shake. I'm just there." Then he arrived. He cut a big step close to where the woman's feet hung, planted his own firmly on it, and then, stooping and straightening up again, took the weight of her sitting on his right shoulder. Lest she be fainting, he put up his right hand behind her to hold her in place. She was no fainter, though she was white, yellow, greenish, all the bad colors that beauty itself may have to put on in bad times. "She's a good 'un," Bell thought, as she sat quiet, panting. "You're a great sportsman," she gasped, when she had breath enough. Feeling all the weight off the rope of a sudden, the man above shouted down thickly, "Sure you have got her, sir?" "Right as rain," she called up from her perch. Bell added, "Leave the rope slack and dig in. We'll come up when you're comfy." The man gave a tuneless yodel of joy and was plying his axe the same instant. Chips and wedges of ice came pelting down from the great step that he must be cutting, from which to make the whole caravan fast. In 5 minutes he ceased hacking, braced himself, drew in the slack of the rope, and announced that now he could hold up a cow for a day. Bell let the woman cannily down till her feet found a trim ledge that he had managed to scratch out while holding her up. But some 4 or 5 feet of smooth, ledgeless ice intervened between this and the lowest step the woman had cut, coming down, before she slipped off. Some new ones had to be made. "Care to cut 'em?" Bell asked. "Or shall I?" She ruefully opened the hands in which no axe was now held. "I dropped it," she said, "like a mug. I feel sick with shame." "Have mine," he said, holding it out. Her open boy face shone with joyous relief, as if at a gift of free absolution from sin. Even now their lives hung on this axe that he was entrusting to her, the convicted axe-dropper. She took it. "You are a very generous person," she said. "Now I'll unrope and go up by myself, and you shall tie on." He shook his head firmly. You mustn't unrope." Her eyes broke out in a quick sparkle of anger. "You've got to rope up," she said, flushing. "I know that I've done a dud thing and can't preach. But what about you? Climbing alone, coming up out of nowhere, almost at night, up a worse slope than this beast. Think it bears looking into, eh? Well, do you mean to rope up, or shall both of us climb in this way that you seem to think right?" Belle fairly funked the scrutiny of the young woman's spirited simplicity. When once simplicity set out to inquire, what else is so penetrating? "Well, you tie on in the middle," he said, "and I at the end." "That's fair," she agreed. A few feet of spare rope were let down by her husband. In 2 or 3 minutes, at most, the man who would have shuffled off the mortal coil was securely girt with the most delectable of its loops, the cheerfulest symbol of human determination, not to withdraw from the banquet of life, only to salt a dish now and then with a few little hazards. End of section 3. Section 4 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Action, the story. Part 11. The last daylight was gone when the three stood safe on the level roof of the ridge, scrunching its gritty granular snow somewhat shyly, though partly kept in countenance by the dark, which is itself a shy, friendly thing. Belle, now a mere dual creature again, had been wondering, all the way up the last flight of ice stairs, how he should give these married lovers a chance to reassert their lately threatened right to possession of each other's lips. Best, he thought, just to turn his back on them when he got up and try to look busy, coiling the rope. But they also seemed to have some sort of plan. The man was waiting above the last step to shake Belle by the hand, really to shake him, and mumbling something which Belle did not desire to make out more clearly. The cup of his consternation was filled when the lady raised his disengaged hand to her lips, a gesture for which he had not been prepared by her vivacity lower down. Then, with one silent consent, they all stampeded away from the key of emotion. "You travel light, sir," said Belle, just to say something trivial. The other two seemed to carry not so much as a prune or a biscuit between them. "Well," said the man, and then Belle imagined the man must be having a quiet laugh in the dark. "Oh, I know I can't talk," Belle admitted. "The fact is, I didn't expect to be coming right over the pass." "Same here," said the man. "We just walked up from Randa. Meant to go only as far as the hut for the Weisshorn, eat our sandwiches there, and go back to dinner. Then, it was rather mad, but the snow was so toppingly good, we thought we might just rush the Shalioch before dark, sleep at Zinal, and come back tomorrow." "Gosh, it was rash," exclaimed Belle, off his guard. He felt sure the next instant the man was quite seeing the humor of such a rebuke from such a sinner. Hastily trying to cover the slip, Belle made another. He asked, "How on earth did you miss the way down?" The man didn't exactly say, "How did you miss the way up?" but he did say, "Yes, it was stupid, but, well, you know how it isn't so easy to see a way down from above as it is from below." "Hadn't we better push off?" said Belle rather hurriedly. "We'll be getting frizz up here." But it was not the cold that he minded. It was the heat. It felt as if he couldn't move his tongue without burning his fingers. The three truants had luck. Just such a full moon as they needed, not having a lantern, was on the point of rising from behind the snowy mass of the Mishabel, beyond the forest glen of the Visp. The mounting light could no longer contain itself. Its bright animation was pulsing up the dark violet of the sky in tremulous waves. It would be easy, by such a light as was coming, to follow the downward track left by the couple on their way up, almost to the door of the old Weisshorn hut, a refuge squat, squalid, flea-haunted and cramped, but divinely rich in raw materials for manufacturing heat against a long night of hard frost. At any time it is rather exciting to walk in the dark and in silence with anyone whom you like but don't yet know very well. What is he thinking about? You? And if so, in what way? Barring you? Liking you? Wanting to throw down the conventional fence and talk frankly? An hour or two of this blindfold contact between mind and mind may so work on them both that when their eyes meet under a lamp at the end of the walk, it may feel as if they had had a long and intimate conversation, leaving each of them just slightly anxious to know that the other has taken nothing amiss. Even thus, with friendly and deprecatory looks, did Belle and the strangers regard each other by candlelight 2 hours later, among the strong shadows and smells of the hut. In 10 minutes more, the man's wife, who had walked like a true Joan of Arc, was exercising the blessed privilege of healthy and tired young people of 30 or so. While she slept like a prosperous babe, her man and Belle smoked as they lay in the hay at the big sleeping shelf's other end. Smoking helps to keep talk good. A man can puff at his pipe between each thing he really wants to say and the next. No gap-filling rubble is required. Belle ascertained first that the man's name was Gullen, and that he was a doctor, the Harley Street species of doctor. Belle gave in return his own name and description. Then they enjoyed one of those unembarrassing pauses. Then Belle said, somewhat brusquely, "There's one thing we have to get straight." "Got it," said Gullen. "You seem to imagine you're under some sort of obligation to me." "Well, you see, we're alive, and before you appeared our number was up." "So was mine." "Oh, everyone's is, in a sense. All condemned to death, doesn't somebody say, with an indefinite reprieve? But ours wasn't indefinite. We were booked to go west in 5 minutes. I was to do it in 1, in less. I should have dropped off my holds in 10 seconds if you people hadn't blown in." "Hello?" "Sure thing, I was done. I had never known until then how far doneness could go. That's how it felt, anyhow. Then your wife's axe came along. That by itself held me on for a jiffy or two. And then you hollered. Gad, you can holler. And everything changed. There was something new in me, or round me, at work on me somehow. Every bit of soreness and worry and funk was taken right off me. Nothing was left in the world but one energy. Just an enveloping, mastering sort of a push. It went up like a flame, and it took me along. It made everything easy and light. And it wasn't only a thing in the mind. Old Brother Body himself was roped into the movement. Some of the waft of this impulse seemed to get itself into my muscles. Do you follow these ravings?" "Rather. Physicians aren't the fools that they were. We don't go on missing out what the mind, or the soul, if you like, has to say to all the dynamic affairs of the body." Bell puffed his pipe for a while. Then he said, "See, that's how you two preserved me. So if thanking is what we're about, thank ye kindly." Gullen, too, smoked in silence for the next minute or two before asking, "The ice overhung where you were when I first caterwauled?" "Can't tell you the angle. Hadn't got a clinometer thing. Of course, it wasn't a motoring road." Gullen laughed. Bell liked Gullen's face when he laughed, so far as it could be seen among the tangle of wry shadows thrown about the hut by a small flame that still leapt in the stove. Gullen's face made Bell think of a trade term. Good ordinary. He had blunt, goodish features, strong and good-tempered. A straight, friendly man, you would say, and easily amused. A good man to be in a hole with. Bell enjoyed such men. They made the world go round. As he was thinking so, Gullen suddenly asked, "I say, why did you do it?" As Bell did not answer at once, Gullen added, "Of course it's cheek. Asking. Tell me to go to hell if you like, and I'll warmly approve. Only, well, I'm a doctor." Bell cut the thing short. He answered at once what Gullen might go on to ask in another few minutes. "Yes, the spring's running dry. The salt losing its savor, you know, the wine going flat, and worse coming. Again Gallen did the bold thing. Any particular evil? He said. Bell liked the man, and when two men would both have been dead a few hours ago if either had failed at a pinch, they may soon get on terms. Bell avowed the whole business, his symptoms, his surmises and disgusts, and his specious experiment. Gallen listened as wise doctors do. "Did that numbness cramp you today?" he asked at the end. "No, but it was there all the day, except just the time, 10 minutes or so, I suppose, when—" Bell hesitated for a moment. "When you were in action?" said Gallen. "Action? Oh, I don't mean just doing violent things out of doors, pressing triggers or lassoing cows. I mean getting every jack fiber there is in your nature alive and utterly turned on to something outside you, absorbed in it, lost in it. Every bit of your consciousness taken up into some ecstasy of endeavor that's passion and peace." Bell nodded, and Gallen went on. "I guess the great artists, all sorts of them, know how to bring the fit on, or it comes when they're at the top of their form. They seem to get further and further above themselves, hold the note out in a way that we can't, bring every tissue they have in their being to bear on the effort to get a wee touch to come right. Saints, too, I suppose. The puka ones, like Francis, the man at Assisi, they have the knack, too. They can get more alive. They've found how to exist at a sort of top pressure. I fancy all of us get just a glimpse of the thing now and then, of what living might be, you know, at a great turn in a game, or when we're in love, or if some beautiful thing in a book bowls us over. Only we can't hold the note, or we can't do it yet. The pitch is too high for our reach, so we flop back into flatness. But we shall get there, I do believe that. What we've done since we started as jellyfish is to get more and more of ourselves into action, and we shall go on until we are as much more in action, real true action, than now, as we are now than when we were jellyfish. Why, in a few thousand years, we may all be able to live half our time as you lived today for 10 minutes. "Something in that," Bell assented. Gallen apologized meekly. "Sorry to verge upon uplift. Still, one can't always bother about the convention. That talk has got to be pessimist piffle." Bell nodded. Reigning conventions had few less dutiful followers than he. They smoked again for a while. Presently Gallen said, "How goes the weather?" He rose and opened the door of the hut very quietly. Bell followed him out to the hut's tiny terrace. Nothing at all was wrong with that night. Beyond the queenly white shape of Montrose, the moon rode gloriously high, burnished and flashing with frost, above sleeping Lombardy. Gowned in new snow and bejeweled with sparkles of light, the Weisshorn, the greatest great lady in nature, looked as lovely to Bell as when the first sight of that pale supreme grace had taken his breath away in his youth. At the height where they stood, the frost had silenced every trickle of water, leaving all space to be filled with subtler challenges to the ear. The air almost crackled with crispness. It was alive with the massed animation of millions of infinitesimal crystallizations. The Schallenberg Glacier, a little away to their right, had its own living whisper, the sum of the innumerable tiny cracks and fractures of its jostling molecules of ice. Up here, where the quiet of night was suffused with this audible stir of the forces fashioning the earth, it felt as if some murmurous joint voice of all existence were abroad, and life itself were trying to make its high urgency felt. "Pretty good," Gallen said presently. "Yes, it's all right," answered Bell. Gallen waited a minute or two. Then he asked, "Is it all right? Enough?" "Oh, yes," said Bell. "I'm sticking on." End of section 4. End of Action, the story. Section 5. of Action and Other Stories by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Cock and Bull Story. Epigraph. There is a form in these things, madam. There is a form. Miss Carolina Wilhelmina Amelia Skeggs. From The Vicar of Wakefield by Oliver Goldsmith. Part 1. When the English and French went to war with the Germans, the enemy's armies were not the only dragons that had to be met in the path. There was that dragonesque lady, Propriety, too. For war hath her own etiquette, not less imperious than peace is. If Sir John French had sent that free and easy letter to Joffrey, or if Haig had not paid that call upon Foch, who knows where the world might be now? Why, you may say, do not all of us walk all our days along the greased pole of polite observance, trying to keep our precarious balance between right and left-hand abysses of social incorrectness? Yet we survive. Yes, but on the Western Front there was the inadjustable to adjust. Each Allied army had its own hierarchy of ranks, dear to its bosom and sacred in its eyes, and not one rank in either really corresponded to any rank in the other. You couldn't tell within a dozen millimeters where you were. 4 of us, English and French, lay on our tummies and talked it all out in the friendliest way between 8 and 9 on a baking hot morning near a brigade headquarters in France. General Wise, the brigade commander, was there. A delight to sympathetic eyes, he was so neatly and normally made, so clean in the tooth, so sunnily red and brown-cheeked, so unwrinkled, so pleasantly sure of himself. A healthy boy, 40 years old, and never yet worried by any serious insurrection of the world against his composure. There was also old Gaston Leroux, a French writer, rather famous, I fancy. Leroux kept on glancing at Wise, couldn't keep his eyes off him. Leroux was in love with the type, like some American girls new to England. Leroux was a prize Anglomaniac, French people said. That was why he was now on our front, as a guest, and I was his pilot. "Give him a jolly good show," were my orders. He got mobbed in Paris about 1900 for saying we weren't such swine as they thought. Then there was Jelf, staff captain to Wise. He was nothing to look at, and didn't say much, a man of few interests, so I had heard, beyond just winning the war. Before us a randy gay waste of rank poppies, cornflowers, convolvulus, thistles, and relics of old peacetime mustard and wheat sloped away up to a low skyline ridge, a good mile to the east. We all looked that way as we lay, with our heads slightly raised. A dusty white road, on our right, ran due east up the slope, topped the ridge, and disappeared over it. Under the ridge, on our side of it, 2 thick little woods stood, one on each side of the road, as if guarding it. Just what they were doing, confound them. Wise told Leroux, "The Boche line is just over the ridge. Ours is 300 yards down the slope on this side, but Fritz holds the 2 woods in between, sort of outposts in front of his front. The road separates the French front from the British." The Frenchman's eyes sparkled. "An English sentry, then, stands on this side of the road?" "That's right," said Wise. "And a French on the other?" "Yes." "It is beautiful, that," the old boy murmured softly. He seemed fairly to dote, for a while, on the notion of those 2 sentries. Then he had a good look at the 2 little blobs of dark woodland, almost black now with the strong sun at their backs, and at the white road running between the 2 as if they were gateposts. "My God," he murmured, "what a chance, what a portal for comrades to enter." The emotional touch made the brigadier wince. For my own part, I was used to it. Besides, you couldn't help liking that Frenchie. Somehow gush wasn't mere gush when he talked it. There was a kind of wise child's unknowingness in him, though he was 72. It caused you to take from him meekly what would have made you want to lynch anyone else. Only the evening before, when I was taking him back from the front, We had met a company of the Devons marching up to relieve, and before I could check LaRue, he had stood up in the car, hat off, and said, in his good English, to the whole blessed column of route, "My dear, dear boys, how can I thank you enough?" Of course the men felt like fools, but not one of them jeered. Simply marvelous. "Well, if that's what you're after," said Wise, "you've come to the right shop today." LaRue looked as if he had only lived for this morning. "We're just pushing off," the general said. "My little brigade and a few French battalions, commanded by Colonel Dunois. Jelf will explain." Jelf started instantly, the way men can when their minds are full of one thing. "It's a minor operation," he said to LaRue. "Before any big push can be made, we must have the two woods. Bullwood and Cockwood, we call them. The Gallic cock, you know, sir, and John Bull. Neither wood can be taken alone, for the unattacked one could smash with its enfilade fire any troops attacking the other. So the movement must be simultaneous. Your men are to go for Cockwood, on their side of the road, the very second that we tackle Bullwood on ours. We put in 4 British tanks, 2 for our wood and 2 to help you with yours." LaRue grabbed out his watch and asked eagerly, "And you start? We both start at—" "At 8:55 the tanks cross our front line," Jelf explained. "Yours too. Of course the tanks start behind Scratch, so the infantry wait till they're up. Give 'em 20 more seconds, and then join the dance." LaRue looked at his watch. "Then, in 25 minutes from now?" "And a quarter," said Jelf. Wise seemed to feel he must bait, for a guest's tender ear, the sharp edge of the worthy Jelf's pedantic precision. "You see," he said, "Monsieur LaRue, we soldiers have to be a bit fussy about the old minutes and seconds. If only you knew all the headwork that goes to a push. Golly, the program I've sent round to Colonel Dunois, details of objectives, pace of all movements, right time by my watch to a tick, and lots more. Dunois must be thanking his gods that all this coolie work falls on me. I'm a demi-semi sort of a general body, you see, and so I call the tune. Though I haven't a doubt in the world that Dunois is 10 times the man that I am." "You're a man of heart, sir," said LaRue. "Ah, the change since the tragic first months of the war. We can talk of them now, you and I, as of Jeanne d'Arc and Calais, of all the old unhappy far-off things that sundered us once." "People stood on their dignity, did they?" said Wise, interested. LaRue sighed. "The stickling for rights that there was, the mountaineering on molehills." Really, his English was topping. "Anyone's fault in particular?" Wise spoke rather guardedly. "We French were the worst of the two. It is so, is it not, as soon as a tiff between brothers is over? Each can see then that he was the worse of the two. Besides, we were excited, we French. We had so longed for the good Papa Joffre to command." "He being?" said Wise. "At the time, LaRue said almost eagerly, "Merely general of division, no more, and French a field marshal." "A bit of a snag for you, eh?" said Wise, smiling. "Field marshal's a bad card to beat." "Oh, but unbeatable," said LaRue. "And yet people argued. Joffre, some said, was really a marshal of France, in the sight of the good God, only we hadn't dared call anyone marshal out loud since the Empire, lest he turn Caesar. Rights, rights, as if one's rights mattered with the sky falling." "Well, thanks be," said Wise. "It's well over now, as you say, and we can talk freely. French, you see, held the big trump. Of course our army was pottily small, and French was no good at the job. But frankly, with that rank of his, he ought to have run the whole show. It's as well that he didn't, or we'd have been pushed off the cliffs at Boulogne. Still, he ought to have, strictly." "Tanks are off, sir," said Jelf. He had not unglued his eyes once from his field glasses during this exciting conversation. Part 2. Wise paused. 4 seemingly commonplace patches of that flowery wilderness had begun to shake themselves free of their holiday colors, come out as queerly shaped dun slugs, and crawl away into the east. At the same time, the woodpecker tapping of many machine guns, before and behind and beside us, had started. Jelf expounded. We were putting down a machine gun barrage on the ridge, to make enemy reinforcements unhappy. Nothing more. No artillery this journey. Tanks crawled slowly in those days. A quarter of an hour good would elapse before our infantry moved. So Wise could go on, and with no guns at work we could hear him. It never would do, he resumed, to have anyone standing left vague in an army, or in two armies acting together. To do his best, a man must know what rung he stands on. Some people think of ranks in an army as just a few level terraces, all the privates on one, all the captains another, so on. It isn't like that. It can't be. It has to be all single file, up one ladder, right from your last man enlisted today, up to your senior field marshal. Else what will happen? A last stand, perhaps, and everyone dead but 3 privates, and none of 'em knowing which ought to take charge. Absolute chaos. Wise spoke with spirit, the matter coming close to his heart. Jelf, I'm afraid, didn't listen. LaRue obviously tried both to see the march of events and to hear the wisdom of Wise. I tried to see the events and to look as if I were only listening to Wise. The tanks were winding deviously up the many-colored slant. 2 had crossed the road and were coiling up to Cockwood. They were so slug-like that I found myself fearing the white dust of the road might dry their bellies fatally, like those of worms caught by the sun when crossing dry gravel. They got across, though. They still had a short way to go before crossing our line, so the brigadier had time yet to curl a good tale to his argument. All this punctilio about a man's rank was not, he told us, mere swank. It was professional conduct. He quoted Shakespeare about it. Othello, I think, how the great wars make ambition virtue. Very apt, I thought, with the disengaged half of my mind. Wise fully admitted it took a man trouble to practice this virtue. The letter-writing is the very deuce, he said, to get right, when to begin mon général, and when cher général, and when just général. Your language, Monsieur Leroux, is so frightfully expressive. Leroux said gently, There is a refuge in trouble, the method of Joffre. Wise perked up. Eh? He asked eagerly. He had an honest desire, I'm sure, to quit himself well in these high matters, and therefore to learn all he could. You have heard, asked Leroux, of General Gallieni? He is a grand old man, as you would say, of our army. Years ago some bad French politicians wished Gallieni were dead. So they cast him away on an island, like Prospero, Robinson Crusoe, and other respectable persons. The island was Madagascar. He was to be governor, as a post of disablement, merely civilian. Then even worse happened. There came a native revolt in the island. Fighting to do, but none for poor Gallieni, because his post was civilian. He is one of my friends, and he wrote to me sadly. Paris, he wrote, had sent out some colonel of whom Gallieni never had heard, to command the French troops in the field. The name, he wrote, of the wretch is Joffre, and then comes 1914, and Gallieni is military governor of Paris, but Joffre is commander-in-chief, and Joffre has letters of duty to write to the senior whom fate has now made his junior. Will he begin them just général? That were to say, see, my fine fellow, how I have passed over your head, or mon général. That were to abdicate his own rank. No, he begins, mon cher camarade, and Gallieni is touched, and no porcelain is broken. Wise was obviously struck with the subtlety of this expedient. Bit of a brainwave, he said. He could not quite stomach the camarade business. Too French, you know, the sloppy emotional touch. Still, he was struck. We can't all be so gifted, he said. Don't write at all, is my notion, when you're in doubt. Send word of mouth by an officer. Hello, Le Bon, he broke off. Glad to see you. Captain Le Bon, the French intelligence man who went to and fro between Wise and Dunois, had really been with us for a full minute, though Wise had not noticed, being too busy. "Wasn't that, sir," said Captain Le Bon, "the notion of Field Marshal French for controlling our poor Lanrezac?" Le Bon's tones and manners were all of the best quality velvet. As soon as you heard him, you asked yourself, when are the claws coming out? "Oh, that was a common old cat-and-dog case," said Wise lightly. "Their neck hairs went bristly at sight." "God will, no doubt, allow due weight to that," said Le Bon. I felt the air was tingling with things left unsaid. What would come next? But Jelf interrupted. "Things going on, sir," he said. "On the ridge, right of road." We looked at the place indicated. All the tanks, much shot at but not knocked out, had gained the edges of the two woods and vanished into their green gloom. From Bullwood there came no sign that its garrison cared, but in Cockwood the two British tanks seemed at once to have pulled out a plug like the one that drains a wash-basin. Out of one of the wood's far corners, the one near the road, German soldiers were pouring, streaming away obliquely over the ridge. Many carried machine guns in bits. As each retreating man gained the crest of the ridge, he looked big against the clear sky for an instant. Then he seemed to dive headlong into the relative safety beyond. Tanks often had a rich moral influence in those days of their youth, but this stampede was a marvel. Wise turned to Le Bon. "There's your woods swept and garnished." In his elation, the general used a gesture of offhand munificence. Old Leroux's heart, you could see, was ringing joy bells and singing Te Deums. Jelf was chuckling to himself. Le Bon's was the only blank face. "My God!" he exclaimed to himself more than us. "If our men were there now." Wise let his glass drop and stared round. "Not there," he said harshly. Le Bon stiffened at once. "I came to convey, sir," he said, "the answer of Colonel Dunois to your last verbal message." Wise snapped out. "Why didn't you then?" "The great interest, sir, of what you were then busy in saying forbade interruption. Colonel Dunois would be glad to hear when you have taken Bullwood. Cockwood will then be attacked by French troops." The anger of Wise made his agreeable face the whitest I ever saw on a British general. "He let my men go in alone," he said with a kind of savage super-restraint. "He has left our tanks unsupported." A horrible silence followed. I liked it none the better because the two tanks in Cockwood had just fallen silent, as if their astonishing victory had killed them. Jelf, I suppose, had some characteristic impulse to get people back from passion to business. Could Colonel Dunois, he asked of Le Bon, have misunderstood the general's instructions? Le Bon made a gesture of what I can only call argumentative despair. Could nothing ever make its way into these islanders' brains? I think he meant that. In rapid French he entreated Leroux to help the general to understand that French regimental colonels did not receive instructions from foreign commanders, however described, of smaller bodies of troops. But Leroux broke out in a distress of his own. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," he cried in English, "we wait, we talk, we think of precedence, and all the time the British tank men are alone in the wood." He looked from one angry face to the other, as if he were begging hard for alms. But Wise had all he could do to keep his mouth shut as tight as Le Bon's, and Le Bon was about as dead white with fury as Wise. I understood. French officers hated and scorned our habit of playing the fool with badges of rank, making men colonels for riding in armchairs at home, and nicknaming them brigadier generals if they commanded 3 scratch battalions. And now France was asked to play second fiddle in order to keep up one of these shams. They were long dammed-up waters of rage that the unwitting Wise had let loose. End of section 5. Section 6 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Cock and Bull Story Part 3. While Leroux wrung his impotent hands, affairs in the East were not so kind as to pause. On Cockwood, it is true, absolute stillness had settled. It had the queerest air of sinister innocence. Quite a good patch of sea may have that nasty appearance when you have just seen a coffin dumped into it. But Bullwood was quite another affair. No sort of innocence there. Just a straight pandemonic set to. We could not actually see our infantry having it out with the Germans. The leaves hid the hand-to-hand business. But all the wood smoked to heaven like one burning bush. No one outside could tell who was where by this time, so our own guns kept quiet, lest they should hit our own men. But the enemy gunners seemed to feel that it was more to the purpose to try to hit Tommy than not to risk hitting Fritz. So they peppered the whole wood, as though with a castor. "More to come, too," grunted Jelf. "They haven't yet switched on to Bull the guns they had trained on Cock." And sure enough, the next minute a double aspersion of shells of all sizes banged down on Bullwood like a curse. Leroux must have thought that no living thing could go on living for many minutes under that pelting. "My general, will you permit me," he pleaded to Wise, "to hasten to Colonel Dunois, to tell him. He need only know the bare fact, your men's danger, to rush to their aid." But there I came in with my little P's and my little Q's to be minded. GHQ's commands were explicit. No visitor in my charge was, on any pretext, either to put a foot over the edge of the British war zone or to do anything within it but look on. So nothing happened. Leroux went on wringing his hands. That I was free to permit. Wise, with a gesture, washed his hands clean of self-blame. For 20 full minutes, since the Entente had creaked, we lay doing nothing and suffering much. No slow death for me. I tried one that morning. Then the leaning pillar of smoke and dust over Bullwood thinned out a little. The run of detonations of all sorts slowed down to a fairly lively allegro, and lo! Released like a pent cry, an exultant rocket, all pale in the sun, rushed up from the tops of the trees, paused in the clear air above, and shook out its handful of stars to float like some bejeweled benediction over the men who had fought down the enemy, while their betters squabbled with friends. "Got it," Jelf breathed. Leroux's face was astream with positive tears. "The good men, the good common men," he kept on repeating. "We'll never hold it, though," said Jelf to Wise, "if the French give old Fritz time to come back to Cock and enfilade Bull. Could we prod him a bit, sir?" It cost Wise a manifest pang to have any communication again with Dunois the Untouchable. Still, duty was duty. "Bull Wood," he said to Le Bon, "is now in my hands. Will you have the goodness to tell Colonel Dunois?" I suppose he couldn't help adding, in his elation and his resentment, "Cockwood to let, with vacant possession, applied to our caretakers on the premises." Le Bon glared, but it's fair to say he went off like a stag. He knew what was what, without any taunting from Wise. That Cockwood was anyone's for a few minutes more, Germany's or France's, whichever chose to walk in first, and also that Bullwood must go with Cockwood in the end. It was one of those races, pretty common in war, that may start before either competitor knows that he has to run for it. After our happy thrill, we returned to hungry expectancy. Cockwood was dreadfully quiet. There the unbefriended state of our 2 tanks had turned their raid into the wildest of bluffs. Why were they not coming back while they could? That, or raising a deuce of a racket to keep up the bluff, lest Fritz come to his senses and call it. Was their forlorn foray ended already? "We're done, sir," Jelf said suddenly. "Same place, ridge, right of road." We looked. What we saw was a sudden enlivenment of the skyline. Scores of figures swarmed black upon the ridge again, each of them a sharp, dark silhouette for an instant, then a dim shape moving on a dark background. Many carried machine guns in parts. All hurried down obliquely towards the northeast corner of Cockwood. It was just the old stream of traffic, only reversed. By what had before served it as a waste pipe, the wood was refilling with enemies. "We'll get hell, neat," said Jelf, "on that right flank, unless the French play up." Wise was restlessly cursing. "Oh, damn them! God blast them! Hell take them!" But over the place west of Cock Wood, where the French front line ran invisible, there was no stir but a quiet heat haze winking lazily. Not a sign of life. It was as if the war were long over and all these war deserts left to themselves, to muse in the sun. But Fritz used his time. Cockwood may have taken 12 minutes or so to refill. But when it did open its enfilading fire on Bullwood across the white road, the whole of that edge of Cockwood spat like one cat. You could see all along it the shiver of leaves as the breath from the machine guns' muzzles blew them. To back up this bespattlement, there came the most copious consputation of the day from the enemy's artillery of all sizes. From near and far out, on his right and left flanks, high explosive, gas and shrapnel shells converged on Little Bullwood as the sticks of an open fan run in on the handle. More than ever, the wood seemed to be burning alive at a stake. It stood in a top-heavy pillar of smoke, with bleared splashes of flame showing dully through the reek and the verdure. A light easterly air had got up. It brought us the heliotrope scent of German tear gas and a whiff of the smell of butchers' shops in hot weather. The war had vulgarized this stink. Wise snuffed it up and groaned. "God, will that slug never start?" "I know the lingo a bit, sir," said Jelf. "Shall I go across and suck up to Dunois?" "Squeal for help to that stoat," muttered Wise, with disdain. I suppose he had not had enough yet of that meaty aroma. So Jelf did not go, but next moment brought Wise an apparition, a little of which can go a long way. We all saw it. Out of the edge of Bullwood, on our side of it, 2 or 3 men emerged, running like little boys, chased from a field by a farmer. Then more and more, in no sort of order, a whole mob running like hares. Then the wood itself seemed to take sides against them, as though kicking them out. It fired into their backs as they ran. A lot of them rolled over. Besides, there were details that you might dislike. Wise did. They broke him. These men were his men. Brigadier as he was now, he had been a colonel, and colonels are fathers. And 20 minutes ago these men had been heroes, in whom an unbearable fate that was no fault of theirs was now quelling the manhood. "Run like the devil," he shouted to Jelf. "Say any damn thing to Dunois. Lick his boots if you like." Jelf was up like a shot, but he had not to go. Le Bon was back, out of breath, his face full of solicitude. His colonel's compliments, he said, and the French were advancing. We saw them now. No trench of theirs was in sight, as you know. Poppies and yellow weeds hid it. But out of these a line of living blue had arisen and was rushing through the shimmering haze of heat and light, an amazing projection of man's vehemence across the opiate drowsing of nature. Not for a moment did they amble, as charging infantry commonly did in this war. They hurled themselves at the block of dark copse before them like a great wind or wave bearing down on a mark, with that appearance of having momentum enough to break worlds. The French privates must have got the tip that we were in bad trouble and time pressing, for I never saw troops go that pace before or after. It showed me how Frenchmen must have charged in their old wars, under Napoleon, when nothing in Europe could stand up to them. I could hear Wise softly gasping, "Thank God," to himself, like a man who has just had some oil put on a bad burn, and Leroux letting his breath out as if he must have held it for the devil of a time, and Jelf sparing a second of his attention to touch Leroux's arm and say, "C'est beau ça." The Frenchman flushed up with gratitude. It was certainly beau, but not business. The Germans were ready. And now they were disengaged from other cares, for Bullwood was theirs again, safe enough. One down to other come on is a capital plan for a strong third party who fights single-handed. Better by far than to have both opponents come at him at once. In a moment, Cockwood and its many embowered machine guns seemed to lose all interest in Bullwood. The whole armament might, by the look of the thing, have whirled round on one swivel to play its multitudinous jets of bullets on the perforable flesh of all those rushing Frenchmen' stomachs. As well might a naked neck hope to defeat the falling knife of a good guillotine. As far as I could see, the whole charging line was laid out on the poppies in 1 minute. Another line arose in its rear and rushed forward. Then a third line rose. But the enemy's men were now sure of themselves and at ease. The scything down of each successive line became more businesslike than the last. The third performance was so prompt that the men in blue had scarcely time to stand upright before they were down, to remain as a bar of new color in the gay coverlet of the slope. Part 4. That really ended the business. By rights, this true cock-and-bull story is over. The brigadiers and Jelf had to clear out. They had orders to give and the bad news to phone. But the rest of us lingered a little. Le Bon, reluctant, I fancied, to part with so shining a light of his race as Leroux. These Frenchmen think a lot of their big writing people. Also, I thought I would let the old boy rub his wounds for a minute or two, before meeting his eyes and fetching him home. So I kept on looking out through my glass at the beautiful and worthless prairie where all this mess had been made, only to leave things worse than they were. In the strengthening sunshine, a lustrous sabbatical peace had settled down on it all. The benign light rested as tranquilly upon Bullwood as a mild winter moon shines upon an English copse the night after a shoot, when the pheasants, hit but not gathered during the day, are bleeding to death or trying to fly with bones broken. Even now, though, a few atoms were moving. If you looked closely enough, you found them. Near the road of white dust, I made out a thing like a caterpillar, half blue and half brown, winding its way up towards the front. I examined it. No, not like a caterpillar. That's a continuous thing. This was a queue of dots, more like one of the long trains of ants that form a single file if you kick their hill over and set about reconstructing the home. Each dot, I soon saw, was the bust of a man walking in some shallow trench that half hid him. And, like the ants, every bust carried a load in what looked like a sack. The 12 busts that went first were all blue, and the other 12 brown. Clearly a rationing party, half British, half French, bringing up food to the troops in the line. But why should French and British fatigue parties thus shog up together? It was an irregularity, almost. The whole caravan was on our side of the road, and, strictly speaking, the French 12 were trespassing. I asked Le Bon. He shrugged. He said it was a sort of habit the men on both sides of the road had got into. He couldn't think why. He said the fatigued men of the two nations wangled it so as to go up together. One or the other lot hurried or loafed enough to make it come so. Some enemy airman was out playing pointer to some German gunner who liked a little rough shooting over a dog or under him. Just the one big gun, a 15-incher or so, out fancy sniping, and that indistinct moth tumbling about in the blue overhead must now have sent word of the khaki and blue caravan. First, the hulking sniper dropped a shell a little ahead of the party, then one a little astern of its rear, then one in the road to its right, then one in the poppies out 30 yards to its left. For some moments after each burst, the jogging caravan was hidden in smoke. Then it appeared again, all of it, still jogging steadily on. A fifth cloud of smoke burst, expanded, and thinned out to leeward, and now the 24 had come down to 12, her blues still plodding on under their burdens in front, then a break, then 2 browns who had stopped. The gunner had got the range now. "Are you looking?" I said to Leroux. "Yes, yes," he said quickly. No doubt he had seen nothing else but that caravan from the moment Le Bon had said what it was. Then I heard a passionate mutter, not to me, not to Le Bon, "For the love of God, stop! Help them!" As if the 10 specks of blue far out in the landscape had heard, They halted and drew back across the bull's-eye, so to speak, of the enemy's target, towards the two specks of brown. For the next minute I could not see what they were doing. Various reasons prevented me. Then the queue of laden ants took shape again. It was just half its old length. "You saw?" I said to Leroux. I had perceived that the 10 living blues, as well as the remnant of 2 browns, were now laden with 2 sacks apiece. Of course he had seen. He replied in an odd, airy way, like a man a bit light in the head after some biggish strain. The French corporal swore a great oath, very coarse. He halted his men. He said only, "The English must eat," and the men only grunted some vulgar words. Then they went back for the dead Englishman's sacks. "I hope to God," I said, "your corporal knows how to drive a spent horse till it drops." For I thought of the gleeful eyes overhead and the wireless message already gone down to the gun. "Got him. Do it again," or whatever the Germans say for our airmen's "okay." "Oh, good man." I thought the next second the menaced party were pushing along as though their loads had been halved and not doubled. Leroux was jabbering on, in his wordless good English, the same freakish narrative stuff, mad but good in a way, for he seemed to have dreamt what was really likely enough. The English corporal walked last, so he escaped. The French corporal looked at the Englishman's sleeve and said, "Who commands here, you or I?" And the Englishman said to him, "Who bloody cares? You can have it, but get a move on." And so they went on and were saved. Oh, my God! The 6th shell had come, but the little party were clear. No blame to airman or gunner. The burst was plumb on the same spot where the 5th had occasioned the crisis which etiquette in Leroux's vision had failed to intensify. The smoke cleared to show us the tail of the party sloping down briskly out of the daylight into a safe-covered way that led up to the actual front. The combatant's grub was secure. As the last man was just disappearing, he half-turned his head, I suppose, for the sweat on his face suddenly flashed in the sun like a mirror, almost dazzlingly. "See!" exclaimed Leroux. "The English corporal. He heliographs to us." "A message, sir?" Le Bon asked deferentially. "The message," said Leroux, "that common Englishmen send always. Just, there's sense in everything. The message of Molière." Le Bon reflected. End of section 6, and of A Cock and Bull Story. Section 7 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sleep, gentle sleep. Epigraph. Macbeth. Sleep, the innocent sleep. Sleep that knits up the ravelled sleeve of care. The death of each day's life, sore labour's bath. Balm of hurt minds, great nature's second course. Chief nourisher in life's feast. Lady Macbeth. What do you mean? Shakespeare. Part 1. It was the October of 1915, and the place was the fine Plymouth Hospital looking out on the Sound. There were a score of us in the ward, surgical cases arising out of the Battle of Loos, and now doing well. They had carted us in overnight, and the matron had shaken hands with every jack man at the door. That showed it was no common War Office place. All diet sheet and discipline and don't forget your place, my man. That was a Tuesday. More oil and balm came in the morning. Wednesday, the sister told us, was visiting day, and we knew what that meant. We had heard about it from men wounded before us. Half the kind ladies in Plymouth would come to see us, thirsting for tales of valor and hairbreadth escapes. In their little bags they would have buns, nuts, eggs, and oranges. And the steeper each British Othello story became, the more of these edible pledges of pity would these Desdemonas shed. Our confidence was not misplaced. Wounded men were not yet the drug that they became when the battles of the Somme, Arras and Flanders had ruined the market by sheer overproduction. All that afternoon, a stream of munificent elderly women, all out for tales of gore, flowed from bedside to bedside. Their little bags were positively cornucopious. We honestly tried to give good value as well as get it. Wiser than are the monkeys and bears at the zoo, we ate nothing there and then. Every bun, every nut went under the blankets the moment the donor had moved on, lest the next philanthropist to arrive should be given the pain of supposing her egg or orange to be unrequired. And how we did yarn! Othello was a fool to us. Most of us were only common infantrymen, but every one of our tales was quite as tall as a grenadier guard. From 4 to 5 p.m., the hour of high change, you might say, there were 20 practitioners of the short story in full blast at one time, bucking away about battles and raids and great doings with bombs and what-not. I only once drew breath myself, just to arrange my store of gift groceries with my toes, down at the base of my bed, and then I could hear 19 voices whizzing along all together like this. I can say without exaggeration, Mum, the rats in that there trench was equally as big as cats. You'd wake up in the morning and find one in your armpit. Anywhere handy to your art, them rats would roost. That photo of me wife and Kitty saved me life twice over. 2 different bullets ricketed orf it. You'd be surprised the way a bullet rickets, ma'am. Arf these Germans use their own rifles. They're gamekeepers and all sorts of wash out bloody, ma'am, all sorts of things. Them French innkeepers, they won't serve you not a glass of beer without you put the money on the counter at the first go orf. A nasty independent lot. So these Australians started to break up the place. I'm not exaggerating when I say as that girl in the bar was heartbroken to see it. Oh no, Mum, me and the Colonel's the best of friends. There were 14 other voices at it, too. 14 upright merchants, striving with a will to export as much, and as attractive, merchandise as they were importing. Then I, too, resumed the good work, hammer and tongs, having counted 6 oranges with my left foot and drawn fresh inspiration from the feel of them. Nothing succeeds like success. Part 2. But even the most plentiful harvest must draw to an end. By 6:15, the last old lady had tottered away, full to the brim with hero stunts and sob stories, and still longing for more, like the Roman lady in Juvenal, who was worn out with the conversation of men, but had not had enough of it yet. We, too, were a little tired, and, in a way, we were a little ashamed. Still, no one could say much to anyone else. We were all in a tale, or a debauch of tales, splendidly mendacious. Together now we stepped down, as it were, from those sublime heights of fancy into the old homely world of mere truth, bringing our bulging sheaves with us. Private Toomey, next bed to mine, complimented me handsomely. "If it isn't the grand tale ye told to that old ancient woman, well, get me one. How in the world did it ever come into your head?" "Which was that?" I asked modestly. I had certainly been in the vein. "Whethen the one with the cat in it, sittin' outside of an enemy battalion headquarters, purrin' loudly and winkin' and all the heavy guns of the corps attemptin' to snipe her. That bait all that ever I heard for audacity." "Ah, yes, the cat's audacity," I said. No doubt I simpered. It seemed only decent not to jump at Toomey's homage as something due to myself. "No, but your own. The courage ye had in inventin' it first, and then palmin' it off on the whirl." "Toomey," I said quite sincerely, "that one yarn was true. No other but that one. Not the purring and winking, of course. That part's only artistry, same as your own. But the ground facts were as stated. Not unto me the praise be given. The corps did shell the cat." Toomey grew graver. "Ah, then," he said, If that be the case, me own little yarn might ha' done after all." As this was not lucid, I waited. Presently Toomey went on. "You see, when you're gabbin' any old tripe you can think of, to childer or old women or others, there'll be a thing, once and again, that you'll feel you can't play off at all, any more than you could a fifth ace in a game, because their minds' stomachs will turn at the unlikeliness of it. And yet maybe this thing is the truest of all, for the truth, if you see what I mean, has a very queer habit. For some old reason or other, she'll have a great wish in her mind to think of the impossiblest thing there could be, and to set it off happening. And you may be there at the time, and see it all happen, and yet you may think you've a very good right to hold your tongue ever after and not be getting the name of a liar, be telling the facts. It's one of those things I have now in me mind, and wishing to God that I'd not been fastidious about it today any more than yourself let the cat go to waste." I tried to console him. "Trot out your animal to me," I said. "Let us look her well over. She may be a winner and all, and there's plenty of time, Wednesdays and Wednesdays, before you'll be quit of this place with all the scrap iron you have in your vitals." Toomey could see that this was good sense. He was a complicated shrapnel case. First, the surgeons dug a bit of hardware out of him. Then they closed down that working, fatted him up for a month, and sank a new pit somewhere else on his person. Unless the whole seam petered out unexpectedly soon, Toomey's life might conform to this rhythm for the duration, the name at that time of prospective eternity. So Toomey took heart to relate the truth stranger than fiction. End of section 7. Section 8 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sleep, Gentle Sleep, Part 3. "I'll engage ye'll never have heard," Toomey said, "of an officer man that's showing the whole British Army how it should snipe. His name's— divil take what his name is. A name with 2 prongs." "Do you mean Hilford Simpson?" I said. I had heard of the rising star of that worker of wonders. "Ach, but ye know the whole world. That's the man. He started life be commanding meself and the rest of me company. Fair wild for the sniping and mad for intelligence work. He made me his bodyguard, me being one of the 2 marksmen there was in the company, so I'd be hanging round when Hilf was at his contrivance. One was 2 dummy heads he'd stick up, a short distance apart, for the nearest enemy sniper to perforate once. And then Hilf would lower the targets and follow the line of the thracks that the bullets had made through the heads, till be this and be that, and trigonometry and angles and gumption of ivory description. He'd pitch on the square foot of ground that the bullets had come from. Then somebody's number was up. All simply observation, Toomey, he'd say, the time we'd seen a Fritz sniper rowl over and done with it, where there'd been nothing before but a big bunch of grass. Observation and rational inferences from it, and mind ye, there isn't a thing that's too small to observe. When you see the rats be night dancing their reels to the moon on a bit of the enemy's parpet, they're trying to tell ye there's nobody near at the time. An ivory sparrow there'd be in the wood will let on if there's somebody in it, and what way he's going. So down with it all in the diary. I kept the wise words in me mind. He gave me a field glass and map and a diary. A diary's a child's writing book with a shiny black cover. I'd lie at me post as a company sniper logging me observations. 11-2 ac Imma. Sparrows nervous at L21D 25 to 65, or 940 pip Imma. Rats very aisy indeed at L21D 24 to 63. And then Helf would come round and say I'd done right. Only don't crump your natural style, he would say. Be keeping entirely to sparrows and rats, of which creatures, he'd say, I was making mention be way of illustration only. A gifted observer, he'd say, will strike out new lines of his own. And the very next day, me being wishful to please him, I struck out a line. The start of the thing was an empty old bully beef tin, or maybe a jam one. The phenomenon was seen flying through the air softly, slightly beyond an enemy's parapet. The open lid of it twiddled in flight the way of a stick of a tuck in a bomb. Whence the tin came, and the place where it pitched, were wholly invisible. All I could see was the upper part of the missile's trajectory, say 4 feet or 5, the sight you'd get of a football and you on the outside of the ground. I logged the apparition, 9:50 AC Imma, tin up at L21D 25 to 64, and went on observing. I hadn't been at it 10 minutes before the next tin took the air in the identical place. So I logged it. Be the end of me watch 9 rins of old tin had been fired, and next day the same, and the next after that. Never an entire quarter of an hour but 1 tin or more left the ground. Hilf came to me post the 3rd day, with the ears of him pricked and his nose flicking for scent. "What's this?" he says. "About tins?" I give the particulars. "What did ye infer from it to me?" says he. So says I, "Be the atin' of beef that they have going on, I'd say there's an officer's mess at one end of the track of the tins, and some sort of a midden at the other." "Very fair to me," says Hilf. "Very fair. Keep the tins under close observation." I did it. It was the end of July, and the weather hotter every day than the last. And a queer thing was this. At the hours the heat was extreme, a suspicion of irregularity was apt to creep into the tins. One midday was purgatory itself. And be heaven, there wasn't a tin up from 1:44 to 2:15. Hilf was struck by it greatly. "Take this clinical thermometer," he says, "and whenever there's fluctuations in the tins, log the temperature too. We'll have charts and curves yet," he says, and erect the thing into a science. We had the loyalist help with the log from Jacker, me fellow company sniper. He'd been a stockbroker clerk, and he was a man of talent and high education. It was he that taught me the scientific terms for reporting movements in tins. Tins opened strong at stand to, but sagged as the morning advanced. Tins flat in the afternoon hours, some regaining of tone towards night. Tins exceedingly brisk till 11, then a marked wakeness, 3 to 4:20 pip Imma, utter stagnation in tins. You'll observe what the general tendency was. Be August the 1st, we were through with that purgatory and well into hell. But August the 2nd bait all. That day was the lad. If ye'd touch your tin hat, it'd blister your hand. You could all but hear a slight hiss in the way the sentries were fried in their fat. Be 10 o'clock, the temperature had got the record stiff, and Hilf was the only soul in the place that was wholly awake be a livin'. Every half hour or less he'd visit me post, with a dancing light in his eye. "How's the tin industry to me?" he'd say, and I'd quote him tins feverishly soaring till 9, and then a bear movement developing the rest of the forenoon, appreciable revival till 2. So it went till 2:15, and then a miracle arrived, for the bottom fell out of the market. Clever and clane, not a tin made an offer to stir for 38 minutes. Hilf came and I told him. "Begad, the time's come," he says, looking for all the world like a man that sees he's alone with a lion, and he not afraid, and yet he sees it's a lion. "What's that, sir?" says I. "Is it Fritz falling back on the Rhine?" "Kape your eye," he says, "jammed on this absence of tins. Ye've me life in your hands and mebbe an entire platoon's." I grew apprehensive. "Sir," I began, "if there's anything doing—" "Ach, man, be aisy," he says. "I'll not leave ye behind. It's only mad divils the like of yourself I'd have with me in this." And that was a nice thing to say. He went off at the double, and he was back in 5 minutes. The colonel was with him, and men running up from all parts, buckling their belts and rubbing the sleepiness out of their eyes. I couldn't take me own eyes off me job, but I knew in me guts that Hilf would have picked the right men, be the only way that'll sift 'em. And that's asking, who wants to come? Pay attention, men, I heard the colonel saying. Captain Hilford Simpson will give you your orders. Then the captain expounded, quite confidential. Men, he says, be a strong chain of evidence. I have reason to think every German beyond is asleep. I'm now stepping across to make sure. If it's the way I suppose, I'll stand at an opening I know in the enemy's wire and signal you on, and you will join me without any noise. Beyond Fritz's wire, you will extend to 2 paces without further word of command. You will steal up on the enemy's trench, and you will leap 5 to 1 upon each of the 5 nearest Germans that's in it, and gag him so quick that there won't be a birth of sound to awake the next Fritz on either flank of the sector attacked. Then off with ye home, conducting the captives. Mind now, no killing or swearing or any description of hullabaloo or disorder. If anyone here wants to get back alive, this affair we're about must be, from beginning to end, an entirely peaceful abduction. Then the cap turned to me. Show the colonel the tin mine, he says, and fall in with the party. The colonel himself took over me post. He'd a whistle stuck in his mouth to blow the retire to Hilf if a tin would be stirring, and then Hilf departed. Ye'll understand how many entirely impossible things had to happen before the man would get off with his life. Every German there was in the landscape, sentry or sergeant or off-duty man or officer's servant or dog, had to be sleeping a match for the 7 grand sleepers of Ephesus. Hilf was betting his life that there wasn't a soul in the greatest fighting machine in the world that could keep an eye open after his dinner. If Hilf had been anyone else, I'd ha' called him an idiot. But he being Hilf, 'twas only the inordinate good sense of the man going further than madness. Once Hilf had an inference made, he'd put anything on it, anything. If he'd inferred that the fires were out, he'd have broke into hell in thick underclothing. So off he went promenading into the sunshine. All of it looked infested and venomous as soon as he went, the like of a fine Sunday possessed with a divil, and we listening there from one jiff to another for Fritz to carry the execution out at his aise, and Hilf legging it from one moment to moment of not being dead, till he'd actually reached Fritz's wire, and in be the private door, still keeping alive, till we saw him standing erect on the enemy's parapet and carefully inspecting the trench. And then, begod, he signaled us on, and we all ran to him like whippets, holding our tongues with the whole strength of our souls. If be any chance ye've believed me till now, ye may conjecture the sight that we saw. It was miles beyond human believing. Did ye ever hear tell about one sleeping beauty? She was a queen in a tale. They invented her several centuries back to please children. A queen with a palace and court and attendants and guards, and the whole of the set gone to bye-bye for hundreds of years. What we saw was the moral of that. One sentry had wholly relinquished his rifle and propped himself up for his aise agin the front wall of the trench, the way that a drunk will leave all and cleave to a lamp-post. Another had tucked the back wall for his bed, with the head of him sunk on his chest. The Pardos was lower than some, and 2 off-duty were in paradise upon it, snoring aloud. A third man, not carrying arms, had extended himself in the shade of the most stupendous mountain of old empty tins whatever ye saw. He had his mouth working softly in drames. An officer's servant, thought I, the man being relatively fat and at home with the tins. He'll have thrown them himself, and never a trace, north or south, within human sight, of anything else but men drugged with the strength of the sun, stupefied with it, and lost to the whirl. Any old attitude did them. You'd have a right to suppose all the sculptors on earth had been in for a prize for a statue of sleep. and that these were the offers the creatures had made at figures and emblems of him and his powerful workins. Hilf did it the way a conductor lets loose an orchestra, lifted his cane and looked round at us all to make sure we were tuned, and then he swished the cane down through the air the way a man starting a race drops the flag. And the men did it well. Every man of the 5 that we were kidnapping awaked wid his future decided without any trouble at all to himself. 2 hands round his throat till the gag was well in, and no bomb or rifle in reach, and no stabbing or clubbing or kicks in the guts, or any description of maulings, except to his feelings. And so they went quiet. That trench was a temple of peace, and no brawl disgraced it. As soon as the 5 sleeping beauties and all their new retinue pushed off for the west, Hilf whispered, "To me, Cape Cavey, the time I'll be making a sketch of these exemplary earthworks." And while he was drawing the trench in his book, and me wishful the drawing was done, he said to me slowly and softly, "Think of it, to me, the whole way up to the ocean, maybe, and the whole way down to the Alps, every Jerry unconscious." "And some of ourselves nodding very severely," says I. "It's not vice, or it's nature," says I. "Look at cats, or," I says. "Oh, blow the capital offence," says the cap. "I'm not thinking of that. What I have in me mind is the way any army would have its enemy beat if it could know the way he was feeling. Victory's lying about on the ground half the time to be had for the picking it up, if ye knew when to stoop for it. Gad, I believe we could roll up the German front line at the moment, all the way to the Say, with one good platoon, if the higher command wouldn't think it irregular. Well, I suppose we'd better go home to our tea." So we left, meditating. Part 4. I meditated, too. I had seen the first battle of Ypres, on the day the Germans had got it well won. If they had only known that they had nothing to do but to walk straight on over a few cooks and clerks to the sea and the conquest of Europe. Our own turn, as I didn't know then, was to come in 2 years, at the start of the Battle of Arras. Then we would only have to walk straight ahead, east of Vimy, to pick up victory like a ripe walnut blown down. If only we knew. And a year after that, the Germans, near Balliol and near Amiens, would merely have to plod on westward through 2 monstrous gaps in our poor battered line to win the whole war, if only they knew. War, a trial of strength between armies, a test of the relative goodness of causes, more of a kind of gymkhana with extraordinary prizes for all sorts of queer, freakish mindings of small P's and Q's, gumption in putting together one odd-looking 2 and another to make about 8. "Well," said Toomey, "d'you believe it?" I never could swallow the story in Shakespeare about a young sailor that went fast asleep at the top of a mast in a storm. Too tall, too steep. But I knew the feel of a bad night in trenches and then a long day of the tropical sun that dazed and bemused you, even on your feet, into heavenly trances of warm, honeyed peace, away from filth and fatigue and the stink of carrion and the millions of large insolent flies that would scarcely wait to eat you till you were carved for them properly. "Well," I said, "if it's not true, it's the lie of your life." "I must confess," Toomey modestly said, "that I've not made it up. I've no genius." "But tell me, would any civilian believe it? One that never has known what sleepiness is?" "Why, the Bun ladies probably think a nice afternoon nap is the regular thing." "You think I might feed it them, then, this week?" "If you don't, I certainly shall." "We'll see about it," said Toomey complacently. "Rowl on next Wednesday." End of Section 8, and end of Sleep, Gentle Sleep. Section 9 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Judith, Part 1. The average youth of 20 may expect to live for some 36 years. But if he was an infantry subaltern marching up into the Somme battlefront in the summer of 1916, his expectation of life was 13 days and a bit. Some men took this contracted horizon in one way, and some in another. One virgin youth would think, only a fortnight? Wouldn't do to chuck it in the strait. Another would think, only a fortnight? And life scarcely tasted. I must gather a rose while I can. Phil Gresson thought that he was, on the whole, for the rose. So he got a night's leave from Daour, where his company lay for 2 days, on its way to the mincing machine at Pozières. Then he borrowed the winking medical officer's horse and trotted off into Amiens, pondering what sort of wine to have with his dinner at Gobert's famed restaurant. Burgundy, he concluded. Burgundy was the winiest wine, the central, essential, and typical wine, the sole and greatest common measure of all the kindly wines of the earth, the wine that ought to be allowed to survive, if it were ever decreed that, after 13 days and a bit, only one single wine was to be left alive to do the entire work of the whole heart-gladdening lot. He thought it all out very sagely. Gobert's was full. Gresson just bagged the last single table. Soon the rising buzz of talk drew its light screen of sound in front of the endless, slow thud of the guns in the east. Soon, too, the good Burgundy did its kind office, and Phil's friendly soul was no longer alone. All the voices at the other tables had melted into one mellow voice. He recognized it as the genial voice of the whole of mankind, at its admirable best. Not stiff, or cold, or forbidding, as some voices seemed at some times. It set him all aswim in a delicious reverie about the poignant beauty of this extreme brevity that had come upon life. 13 days and a bit. And then all love, all liking, all delight to lie drowned forever at the bottom of an endless night. Lovely, lovely. The individual life just a mere wisp of an eddy formed and reformed on the face of a stream, and then smoothed away. Oh, it was good Burgundy, and Phil, a modest and a sober youth, drank more of it than he had ever drunk of any wine at a sitting. At 10 he strolled out of Gobert's, full of beautiful thoughts, and decided first to have a look at the celebrated cathedral. He was quite an intelligent boy, and had read that the great Ruskin thought it all round the most topping cathedral in France. So he worked northward along the Rue Saint-Denis, to its end and then to the left, to reach the west front. The west front looked all right as far as he could see, but it was a very dark night. No moon, no lamps lit in the streets, all the shops shut, and not many people about. For over the southern suburbs, one enemy aeroplane was on duty after another, bombing the railway, and bombs addressed to a railway may be delivered anywhere else. One ancient trade, all the same, did not slacken, bombs or no bombs. Wherever a British soldier walked after dark, in the streets of Amiens, in that year, a kind of firefly lamps would kindle their tiny electric lights in his path, and out of the deepened darkness that each of these made in its rear, there would come a whispered assurance that some rose was there and only asked to be gathered. In the ears of the undebauched Gresson, most of these voices were more like curbs than spurs to the promptings of youth. But just as he turned from the Place Notre-Dame to go back to the Rue du Soleil, the sudden casting of one of the wee jets of electric light on his uniform and his face was followed by an English greeting that pulled him up with a jerk. "Alone? At this late hour? What would Mother say?" The mere words were nothing. Their jaunty jocosity was the common slang of a trade. Nor was it anything out of the way that the words were spoken in English. Half the sisterhood did that in France. What made him stop and say, "Hello," was the quality of the voice. It was everything that nobody could expect from the tongue of a streetwalker hawking her person to any chance ruffian a foreign army might throw in her way. It had depths and reserves. Like some rare and gifted woman's most fugitive looks, it seemed subtly to index and vouch for many old forces and causes, of slow growth and long operation, character, race, a culture carefully sheltered and long in the building. Besides, the brazen facetiousness had come out, as it were, in spite of some revolt in the speaker. And yet, as he gasped his "hello," she acted the courtesan with a will. She flashed her lamp on her own face, her hair, her bust, as if to say, "There, see the goods before buying." Gresson gasped again. The woman was a Juno. No, a tragic muse. Tall, deep-bosomed, the regular features grave, with a deep and ample expressiveness. The face of one of those most beautiful women who have achieved an intense absorption in some other thing than their own beauty. And she doing this. She that, to see or to hear, made you feel how gloriously far a woman may be from a mere slave or a mere animal. There must be some enormous mistake somewhere, some sort of fantastic illusion. All the ardent, super-rational respect of clean-minded boys for womankind in the mass was tingling in the voice of Gresson when he made shift to answer politely, in his bad French, "And you, madame? Under enemy fire?" "Enemy? German?" she asked. He explained that the dry buzz which was then growing louder was more smoothly continuous than the hum of any British aeroplane. "He's coming this way," he said. "Look!" He pointed upwards at a white patch that had just broken out on the underside of a cloud, almost directly above them. At that place the fiery stares of 2 British ground searchlights had just rushed together. They had been searching the sky for the raider, each light working on its own, as 2 town policemen search a suspected backyard with their lanterns. Now one of them had found, and the other had instantly wheeled round to share in the find, and to help keep the quarry in sight. Like a fly walking on a high ceiling, a black speck was scudding across the disk that the searchlights had painted in luminous fresco on the black dome of night. But the disk moved with the speck. Wherever the speck went, its halo of brilliance was round it. The girl gazed up eagerly. When she sighted the thing that was ranging the sky, with its glory all about it, she let out an "Ah!" that made Gresson feel sure she was not funked at all, and yet that she was decidedly stirred. "Like God," she muttered. It made Gresson start. The words had an aptness, no doubt, to that enskied engine of wrath, remote, alone, girdled with light, throbbing with power, like a Jehovah of old when he floated out on black wings over a culpable earth with his bolt in his hand. But gosh, what a woman to see it like that! French, and yet able to stand off, and see a Boche bomber busy above her as anything but a foul vampire bat let out of hell for an hour. Our Tommies might think in that detached way about enemies, but a civilian, a woman, a French one at that, she must be a genius. While Gresson digested this latest course of the full meal of surprise that the evening had brought him, Jehovah let fly, to some purpose. When a bomb of some size falls anywhere near in the dark, it feels as if the big splash of flame from the burst were all round you. The sound, too, fills your whole world for a moment. Then there comes, just for a second, a quite remarkable silence. And then certain smaller noises, consequent on the original smash, begin to rise clear of the silence. When Gresson's eyes and ears came to themselves, a large broken branch of a tree was settling down to the ground, with a soft, leafy crash of crushed boughs. Some man up the street was screaming with pain, and the singular girl was a blob of black daubed anyhow on the blackish gray of the pavement. The metal of her little flash lamp tinkled on the stone as it fell out of her slackening hand. He grabbed the lamp and looked at her. She was alive. Her eye flinched under the light. She had no obvious wound. But she had the look that Gresson, a youth now well versed in bloodshed, liked least of all the looks painted on faces and bodies by the queer artistry of scientific slaughter. It was the battered, bullied look of a mouse kicked to death in the dust. As often happened through the caprices of shellfire, she was stripped half naked. Her hat, with its flowers, was tumbled and spoilt. The little gewgaws of her pitiful occupation were all disordered. What remained of her clothing was knocked about, dirtied and torn. That grotesque and cruel disarraying moved the young expert in carnage more than he could have believed until he felt it. All thought of sex was gone in a moment. Now she was only a sort of poor human rag doll that had been used as a football. That or a child caught and horribly mauled by some brute of a force, while trundling her little soiled hoop through the mud. He laid her easy and straightened her disheveled clothes as well as he could, and then waited a minute, wondering whether a flake of the bomb had done her business for good, or only grazed and badly shocked her. In either case, what must he do? Get her to a hospital, he supposed. While he leant over her, thinking, she suddenly spoke, faintly but in the most earnest entreaty, as though she had detected his thought. "Not to a hospital. No." "All right," he assured her. "Don't worry." She took a moment of rest, and then said in a voice that tried to be firm, "Will you help me to rise?" He tried, and she made a game effort. It was hopeless. One knee was clean out of action. When she attempted to use it, her whole weight came upon him at once. "Madame," he urged, "may I carry you to the hospital? It is 200 yards only." She said, "No, no, I beg you, for the love of God," so piteously that he was silenced. "You don't know," she said in a passionate whisper, "the way French hospital people would treat a woman like me." That brought him a new pang of compassion. He couldn't do what she dreaded so much. But Lord, how his mess would guffaw, could they see him there now, stuck and perplexed, with the head and neck of a Midianitish tragedy queen sustained in his arms. "But, madame, what to do?" he said, in a voice almost as imploring as hers. "You'll help me, no?" she entreated, always in English. "I live, not very far off, with you helping me. I have a friend there. I'll be all right there if, with your infinite goodness—" But no mere helping would do it. Shyly and carefully he lifted her up in his arms, said, "You must tell me the way," and so set off, he knew not whither, through the empty and echoing streets. She steered him up the street of Saint-Denis, along the street of the Three Pebbles, the Regent Street or Broadway of Amiens, and down the smaller street of the Three Naked Bodies without heads, to an unlighted house at its far end. Not a soul did they meet on this picturesque progress, except a corporal's party of English military police, out upon their everlasting quest of drunks and strays. As a matter of form, the corporal challenged the odd caravan. He was not scandalized, seriously. Any natural gift for wonder with which a British soldier policeman set out to scour the streets of Amiens in those days was much assisted to wear itself out. Even the sight of a second lieutenant, bearing away a pallid Aspasia, with blood dripping from the long heels of her shoes, did not astonish. "Pass, British officer, and all's correct," was the formula that the corporal used, to disclaim further interest in the incident. Gresson could have wished that the words described the case better. Correct. Why, not to speak of its more general lack of correctness, the girl had moved convulsively in his arms at the corporal's challenge. One of her hands had plunged somewhere into her dress, and had not altogether come out again, but he could have sworn that between its half-hidden fingers he saw the shine of a silvery little pistol, the miniature kind that can give you an adequate dose, and yet have a remarkably small displacement of air in a pocket. "I shouldn't bring that any further out if I were you," Gresson had said at the moment, in his bad French, but in the fatherly tone that an old professional handler of arms of precision may permit himself, in explaining the etiquette of their use to an inexperienced young woman. And she had taken it so, had left the firearm in its lair and had brought the hand out and shown him its palm, open and empty, and said, "See, I am sage," like a French child when it vows to be good. But why pistols at all? And why the queer mode of their entry into the dark little house in the Street of the Three Naked Bodies? He was for ringing the bell, but she said, "No, please bring me near. I will knock." And then she beat a curious little tattoo on the glass panel with a big ring that she wore. It was as if somebody had been standing just on the other side of the door, waiting in the dark for that tattoo. So immediately did a dim light appear within and the door open. Its opener was a staid woman of 30 or so, in the rig of a hospital nurse, who lost her composure at once, gave a cry of horror, and flung herself on the patient with a wild outburst of sorrow and tenderness. "She's hurt, can't walk. A bomb, you know," said Gresson in his bad French. "Permit me to carry her to her room." The nurse, gulping sobs and alternately charging ahead a few steps and looking anxiously back, gave him a lead up the stairs. Concerned as he still was, it was a relief to be out of the streets. Here would he see, at any rate, no British corporal. Sheltered from public derision, he could take notice of things. And what a house it was! Every lamp, every hanging, every fireplace and chair had the grim, cold, dully classical look common in French bourgeois interiors. He had been billeted in such houses. But the home of the stodgiest trader, the steeliest country attorney, had looked less drearily loyal to the conventions than this. And it an arbor for Venus, a Paphian bower. Why, it was enough to freeze a bacchante. These women, too. A dim lamp overhead will make almost any face appear grave, but neither of theirs needed that. They made him feel he had gained their goodwill, but also that there was something about them which he was utterly out of, far outside it, and never to come any nearer, and yet unaccountably warmly regarded. Could that be common in women, for whom the bedevilment of their womanhood had become a career? And how the damaged one had stuck the torments that his joggly walk must have inflicted. A Joan of Arc, begad! He laid her reverentially down on her bed, that the other showed him. Then he put on the right cheerful tone, as he thought, for the sick, and said farewell in his decentest French. "Eh bien, au revoir, mesdames." With a most friendly earnestness, the wounded woman said, "No, never, never. If you should ever meet me again, by an accident, you are to think only this, that you are in danger, and go away very quickly, without looking or speaking. Please do not think me ungrateful. I was not unconscious, not for one little moment tonight. I know all your courage and kindness and strength, and your clean and delicate heart when I was abased. I only say never, because this is the one kind thing I can say without a disloyalty." She spoke with feeling, as if there were really some dreadful danger, as in the old romances, from which he was to be guarded. Well, he supposed that a woman of pleasure, with all that she knew, must want to warn any man to whom she wished well, to warn him off her own world with its expense of spirit and its wastes of pain. He looked across at the older woman, as if in appeal against a judgment too drastic. Between the two women there seemed to pass glances that questioned and answered, and then the elder one shook her head too, always with that blended expression of reticence and benevolence. He couldn't help jibbing at the last moment against this decree of finality and his severance from an enigma so beautiful. "Madame," he said rather pleadingly, "may I not have even a name to remember?" She turned her dead-white face on the pillow and looked at his eager, ingenuous one. The face of the English nice boy, at its nicest, with a sort of fierce kindness. "Yes," she said. "Judith. Remember it carefully." She closed her eyes, and the other woman led him out of the house.
He went off straight to ring at the Hotel du Rhin and get a bed. He felt in a way a little discomfited. Had he not gone forth, like others, to see life and have a good time, as they say? Had not the medical officer winked when he borrowed the horse? What would they say in the mess when he went back and avowed that he still had his ridiculous innocence? Wouldn't they laugh? And yet he was elated, too. He hadn't got what they thought so much of, but he had got what, somehow, was bigger. The skirts of something high and passionate had brushed him as it passed. In some indefinable way, there was more in the world than before. Life was a taller adventure. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Judith, Part 2. An average, however accurately drawn, is only an average. It isn't a maximum. Not through any precaution of his. Gresson survived the next fortnight. He did well in a futile attack and under a smashing counterattack. When the rags that were left of the division were taken out of the line, he was the only officer left in his company. So he was now the acting commander of all the 37 NCOs and men that were left on their legs. Through Albert and Amiens, the dog-tired remnant trailed back at his heels to Ailly on the Somme to rest and refit, and one of its many long halts was made under the trees of the Boulevard du Mail at Amiens, a few minutes' walk from the Street of the Three Naked Bodies. Gresson's own legs felt like sackfuls of lead, but he plodded off to get a daylight glimpse of the casket containing the mystery. All its mystery was gone. A fly-blown "House to Let" bill was stuck in a window. The shutters were closed. So that was to be the absolute end of his one Arabian Nights entertainment. He stumped back to the men who were lolling and chaffing under the dusty leaves, and in 10 minutes more they tramped off for Piquigny and Ailly. Gresson asked nothing more of God and the great and wise among men than that his acting command should be made substantive. But the ways of higher commands are not a subaltern's ways, nor are his wishes theirs. Just when the men were getting comfortably settled in and playing football rapturously in the August dust, orders came to Ailly from on high for Gresson to report at once to Colonel Mallam of Intelligence at GHQ. He found this red-tabbed colonel refreshingly unregimental. He talked to a fellow as if such things as ranks did not exist. So Gresson, he said, he seemed to know all about Gresson, had taken an engineering course at Charlottenburg before 1914. Yes, a 2-year course. Did Gresson know Germany well? Some bits of it. Yes, Dusseldorf, Cologne, Bonn, Frankfurt, most of the Rhineland. Did he speak German well? Even the humble-hearted Gresson couldn't deny it as flatly as he could deny any imputation of speaking good French. Hadn't he and his sister had a beloved Hanoverian governess all the days of their childhood? Anyhow, the colonel cut out any modest shilly-shally by speaking himself, from that point onward, in German of a perfection that Gresson observed with respectful, though silent, astonishment. Gresson in turn seemed to make a handsome impression. "Gad," said the colonel, reverting to English at last. "Some linguist. You won't be a second lieutenant long." "I'm in acting command of a company, sir," Gresson replied, with some pride. "And that's a damn fine thing to be," said Mallam cordially. "I've tried it. I've tried only one thing that's finer. Do you guess what it is?" "I don't, sir," said Gresson. In fact, he doubted whether the world contained such a jewel. "It's a game," said the colonel, "with much the same risk, only you take it alone, and you take it dead cold. No one within 50 miles who isn't an enemy." "I see it now, sir," said Gresson. "Of course, it's a volunteer's job. I don't press you to go into Germany. Don't even advise you. All I say is that, with your local knowledge and very exceptional German and, if you'll excuse me,
You're a very ingenious mug. You might do intelligence work of deuced high value. Feel like it?" Gresson's heart was jumping with glee. Why, here he was, at the very heart of the rose, let into the last, inmost mystery and thrill of glorious war. "Who wouldn't, sir?" he said. Part 3. In a snug country house in Artois, a party of British officers seemed to be living a nice peaceful life of their own for a good part of the war. They did not dine out, but men from neighboring messes would see 2 or 3 of them on the road, and would think what an odd lot they were, and how fresh and unweathered the coveted ribbons that most of them wore, and what indoor people some of them looked, and how much time they all seemed to have on their hands for a walk or a ride. Some wag suggested that they had found a sort of male convent, the latest wonder of the war, where all the official rewards of combatant valor were gained by an innocent life of fasting and prayer. Probably none of the neighbors noticed that now and then one of these persons of leisure would disappear for a few days, or a month, or altogether, nor know that one of the hermits had just been listed in the Gazette as missing, believed to have died in enemy hands. In this shy place and in other purlieus of intelligence, the ingenuous Gresson now went to school. He learnt the whole system and structure of espionage and of counter-espionage, its twin sister. He got up the Underground Railway, the routes by which escaped British prisoners of war or hunted spies were guided, and passed on from guide to guide, till a ferry across the enemy line had been reached, and the final rush must be risked. He heard about the pigeon post and the little fire balloons that sailed off eastward on west winds with a pigeon or 2 in the basket hanging below, and the little flame nicely adjusted to let the balloon down where friends would expect it, about the right distance behind the enemy's front. His mind came to see Germany and the occupied parts of Belgium and France as a map, speckled thickly with infinitesimal spots of sound British red, eyes and ears of British intelligence, noting each movement of German troops, guns, supplies, railway metal, and hospital outfit. Those were the local agents, and now and then they had to be visited, as a merchant in New York or London visits his outlying agents in China or Africa, just to judge their efficiency and devotion, hearten them up, coach them in the latest modes of publicity, transport, and salesmanship, and instill the inspiring faith that good work never passes unseen by the Olympian eyes of the firm, and that shining guerdons await the virtuous. Oh, plenty to learn, and presently plenty to do, not obtrusively. Part 4. He had become, in 2 years, a neat hand at the trick, and a major with good marks to his name, when an airman, still more boyish than himself, put him down in the dusk of a winter evening on a great frozen field in the bend of the Rhine between Godorf and Cologne. In the eye of reason, such a descent was not possible. It was almost as if a German plane had set down passengers in Richmond Park. But some bluffs depend for success upon their very absurdity. They are too mad to be guarded against. Major Gresson's pink-faced pilot had plenty of time to bid the impudent farewell. "So long, old son," and then to rise cannily from the petrified mud and rough grass of the field, and to wind up his steep spiral staircase of air to the height he wanted, before every searchlight from Bonn to Cologne was groping for him all over the sky. A German anti-aircraft gun on a fast motor lorry was on the spot in 5 minutes, eagerly guided for the last few hundred yards by a discharged Bavarian soldier, who had seen everything. "A single-seater, Sergeant, a small biplane," he informed the NCO in charge of the gun. "I think the swine had engine trouble. My God, if I had had my old rifle! But ach, this forever damned leg! I couldn't even get near him in time." The poor man did, indeed, walk very lame from the knee wound that had ended his soldiering days, and sent him tramping the roads of the Rhineland in his old army tunic and boots, with the interval filled by a pair of the reach-me-down trousers of peace. He also wore the Iron Cross, and he made no secret of a pocketful of chits redounding enviably to his military honor. His face was young, fair, and ingenuous, but he took a good look at the red-worsted regimental number on the sergeant's shoulder-strap before he said much about his own regiment. The little flutter was soon over. The sergeant presented the youthful veteran with a cigar, and took himself off with his gun and its crew. Then the lame Bavarian hobbled off briskly along the high road running into the north, where a turbid red glow on the underside of a cloud marked the site of Cologne. The twilight was all but night now. A thin whistling wind stung the Bavarian's face. The black frost was hardening. About every half-mile the Bavarian stopped dead and listened carefully. Not a boot, except his own, was ringing on the road. After each time that he thus made sure of being alone, he had much less of a limp, and went much faster, till it was getting near time to listen again. When the few bleared window lights of the village of Roden came into sight, he limped very badly again. That was a Tuesday evening. In the evening dusk of the following Monday, the super-boyish pilot, with nobody in the observer's seat, was to turn off his engine at some immense height in the sky and great distance away, and slope silently down to the very spot where he had made his first landing. There, if still alive, a German ex-soldier was to be blowing his nose with a white hanky and whistling "The Watch on the Rhine," with some slight variations, but always fortissimo. This, you perceive, was a thoroughly reasoned arrangement. Having been caught asleep there only 6 days before, the Germans were sure to be on the watch at that point, so sure that it was also sure that no British pilot would be such a fool as to take liberties there for a long time to come. So sure of this were the Germans certain to be, that it was quite a sound spec for the British air staff to assume that no place could be safer for that boy to land on next week. You see, we all grew into psychologists during the war. We probed into layer below layer of our enemy's thoughts, second thoughts, counter-thoughts, forethoughts, and afterthoughts. Sometimes we brought off grand strokes in this way, and sometimes we didn't. End of section 10. Section 11 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Judith, Part 5. Gresson's long tour of calls on the agents was finished before noon on the Sunday. He was enormously glad of it. Each call had been a separate danger, for many spies are in the pay of both sides. It means double money, and also protection behind either front, and lots of news to be got on each side and sold on the other. Their double game is often known to one or both of their employers, but, even then, they may be thought to be useful. Bits of false news may be deftly put in a double spy's way, for him to snap up and convey to his second paymaster. But even a double spy may have other and more intractable passions to clash with his deep thirst for coin. He may really be backing one side. He may secretly want it to win, and it may not be the right one. A spy has been known to make a quite dramatic final break with one of his two clients in business. The last time that one capital spy, as he had been thought, was dropped behind the German front, he took a shot with his revolver at the English aeroplane that had just dropped him. Others declare to win, as we say on the turf, by denouncing a fellow spy whom they meet in the country of their choice. Gresson knew all this, and whatever people may say of the thrills and fine savours of peril, it was never with any flawless and wholehearted enjoyment that he went into the house of some venal scrub, who at any moment might throw up the window and yell for a policeman to lead Gresson off to the slaughter. Between each of these calls and the next, he would rest from fear for a little and look into shop windows, or at the scenery, till he felt he could do with another dose of blue funk. By midday on Sunday he was as tired of the hard labor of holding down his apprehensions as you might be if you had been shaved 30 times in a week by a person who might or might not feel like cutting your throat, about even betting each way. Now, Gresson, although he was getting on very well as a serpent, in a professional way and for the good of his country, was still a bit of a dove in some other ways. He was simple. He did not keep up with the more brisk-minded youth of his day. He was a poor hand at sneering. It never occurred to him that a thing must needs be wholly rubbish if other people had treasured it for a few 100 years. In fact, he was unconventional, and he did and thought what he liked, without shouting about it. This careless disrespect for current fashion was privately carried so far that he went quite often to church, merely because he liked going. And though he had no genius for prayer, as some people have, he had a private hobby of glowing when he was in church, with intense and humble longings for things of the more decent sort that he specially valued or admired, and also of working up a fervent sort of gratefulness, to whom he couldn't say, for everything that had lately gone well with him. So it occurred to him now that, having half a day free in Cologne, he would go to the afternoon service in the cathedral. He found an empty seat in the inner south aisle, near a pillar and slightly turned to the left, so that it gave him a view of all the huge nave. There was scarcely another man in the place. All the thousands of women who filled it were wearing dead black, and most of them the dress of widows, half a furlong of widows. Some of the faces were veiled, and some not. Even of the veilless women many were soundlessly weeping. Many other faces were marred with the salt scald of more secret tears. The winter daylight was failing. The lamplight was meagre. Opposite Gresson in the north windows, the prelates and saints and heraldic blazonments were sinking into mere lustrous darkness. The dim religious light was its most sombre self. The Gothic forest gloom, the death of the short, bitter day, the shadows in the hearts of all these smitten women, the great cloud blackening over a falling nation. Gresson felt them all press in upon him together and quiet and soften him. As the service went on, he insensibly gave himself up to it more and more wholly. He let it work upon him as it would. Soon he lost all consciousness of his disguise and his danger, indeed of everything but the rite, the chanting, the figure implied and evoked by it all, the figure of youth and its gifts, even the gift of the clean soul's inner serenity, given up freely for love of something undeservedly beloved. Just to hold alive in his mind the idea of that was an ecstasy, to be prolonged at the full height and heat of its joy, by gazing intently at something, anything, the flame of a tall candle, the gleam of a lectern of brass. So he gazed level, along a row of the ranged faces, at a light burning beyond, till a trivial movement in front of him broke the precarious spell of this highly strung reverie. One of the faces had made a half-turn towards his own, as though the intensity of his gaze had emitted a jet of some sort that could brush past a cheek and be felt. A woman was gazing at him steadily with an air of utter astonishment. He knew her at once. She wore widow's clothes. Her features were thinner. Some force would seem to have taken them when they were softer than now and molded them into a fixed tragic mask. If all the lost hopes in the world had been shoveled into one grave, such a mask might have been put at its head. Yet he knew her at once. No other face, he was sure, could have had just that proud sculpturing of the brows and the chin, or the poised self-control of the lips and eyes that he had carried in all their harlotry kit through the streets of Amiens. But she here! Why, of course, she too must be here as a spy. Not in the regular way, for she would have been on his list. Perhaps she was one of the fearful women of legend, queenly and monstrous Delilahs, the vessels of Sadic vengeance that have delighted to turn an enemy's lusts into gins and knives to trap him and stab him. He fancied that France had given birth to such women before. The medical officer had told him so. The service was ending, women rising wearily from their knees, shaking their skirts a little and streaming away. The Chimera woman waited a little. Gresson waited too, till she gave him a look or gesture. He wasn't sure which, but he knew that he was being bidden to follow her out. As she moved towards the west door, he fell in behind her. Where a weak lamp burned under the porch, she stopped, turned, and said, "So, it is you," in the German that all must speak there. "I trust you recovered," he said, "without very bad pain." Pain! She seemed to reject the idea that such pains could matter. She looked at his motley get-up as a disabled soldier, discharged, and wearing out bits of his old uniform. Her eyes softened a little. "And so," she said, "all the time you were one of us, and on duty like me, in that horrible city. Horrible!" "Us!" His word was little more than a gasp. The escape that must come when the breath has been taken away by some smashing news of strange vision. "May we walk on?" he said. "There." He pointed to the wide-flagged space east of the Domhof, where nobody used to walk then. She nodded and walked on beside him. He used every second of silence to think the case out in his head, and to plan an escape for himself. So that was what she had been, the seductress spy of all ages, and he, the British fool officer who was to babble in her arms. She might have caught him, too. Thank God for that bomb. But now she had him, caught, done for, the moment his German slipped up or he let out a fact that gave him away. They had reached the big vacant flagged square when she asked abruptly, "You knew what I was when you saved me? You knew I was dead if they once got me into a hospital, with the papers I had in my clothes?" He didn't answer. He asked his own question. "Papers, madame? British papers? Army ones?" "Of course. Every shred I had got on that journey in France." "From British officers, whom you had—" Imprudent but uncontrollable anger was flaming up in his mind. To think of poor devils, perhaps his own friends, under their sentence of death, trying to get their last gulp of pleasure out of this world, and then tricked by this dignified harlot into betraying the lives of their men. And yet it was part of his nature to pull in his tongue before it could say the most venomous word. But she understood, partly. "No," she said. "Yours was the first British uniform I had approached, in that way. That was the miracle. God put a German inside it, to guard me. A true German, pure-minded, brave. Yes, it was a miracle. I was like Abraham. I had risked what was most precious to me, and at the last moment my sacrifice had been spared me, and you were the last man, as well as the first, to whom I was to offer my body." Amazement was quenching his anger. It shouldn't have done so. It wasn't his job to be moved or to admire. It wasn't the way to get home and bring the goods with him. And yet he was moved. There are times when you feel not to yield admiration, even to enemies, would be treason to all that is finest in life. He murmured, "You offered that sacrifice." "What woman wouldn't, for Germany, if she knew all that I knew?" Her voice was not loud, but it had the brooding fervor that some women's have when they bend and dote in ecstasy over a child. They stopped short on the flags. "Only listen," she said, and he felt a detaining finger placed on his sleeve. The unlighted streets had emptied. Silence was almost complete. Through it there rose to their ears the urgent whisper of a great river busy at its work, brushing 100 piers and quays with the insistent swish of its voluminous stream. The Rhine. As she breathed the word, she seemed to cling to it and caress it, as if just to utter it were a key giving entrance to gardens of felicity. The Rhine and the vines and the forests and all the old, kind, simple life of brown, hard-working people in villages, and the songs and dear ways of our own. He muttered. How could you do it? He had a sister who would have done much for England, but some things were almost unthinkable. See, she said more quietly, as a friend reasons with a friend. My husband was killed in the month of our marriage. My 2 brothers were killed. I had no sister. My father and mother were dead, and we were losing the war, and my husband had said you could win any war if you only knew what your enemy had in his mind. And Judith had won a great war in that fearful way, and why shouldn't I? But oh, the horror of it. Yes, you're right, you understand. The thought of some foul-lusting boar, half drunk with his slobbery tusks. And then the miracle came, and you were courteous, and noble, and delicate in your heart and your hands. Do you know what I wished? In my mind, secretly, when I thought you were English, I wished with all the strength of my heart, of course it was only a wild, fantastical wish, that some day that one Englishman, only just he, might be in a danger as deadly as mine was, and I there to help him. You would have helped him? Yes. Even if his were the very same danger as yours? You mean if he... Yes, if he were in Germany, doing what you did in France. If you met him here now, skulking about in disguise, and you suddenly saw who it was, some 30 paces away across the dark square, a sentry in front of a building paced up and down on his post, with a smart little stamp of a foot at each about turn. Would you call out to that sentry? Said Gresson. He didn't know why he was putting it to the touch and taking her at her word. We don't know why we do many things that we do. Something other than reason, something below it, emits an imperious impulse that comes to the top like a bubble of air from the invisible bed of a pool. It must burst into action. She saw in a moment what he was avowing. She stopped dead. She seemed to grow taller. He felt he had lost the great throw. He was done for, had tried to strike on something that might be responsive in her ferocious and generous mind, and had struck on the ferocity only. In the dark he could see her eyes burn at him like those of a beast crouching back in a cave. You dared, she said, with an intense, quiet fury. You dared to prostitute that uniform, that cross. The game was all but up, and one thing he could swear would not help him with her, and that was to whine. You dared worse, you brave woman, he said. You were shameless. For a second or two she said nothing under his taunt. She stood perfectly still. The queer, clear calm which extreme danger brings to some men had come on him now. He wondered almost tranquilly. Was anything within her mind struggling with anything else? Had he a single friend left in that redoubtable citadel? When she did speak, it was low and resentfully. Why to God did you tell me? God knows. I don't, he said quite sincerely. Perhaps because you had said things about yourself. Frightfully intimate things. It feels better to give a bit back in the confidence line and not do all the taking. Sort of vanity, probably. Well, aren't you calling that sentry? He asked almost sharply, prompted by some inarticulate guide like a wrestler's perception of when to shift his grip, or strain harder, or give for a moment. She made some gesture. He couldn't see what it was. He guessed it to mean she put off, for a few minutes more, his sentence of death. Her voice, when it did come, was almost a wail. What possessed you to come? You, a man with clean fighting to do. A woman has nothing to use but cunning and sex. But a man, what need had you to turn spy? What devil possessed you? He did not weigh the words of his answer. A hare with the breath of a greyhound hot on her thighs does not weigh this and that. Some god gives her the tip when to double and which way to go, and she does it. Listen again, he said in his turn. and so pressingly that she too held her breath, and the Rhine could again be heard whispering earnestly. "Listen to it, you," he said in a low voice as earnest as its. "You think I have got nothing like that in my ears? I live in a house on the Thames, near a weir. When I was a boy I went off to sleep every night to the sound of the lasher, water tumbling about at the end of our garden, always the same and always changing, like somebody's voice. Well, that's my Rhine. That's the voice of my country, to me. It's what told me to put on this kit and come here. When I lie down in your prison tonight, I shall hear it until I'm asleep. I don't suppose all this is rational. Your Germany may be a much finer country than ours. It's love, though. Isn't that the thing to go by? Don't it make everything right that's done for it? Even what you were going to do for it? Even what I'm doing here? Go quickly, she said, before I remember my duty. He made out that she was extending a hand in farewell. He found it ungloved and kissed the back of it twice. You are even more splendid, he said before letting it go, than I thought you that night in Amiens. And you, she said, have the great heart that I saw in you then. She hurried off towards the riverside quarter beyond the black bulk of the cathedral, and Gresson hurried off, almost forgetting to limp, the opposite way, to hide in the thronged Hohestrasse and make for the old Severin Gate to the south. Cologne was a sizable city, but not big enough to hold that magnificent woman and him. Part 6. As punctual as a constitutional king, the plane glided silently down the long slant, from the clouds to the field in the bend of the Rhine. "Not nabbed, sir, yet?" the cheerful boy said airily as Gresson scrambled in. "Simple souls, these Germans." Gresson wasn't so sure, but there was no need to answer. The whirling blast from the propeller had begun to blow the hoarfrost off the turf under the plane. Nothing more could be said without effort or easily heard, until the many-colored lights of their home port came rushing forward and upward to bring the frozen traveler in. End of Section 11, and of Judith, by Charles Edward Montague. Section 12 of Action, by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Ways of His Heart, Part 1. I went down today to revisit St. Mel's on the Thames, where I had lived till I was 20. When I was that old, my parents had died. The winds that blow young men about the world had dispersed my brothers and me, and we had sold our father's house to some stranger. So I had not seen St. Mel's for a good 40 years till today. Not that I wasn't fond of the place. It was only that I had got on, and success keeps you busy. You cross to St. Mel's by a ferry, belonging to nobody in particular. Any licensed waterman who can lay hold of a boat may ply for hire there. This had made the ferry, when I was a boy, a recognized refuge for watermen out of a job, or too old to work much. By taking turns to scull people across, they could earn the price of a meal or a pint, but they couldn't get rich. There were too many of them. You see, there was no dole in those days, and old men got no pensions. When I reached the ferry steps, no boat was waiting on that side, so I shouted across. A faint hail responded. Through the pale golden mist of the fine autumn forenoon, I could make out a dim figure that slowly took motion on the opposite shore, and a dim boat slowly detaching itself from the bank. Soon I could just hear, in the motionless air's utter stillness, a dipping of sculls almost unthinkably lifeless. I understood that. I remembered the sort of old boys that used to be here in my time, veterans twisted and cramped with rheumatics, used-up men who were removed immeasurably from oneself, secluded far out of reach, among the mysteries and glooms of failure
and old age. Could they have ever really been young? Could any of them ever have resembled that figure and symbol of wild, overflowing vitality, who had once come among them, just for the moment, as if sent to give a vivid measure of the tragic distance separating those frozen ancients from the warm center of life? Jock Gadam. That had been this meteor's name. I remembered him well. No lack of pith had brought the young jock to the ferry, rather excess of it, or these wondrous creatures betray you into mixed metaphors, the vivacious splash of animal spirits so high that they had to spill over the rim now and then. Jock had come to sojourn at the ferry like some young ruffler of the Middle Ages, who had killed his man in a jovial affray, and had then fled for sanctuary to a company of elderly monks till the thing should blow over. Simply in the gaiety of April blood, Jock had given lip, with some sprightliness, to a crabbed employer. So a good man had lost a good job. But of course he would soon get another. Wasn't he the prettiest and fastest sculler on the river, bar Bill East? Hadn't he won Doggett's coat and badge in his apprenticeship? Didn't everybody like his laughing lip, and bold good-humored eye, and straight nose, and choleric spirit that hadn't got one grain of venom in it, whatever mad things it led him to do? Part 2. I know how I, for one, had liked Jock when we were both 20, and he had just come to the ferry after the smash. And somehow he took to me, heaven knows why, certainly not by way of making up to someone better off than himself, for he had no slavish instincts at all. He was one of the few men I have known, high or low, who could talk like a comrade across the spiked railings of class, just as if no railings were there. Some fellows have learnt the knack since, in the war, but it took no war to make Jock a brother for anyone. I had told him a few grand notions of mine before he let on about any of his. He seldom spoke of himself, but when once he took you into his confidence, he would shirk nothing. What came then fairly knocked me humble with surprise at the strange humbleness of heart that you will sometimes find in a man who looks, on the outside, like a bit of a conqueror. Jock told me he had a young lady. No engagement yet, only walking out, but very high hopes before this last bit of trouble. A wonder she is, Jock assured me, a proper world's wonder. It seemed she was practical, too. She had cut up pretty rough about Jock's losing his job. Chucking it away, she had said. He must give over playing the fool, she had told him, else she was done with him. Jock adored her the more for this proof of sagacity. Oh, he was well in the toils, was Jock. He had turned deadly serious. Fair burning, he told me, to get a good job and to keep it this time and make her a home. But that couldn't be done in a moment, and while he waited and burned, nothing would satisfy this magnificent innocent but to do something for the beloved one. Now here you must try really hard to believe me. You won't find it easy. I didn't myself at the start, and I had known Jock. He was an almost incredible person, and yet absolutely real, much more real than most of us. Like a more famous lover before him, Jock had read somewhere about things that old knights used to do for their ladies. All sorts of out-of-the-way risky things. Not that the ladies always wanted them done, nor that the knights wanted to swank, nor that the things would do any special good to the ladies, but just because, if you were proper fond, as Jock said, of a young lady, it made you feel better to try to do something you wouldn't have dared to do if you had not been in love. They are often humble sentimentalists at bottom, these big, handsome men. Jock said he fair had to take on some little bit of a risk or another. The only one that he could think of was to dive into the river some night, in his clothes, from the high railway bridge a little upstream. Of course it was not much of a risk, anyhow. Still, he didn't swim very well. Few watermen did in those days, and the black shine of deep water a long way below him at night had always given him the creeps. And you must take what you can get, and do what you can for your lady. Had I a young lady? And if I had, would I care to stand in? I was not in love at the time, but otherwise the proposal quite suited my book. Swimming and diving were hobbies of mine. I couldn't enjoy too often that heavenly downward swoop through 30 feet of the ambrosial air of a midsummer night into the softly sustaining embrace of the water the June sun had been warming all day. But for me it would have to be the next night or never. I was to go north the day after tomorrow to start my new work, and perhaps I might never come back. "Tomorrow night would do champion," said Jock. "High tide at 9, to give us a good head of water under the bridge, and a moon pretty near full would be getting up about 10. "Just after your work, then?" I said. "Right-o, we knock off at 10. "I shall be here," I promised. We said good night. As I was walking away under the chestnuts, I could just hear Jock say to himself, "The risin' of the moon, the risin' of the moon," in a low voice of absolute ecstasy. As I remember it now, all the romance that there is in the world was in Jock's voice, as I heard it at that moment in the animated summer dusk. Virility, adventure, and the lover's thronging sense of life, the whole of it, as if it must all be a thrill, through and through, with beauty and wonder. Part 3. As ignominiously as any of Don Quixote's little projects had ours miscarried. At first all had seemed to go well. The night had been fair, the tide good. It was trespass, of course, to set foot on the railway company's bridge, but the spikes and barbed wire had not beaten us. Once we were up on the railway, we felt the game ours. Nothing more to do but guess when we had reached the middle of the center arch, climb the 6-foot iron parapet and dive from its top, and we had all but arrived at our mark, when, out of the streak of deeper darkness under the parapet, 2 hulking railway policemen rose, one of them with a rasping challenge of, "Well, what are you doing here?" I suppose there must have been some sort of bother that we had not heard of, people sneaking across the bridge after dark, it may be, to save fares at the ferry. Presence of mind is much praised, but it can play you queer tricks. At a crisis it gives you some orders so clear that you can't think that there could be any other order to give, and yet, in just the same case, it will give another man a quite different order. Both Jock and I had some presence of mind, in a sense, but to me the order that came was, "Slip them, get it done, dive like a shot," while to Jock it must have been, "Give 'em what for." Without the slightest notion that anything else could be done, I jumped for the top edge of the parapet with my hands, grabbed it, hauled up my legs out of reach of the law, and dived out into the night. I was falling forward already. The swarthy twinkle of the little eddies below was coming up to meet me, when I heard Jock's voice ringing recklessly, "Why, what the hell's that to you?" And then the first scrunch and grunt of a big scuffle. The stream carried me down a good way. It must have been 20 minutes before I had landed, squeezed a little of the water out of my clothes to run faster, and then torn back to the bridge to cut in if it were not too late. It was. There was nobody there. If Jock, in the joy of battle, had thrown the enemy into the river, I should have heard the 2 splashes, and the 3rd splash when Jock went over also, to see that they came by no real harm. But I had heard nothing. I heard nothing now, hungrily as I listened. I ran 1/2 a mile up the line. I thought it the likeliest way for justice to have marched a captive. Beyond that point, the railway ran straight for a mile, with the moon, that was now riding high, lighting all of it brightly. There was no figure in sight. I trailed back and searched again at the bridge. At last I slunk off to bed, rather shivery. Next day I went to my job in the north, the beginning of grateful labors that for the 40 central years of life have kept me quite absorbedly happy. End of section 12. Section 13 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Ways of His Heart, Part 4. I don't say that I should have had time to write out all this while the old boat, with the old ferryman in it, was coming across. But there was time to remember it all. The stern of the boat scarcely rippled the glaze of the tarnished mirror over which it was creeping. So feeble and slow were the strokes of the man, whose grey head had its back to me as he sculled. But he had the technique, as the best of these ancient mariners have, till they die. The sculls had slipped into the water before you could see that each little rhythmical forward swing of the old fellow's body had ended. So no ounce of effort was lost. The boat glided continuously till its bow grounded quietly on the pebbles, and, weakly and stiffly, the ferryman slipped his frayed sculls and got up, and stood in the old professional style, one foot on board and one ashore, to steady the boat for the fare to step in. I saw his face then. As you grow old, you see most of your friends grow old too, and you don't mind the sight. You take it as part of the game. Besides, the change is so slow that no one of the little steps of it startles you much. But it isn't so with friends of whom you lost sight in your youth. Like friends who died young, they have not grown old in your thoughts. The portraits of them that hang on the walls of your mind are of people only just as old as they were when you last saw them. If you meet one of them in the flesh, some 40 years on, it may shock you to see how much he has changed. It is as if he had aged 40 years in a night. That was how I felt when I saw that the grey head was Jock. It wasn't Jock alone that I saw. It was a ghost of myself, of my youth, suddenly risen to show me, in one total sum, how much I must have lost, by little degrees, without noticing it. Or I might put it another way. It was as if I were only 20 again, and some cruel god were giving me a glimpse of what must happen in time to the vessel fullest of the eagerness of life and of its uncontainable vehemence, the silver cord fallen loose and the golden bowl broken. All that remained unmistakable was the shapely main lines of Jock's face, and a kind of thoroughbred rightness in the proportions. The lights were all quenched. The rather full and fiery violet eyes that I remembered were bleached to a limpid and pale forget-me-not blue, with no glow behind it. His lips, which had seemed almost to laugh when at rest, were now stitched tightly into the places from which teeth were missing. I saw he had no recollection of me, did not even take the momentary look at me that every young ferryman takes at a new face. It seemed as if Jock had outlived curiosity. Inertly, he pushed the boat clear of the ground, took his seat, spat on his hands, and unshipped the frayed sculls. The molehill had become a mountain and the grasshopper a burden. "Been here a long time?" I asked, trying to play the affable stranger. 40 years, he said impassively. Last Whitsuntide. The moment he had spoken, his lips were tightly puckered in again. "I lived here once," I said. "When I was young. I was born over there." I pointed where my father's house glowed mellowly red among the motionless trees. "It was a good place then," he said, but in no tone of regret, just indifference, as it seemed. I didn't know what to say, so I said, "Did the tugs bring the barges along, the old way, near the top of the tide, and then the teams take them over?" "Teams? They're gone these 30 year. You don't see a horse, not twice in a year, on this towpath." There was no lament in his voice. He might have been speaking of some old waterway that had gone out of use in the moon. I forced a good cheerful tone and said, "Anyhow, the old pleasure boat business keeps up, I suppose?" "It's nothing now," he said, "to what it was. They say it's this new half-tide lock has done it. making all the reach a muck o' mud and shallows. Half the pleasure boats is gone up Richmond way, and half keeps down at Hammersmith. They don't come here." We were now in mid-river, not far from where I used to fly fish for dace, standing up to my knees in the river through long, hot holiday mornings of rapturous absorptions. Surely the very bed of the Thames could not have decayed. "Is the old string of pits still full of dace?" I asked, anxiously. "Them that used to lay along outside the foreshore, where they dredged the gravel? That lot's silted up these 20 year. They don't get no good fishing now. It's died away." I said in a great hurry, "Well, I hope this good old ferry does fine, anyhow." "Nothing doing," he said, quite uncomplainingly. "Not to call anything. All died away. Everything dies away here." The bow was grating on the gravel. My passage was over, but I hadn't begun really. And this faded semblance of Jock, with the fire extinct in his eyes, was still sitting on the forward thwart, as though he had nothing to move for all day, if I cared to ask any more questions. So I did begin then. I said, "Don't you remember me, Jock?" And it was more an appeal than a question. Even of being forgotten there are degrees, and some of them hurt. He gave no sign of recognition, nor of living interest, only of polite regret. Jock had always had courtesy. "I see a many people here," he explained. "Leastways, I used to." "Was there any but one?" I asked, a little reproachfully, I am afraid. "That you made up to dive off the bridge with?" It brought no luster into the watery blue of his eyes. "It was that job that done me," he said, but somehow as if it were all a story about somebody else, and no matter to Jock. "Done you?" I felt something pricking me hard. To what sort of worry and bail had I left him that night? "They called it trespassing," he said, "and assaulting the cops. They give it me all right, in the police court. The beak said, as it was my first time there, he'd let me off with a fine, 40 bob. As if I could have 40 bob in me pocket, and me not in regular work. And so they shoved me in the jug. They cut me hair." Even now there was no distress in his voice, only that disquieting apathy. And I had had twice 40 bob in my pocket when this Samson, my friend, was shorn for the lack of it. Why on earth had I not thought? Too busy, I suppose, with being happy. I asked ruefully, "You got that job at Spindler's boathouse that he'd promised you?" "I asked for it," he said, "soon as I come out of quad. Spindler said the arrangement was off. I don't require no convict labor, Spindler said. So I had to stick on at the ferry till I could do better. I've been sticking on ever since." We sat silent for a few minutes. Somehow the golden days seemed to me to caress Jock's unquerulous face with its luminous and tender mist. Above us on the towpath, a few of the brown chestnut leaves came whispering down, and a youth loitered by whistling. He checked for a moment, perhaps just to stare at the two queer old birds sitting dumb in a boat, face to face. Well, he may have thought, what could anyone have to say at that age, anyhow? He loitered on, whistling again. "I'm a family man, Jock," I said. "Very happily married these 35 years. And what about you?" "Me? I had a young lady. She give me the go when I'd been in the jug. I'm not having a husband, she says, as has slept on the boards. So she give me the go." Jock didn't add that it was for her he had risked the plank bedding, any more than he had hinted that I might perhaps have come to his aid. I sat wondering at him. I had not seen any containment like this. Was it by the sheer force of a stoical will that he kept down every whine of self-pity that any common person like me would have uttered, while raking the little heap of cold ashes left to him by the spent fires of his passionate youth? Or had Jock passed into some curious insensible state of the mind, a sort of opiate antechamber of death, a state in which a man's frustrated life, his lost strength and beauty of body and spirit, and all the thwarted love and aspiration of his starved heart may matter no more in his own sight than some sad doings in some remote star? I wondered. We couldn't sit there all the day. And it was I who must make the move somehow and try to say the right word, though I could think of nothing but the pity of it, and the waste, and the way that mayflies and men are given just the one chance, and then are utterly done with. I said pretty lamely, "They were great days." The hand that I shook while I spoke was a very old man's. For a moment I thought it began to press mine with the warmth of a friend's, while he said, "Aye, I felt like as if I could break the world in them days." But then his hand went slack, and he seemed to draw off again into his own dim seclusion. "There ain't no use a crying, is there, sir?" he said. I winced at the "sir." It held me away from him, as it were with a stretched arm. So I walked away under the yellow chestnuts, wondering still. Were regrets, those insatiable vultures, still gnawing his liver? Or had they devoured it all, used him up as a bearer of pain, and then let him go, a pithed, insensible creature, out of reach of all torment or joy? I am wondering now. End of section 13, and of In the Ways of His Heart. Section 14, of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Pretty Little Property, Part 1. You will find that almost every ferry across the Thames is somebody's old world estate, and as sacred as Belvoir or Chatsworth. If someone else sculled you across for your penny, the institution of property would totter, at any rate in principle. Presently we might see our own savings wolfed, and the sceptre laid in the dust. Still a new ruby mine may be found, even now, and a new Thames ferry may be born. A violent rash of new villas may break out on one bank of the stream, while the nearest railway station remains on the other. There may be no bridge, or only a railway bridge, anywhere handy. And possibly that reach of the river may not be within the preserves of the next ferry up or down stream. And then a piercing mind, lodged in some licensed waterman who possesses a boat, may see that there is money in taking people across. That's how a new ferry is born. It is called a free ferry. Not that you don't pay your penny. You do. But any waterman is free to earn it. The reality of this freedom was tried pretty high within a week after the day when it struck Jimmy Sands of Gistelham Wharf that a bit might be made by linking the new villa stronghold of St. Chad's on the Middlesex side with the Surrey side shops and station of Sheehan. Other work had failed Jimmy of late. He was 72. People fancied he must be getting infirm, but he wasn't. His stocky rectangular body was a bit stiff, and his square mahogany face was, if such a thing could be, more completely devoid of expression than ever, now that his lips were sucked in so tightly over his empty gums. But he could still scull his own hulking boat with sculls like the sweeps of a small barge, for any length of time required by his interests, which were very dear to him. Between journeys, Jimmy would stand in the rain like a tree, rooted to one place, as if rain were no worse than anything else. It was 8 on a Monday morning when Jimmy struck gold, a little below the St. Chad's railway bridge. That day he took 7 and 9 pence. On Tuesday, when more people knew he was there, he cleared a cool 12 shillings. You would never have guessed it from his face. No jubilation for Jimmy, no psalmody of thanks or praise. Mr. Vigo, the company floater, on his way home to St. Chad's from the city, said archly to Jimmy, "Nice little property this you've got, what?" But Jimmy only grunted darkly, like a farmer who is accused of having experienced good weather. Jimmy was a man of the world, and Mr. Vigo respected him for it. But no auriferous secret lasts long. At 8 on Wednesday morning, Mickey Devine of Old Sheehan and Ponto Willis of Gistelham were on the spot, each with a boat. A short debate followed. I don't say Jimmy commanded the all-round technique of Cicero or Demosthenes. From what we hear, the faces of these masters must have had some expression, but Jimmy did pretty well. His verve, his unreserve were in the great style that was theirs.
Without emitting one ray of expression from his timber face, he let Mickey and Ponto have it in a cold, level stream that had an immense momentum of its own. The turpitude of sneaking another bloke's pitch and the blithering idiocy of supposing that there was money in it for 3 bleeders were treated with a kind of statuesque vivacity difficult to describe. Mickey and Ponto squirmed with genuine agonies of shame, but only internally, in their souls. For employment was bad, and a man must live, and hadn't they their rights same as the old 'un? So, externally, with their bodies and tongues, they stayed where they were and desired the old 'un to go home and boil himself. Jimmy declined. So from that time forth, every customer had to be contended for. He was the prize in a tournament of eloquence. "Stick to the old firm," was the slogan of Jimmy, or "Support the old established ferry." And mind you, that told. "Give a young 'un a chance," Ponto pleaded, and that told too. Mickey used less rhetoric proper, but he was good-looking and he had a way with him. He soon built up a very fair practice among the younger women. The tide of traffic set towards Sheehan all the morning. Therefore they all kept their boats on the St. Chad's side. When a stray hail did come from the other side, Mickey and Ponto flung themselves aboard their craft and raced across for the penny. Jimmy didn't. Knowing himself, like the philosopher that he was, he knew he had no turn of speed. That goes with youth. Nor was Jimmy's barge a flyer. Still, he netted an undisputed fare from St. Chad's now and then, while the young bloods were away sprinting. The observant Vigo was one of these gifts of the gods. "Bit of competition, what?" he said while Jimmy was sculling him over. Jimmy worked his toothless jaws for a while, as if he had heard nothing. Then he spat over the gunwale. At last he said, "Bit of scum." "Well, what are you doing about it?" Vigo inquired. "Rate cutting, what? A farthing fare? Freeze 'em out? What? These big business idioms stumped Jimmy. But never in a long life had Jimmy let on that he was stumped. He spat impassively 2 or 3 times, as the Sphinx would spit if she could. He then said, "I don't take no notice of them." "Why not pool?" said Vigo. "Make a handy little trust of it, what? Where's the sense of swearing out your guts like this for nothing? What? Jimmy fancied that he got the hang of these observations. He said no more at the moment, however. He only thought deeply. That was an arduous day, as Vigo had said more coarsely. About noon, the drift of traffic towards Sheehan fell away. Only an odd fare appeared now and then, now on one bank and then on the other. So Mickey and Ponto had a good bellyful of boat racing, while Jimmy stuck to the Middlesex bank and trusted his Lone Star. But about 5 o'clock there set in a violent current of city men and their clerks, homing to St. Chad's. For a time the 3 rivals simply stood by the bows of their boats on the Sheehan shore, hallooing for custom like bookies on a course. Then Mickey perceived that on this male public the lure of his beauty was exercised in vain. So he began to make raids up the lane that led to Sheehan Station, in order to intercept custom nearer its source. From these forays he returned conducting little groups of captives, sometimes bearing aloft on his shoulders a small boy or girl, a tender hostage for the fidelity of its parent to Mickey's boat. In business there often arise new and perhaps odious forms of competition which no businessman, whatever his private feelings, can afford to leave wholly to his competitors. In half an hour, the 3 were all touting for custom a good third of a mile away from their base. But Jimmy was not liking it. Jimmy was essentially a maritime or riverine power. He felt in his bones that in these land operations he was predestined to be ineffective. He hated stirring his stumps. He hated playing the courtier. He could never have got into Parliament. He was too massive and rugged a character part. The longer he went on accosting startled adults, far inland, and shouldering reluctant brats, the more deeply did he think of what Vigo had said. Part 2. At 9 that night, an armistice was declared, and the theater of war was simultaneously evacuated by all the triumvirs. Excess of speech and emotion had wearied them, and public houses did not keep open all night, even before the war came. In fairs, apart from those uncovenanted and incalculable mercies, tips, the three had earned on the day a grand total of 16 3/10. Jimmy, the old, the sage, led the field with 6 bob. No one had divined so intuitively as he the set of the minor currents of trade. The fair Mickey had cleared 5 4/10. Ponto, for all his speed in the cross-river racing, had fallen just short of the 5-shilling mark. But even 4 11 is 4 11. For 4 11 many drapers offer you anything in their windows. Success will out, sure as murder, especially at Gistleham, in the private bar of the London Apprentice. At 8 next morning 2 more boats accrued to the fleet at the ferry, and Jimmy, Ponto, and Mickey underwent the change that affects the sitting tenants of a full compartment of a train when other passengers get in. Hitherto the occupants may have disliked one another, but now they see in a flash who the real thugs are. The warfare of yesterday instantly took the new form of a struggle between 2 powerful leagues. Prodigies of damaging innuendo were achieved by the triple alliance of Jimmy, Ponto, and Mick. If Dubber and Broad, the 2 new fortune-seekers, had both been lepers, and their boats coffin ships, the public could scarcely have been more alarmingly warned. Dubber and Broad, in return, took their own part with some spirit. Come where you'll get all your change. Give British Labour a turn. Have a boat that isn't topping with fleas. In war, the best form of defensive is the offensive, and such were the defensive tactics of Dubber and Broad. Friday, in turn, brought its new draft of killjoys. So did Saturday. So did Sunday itself. On Monday, a week from the day Jimmy had founded the ferry, there were 21 men on the job. There the pestilence was stayed. No other brother of the craft appeared on Tuesday. Part 3. It was time. There was just about a guinea a day in that ferry, now that it was known. It yielded each of the 21 a shilling a day, like being a soldier. All of them were on duty for 13 hours a day, without any fixed meal times, on 7 days in the week. Each was a capitalist, for each had a boat, and the whole of his capital was involved, quite uninsured, and was depreciating steadily. It wasn't business, and Jimmy saw it. "Well, what about it?" he began quite suddenly one warm afternoon when traffic was slack. The others were standing about, watching one another, all of them well within hearing. All stared at Jimmy, amazed. That their doyen should break into speech without almost physical necessity was a portent in itself. "What about what?" Dubber asked with awe in his voice. "This 'ere," said Jimmy. A slight lurch of his head was rightly understood by them all to indicate the local situation as a whole. They drew nearer. Jimmy went on. "What's to stop us whacking this job out in lays? 1 man a day. I'm to do the work and take the money. All the rest, keep out of it. Next day, next man come on. Same for him. Then the next. Fair do all round. 1 day of work in 3 weeks and make the same money as what we do now." It is the fate of vast reforms to begin by appalling many minds. Jimmy's program of revolution drew cries of horror. "What?" shouted Ponto. "Have some swab letting the property down? And we not heir to protect it?" Ponto gave a basilisk glance at the dregs of the company, that is, the ones who had joined it last. Dubber amplified Ponto's suggestion. "Aye, boozed on duty, giving good customers lip." "And what in the world," added Mickey, "would any man do with himself, doing nothing for 20 long days in every 3 weeks?" "Ah, and attempting," said Broad, "to keep a hold on the small end of his guinea. You been talking to Mr. Vigo again, Pa. That's what's the matter with you." "I don't take no notice of him," the perjured Jimmy said dismissively. But he saw he was beaten. They all rather liked him. One does like these good meaty character parts, so they tried to say no, nicely. They said, "Have a bit of sense, Jimmy," in a quite friendly way, or, "Not going balmy, old 'un, are you?" Still, no, it was. Jimmy digested it for a couple of days before he evinced the English genius for compromise. Then he simply proposed that they should all stay on at the ferry, but take turns at the spoil, toss up for order of going in, and then each take a fare in his turn. All but the man next for duty could then gamble in peace. Just after your own turn had come, you could even step up to the Merry Mouth for a glass without loss. The old statesman carried this measure by the sagacious device of bringing it up, as it were, by the way. They might take it or leave it. He didn't care. So each of them felt as if he had proposed it himself, and that made them like it and not suspect it. And soon there was no doubt that it had given a lift to riverside civilization. Born conservatives like Ponto and Dubber admitted that there were points about taking your ease in your boat, playing anchor or bank with your peers, only raising your head now and again to shout "forward" or "shop" to the next duty man at sight of an approaching customer. No need now to practice the slave virtue of obligingness. None of the old canine speeding at the beck and call of any passing riffraff. Hails from the other side could now be answered with dignity and deliberation, and "Thank you, mum," and even "ta" could be left out if only the bare penny were slipped into your palm. The supreme taciturnity and surliness of Jimmy at this happier epoch won him further respect from Mr. Vigo. The Olympian quality of you-be-damnedness, with its possible symptomatic importance, is not undervalued in the city. End of section 14. Section 15 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Pretty Little Property. Part 4. This Vigo was a dapper card of 60, thickly studded with primary tokens of solvency. Spats, a gold-rimmed eyeglass, cigars of the best, a jaunty manner, and a white hat and waistcoat, whenever the weather did not absolutely forbid them. He carried his head with a list to starboard, like the alert sparrow that he was. In thanksgiving for temporal blessings lately received in the E.C. Postal District of London, he had just given the new parish of St. Chad's a church of atrocious appearance, called by his friends V's Fire Insurance. Their joke was an old one. Vigo himself was something almost new in his time. In the wild world of finance he had pegged out a wild little claim of his own. He lived to carry to unexplored lengths the democratization of limited liability. Others might fuse groups of large businesses into combines, still more megalosaurian, or help suffering peers to dodge the death duties. Not Vigo. With every fiber of his being he loved a very little joint stock company that simply draws its breath, like the Wordsworthian child, and does not know that it is as good as born dead. Vigo spawned these minor industrials with the copiousness of a she-fish. He loved to feel that no laundry, no hairdressing saloon, no beer-house free from brewer was too tiny to be led along the primrose path. You had only to keep everything in proportion. Admiring friends called him the champion dwarf guinea pig breeder. Don't think that he was a mere bird of prey. He may have been that before, but by this time he was like a vulture turned humorist, almost artist. Or you might say that now, having sold to the public some scores of the smallest and skinniest pups ever seen, it piqued him to outdo himself and sell to the same purchasers a truly infinitesimal pup, a pup almost invisible to the naked eye. Yes, he would float this fool ferry itself as a limited company. He would make the habitual bit for himself, and he would get these poor devils out of their scrape. He was not an ill-natured man. "You must be getting on, what?" he began as Jimmy sculled him across. "Ever think of parting with this little business, what? Retiring?
Selling out of it and living on your dividends? What? What? Jimmy spat twice, with a natural interval between, before he said, "Whose leg do you think you're a-pullin'?" Vigo knew that, from Jimmy, this was not at all a bad first reception for the idea. He pursued, "You might sell it for hundreds, what? Thousands, perhaps. To investors, you know. To a company, what? Only wants a little timing, work a boom month, see? Sell on top of that, what? Just you talk it over with your partners, what? What?" Jimmy heaved his head half round in the direction of the 20 boats decomposing on the Middlesex shore. "Me partners?" he said. "Them ticks? What they got to do with it?" "It's all or none, Jimmy," said Vigo. "You just sound 'em, what? Ask 'em have they any use for a few £100. For the rest of that voyage across, Jimmy grunted, "Me partners," at short intervals, in a tone of disgust. But Vigo fancied that the seed was germinating well in the dark. Part 5. If you are a racing man, you may remember the mess there was, that year, on the first day of the Ailsa Park summer meeting. Half the turf world goes to Ailsa by road, over the old bridge at Sheehan, about half a mile above Jimmy's Ferry. From the bridge it is only 2 miles to the course. But about 9 on that morning, of all others, a big and ominous-looking crack was found to have opened itself in the middle arch of the bridge. The borough surveyor of Sheehan was invoked. As soon as he looked at the crack, he said the bridge might drop into the river at any time. So all traffic was instantly stopped and the bridge was barricaded. All London, however, could not be told of this in a moment. By noon an endless column of motor cars was setting down in the quaint streets of Sheehan, a mixed multitude of bookies and backers, lions and lambs, united in consternation. For the silver Thames flowed deep between them all and the common objective. Resourceful souls parked their cars and rushed to look for a ferry. From the further shore, Jimmy and his partners heard of a sudden the tramp, as it seemed, of thousands in the lane leading from Sheehan. The 21 had already got word of the crack and had hoped that good might come of it. But they had not grasped yet the full size of the glorious truth that the crack had made every man of them a St. Peter holding a key to the heaven of the day and of the 3 following days. Like one boat, the entire flotilla sped across the river to grasp the voluminous skirts of this happy chance. As it sped, it suspended the standing orders, nem. con. It raised the fare from a penny to 6pence. It gave every man a dispensation to take every passenger his boat would hold. In a long life, Father Thames had seen few such harvests reaped on his bosom. The day was young. No backer had lost money yet. Even the Welshers had some money on them. Many large-hearted sportsmen gave a shilling apiece without pressure. 5, 7, even 10 shillings a journey were taken. The size of a man's boat was the only limit to his earnings. And sculled they never so swiftly, the 21 could scarcely make any impression for quite a long time on the queue waiting on the Sheehan side. The only danger was lest the passionate creatures should swim. In the late afternoon there did come a short lull. The ferrymen had time to distribute their loads of bullion more conveniently about their persons. 1 or 2 ran up the lane to the Merry Mouth to get gold in exchange for the baser metals, for lightness' sake. There was gold in England in those days, but even then there was more than the usual non-racing traffic to cope with, thanks to God's gift of the crack. And as soon as the last race was run, the Ailsa tide began to ebb as furiously as it had flowed, and each of the bevy of male denies at the ferry was re-ravished with a fresh shower of coin. Throughout the bewitching experience a becoming reserve was maintained by the darlings of the gods. "How doin', Dub?" Ponto inquired, and Dubber said, "Addled a brown or 2. How's all yourself?" And Ponto said, "Nuffin' to shout about." "There is a form in these things, madam, there is a form," as the lady of quality said in the story.
In the same spirit, Jimmy's face remained blank when Mr. Vigo winked at him and talked about bull points and selling at the peak, while Jimmy sculled him across in the relative calm of late evening. "Don't go and get left. What?" said Vigo. "Sell while you can. You're not for all markets. What? What?" "What'd you mean?" Jimmy asked at his leisure. "That old crack won't keep forever. What? There's more you've got to think of, too." Jimmy considered majestically. Then he repeated himself. "What'd you mean?" "Know how to keep a secret?" Vigo almost whispered. Jimmy's scorn for leaky vessels was sublime. "Do I know how to keep a secret?" "You do? What? Well, just keep this, and use it for your good. A very old friend of mine on the Thames Conservancy gave me a good tip last night. They've just fixed it up with the railway to tack a light footbridge onto this railway bridge, over your heads pretty nearly. No toll either. What? An open bridge. And where will you be then with your old ferry? What? Round the corner, up the spout. What? What?" With some remains of aplomb, Jimmy said, "Go on, you're kiddin'." But the psychologist in the stern sheets could see that he had got his man perturbed. When the boat's bow touched land, Jimmy did not ship his sculls at once, as usual. He leant forward over them, staring at Vigo, and asked for the third time, "What'd you mean?" Vigo, too, leaned forward confidentially. "See here," he whispered. "You men here have got a damn good thing to get out of. What's more, a first-class miracle has made it a top-hole thing to sell. Why, it's so good you'll all live happy ever after and not need to do a stroke of work. What? What follows? Sell it. Sell it quick. I'll help you sell it if you like. What? What?" Over Jimmy's mind a rosy dawn was breaking. When it had gone pretty far, he gave Vigo a slow and enormous wink, like the descent and reascent of the fireproof curtain in a theater. Part 6. Before the boom days, the destined profiteers had put up a little hut for themselves on the strip of waste grass between the towpath and the foreshore. Its material was old biscuit tins and soap boxes. Its architectural style was as perpendicular as they could get it to stand. It just held them all, sitting close, and it kept out some of the rain. It had survived so far because the Thames police can't always have their eyes everywhere. A trespass or nuisance may go on unnoticed for months. This one was named Doggett Hall, to the glory of Thomas Doggett, who is the St. Hubert of the sport of professional sculling. It was in this dedicated building that Vigo talked business late one evening to the assembled 21. Jimmy had been ground baiting the pitch for a couple of days, and now Vigo fished. He got frankly down to the root of the matter. Every business on earth, he explained, was the same as a pig. You had to get 'em small, fatten 'em up, and then off with you to market. You'd never get rich by keeping a good sucking pig till it died of old age. The one wise and right thing to do was firmly to part with the beast at the one golden moment when it was in tip-top fettle for selling. "Well, gentlemen," Vigo went on with a deep feeling, "your golden moment has come. You have in your hands a young pig, so to speak, as evenly fed as ever I saw. I think I may say that there isn't a gentleman here but is taking at this moment his £4 a day." One or two men said, "Nothing near it." But this negative was so obviously a formal or decorative precaution that Vigo could ignore it. Another said, "Ah, but how long will it last?" That was what Vigo wanted. He snapped at it. "That's it," he cried. "Will it last? Not it. Nothing lasts. A pig won't last. A pear won't last. I'm told the sun won't last. The same with everything. All up and up to the peak, and then down and down. And now's your peak, and you know why. Now's your chance to sell. Mind you, it isn't a case of a pound or two. It will run into hundreds and hundreds." Somebody jeered. "What's 100 among 21? But he was suppressed with grunts of, "Cheese it! Order there! Shut your face!" and so forth. "Hundreds and hundreds," Vigo solemnly resumed.
for each and every gentleman here. Nay, more. I see my way to a secure permanent income of more than £4 a week, without work, for everyone here, and a fortune to leave to his heirs. Does it matter you at all?" It did, but they had a misgiving. Where did Vigo come in? What was he out to get from all this? For they really wanted him to get something. Unless they knew where his bit would be made, they would feel all at sea. They might even be up against pure upper-class philanthropy, a thing profoundly suspect among men of their kind as a sort of malarious pasture fit to be grazed only by the mean and the mangy. With great vigor, Vigo cleared himself of this suspicion. Good Lord, no, he wasn't, he pleaded, one of these goody freaks that go about messing up poor people's lives for the good of their own blessed souls. He wanted 10%, 1 quid in every 10, just that, of whatever price he could get them for the whole outfit. And that price would come up to them for them to take it or leave it, perfectly freely, before any deal could be done. They were amazed at such moderation. Going halves was the only sort of commission they knew. Still the tithe sufficed. It absolved Vigo of any taint of abnormality. They did not wholly discard the distrustful expression which is the armor of innocent souls on market days, but they authorized the magician to get on with his miracle. End of section 15. Section 16 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Pretty Little Property, Part 7. The magician went home elated, and late as it was, he never closed eye till he had drafted the prospectus of the new Thames Ferries Corporation Limited. The first clause of this essay was almost baldly statistical. It set forth that the corporation was formed to combine into one undertaking no fewer than 21 of the chief ferryboats linking the banks of the Thames between Oxford and the Tower of London. Such ferries had been, from time immemorial, sources of a wealth scarcely realized by the public. For example, during a typical week of the current year, none of the 21 properties to be acquired by the corporation had earned less than £4 on any one day. The average earnings of each for the week exceeded £32. On this basis, £1,500 a year was an extremely conservative estimate of the average yearly takings of each business. In other words, the gross annual revenue in prospect greatly exceeded £30,000 a year. There was every reason to hope that, under modernized and scientific management, the whole of this powerful group of concerns would enjoy a steady gross revenue ranging from £40,000 to £50,000 a year. On the side of expenditure, labor costs were low, the staff efficient and devoted, and the fleet of boats to be acquired were in first-rate condition and in the highest degree suitable to their functions. As to the vendor's title, etc., the legal title to almost every ferry on the Thames was involved in the mists of antiquity. But in none of the cases now in view had the owner's right of ferry ever been questioned. Without technical documentary proof, it was nevertheless so enshrined in the memory of the neighborhood as to be wholly indefeasible. A shrewd eye was then cast upon the expansion and smiling future of St. Chad's, the ever-growing popularity of the meetings at Ailsa Park, and the imminent opening of a new league football ground at Hesterley, in the hinterland of St. Chad's. Only at this point, when justice had been done to the bare facts of the case, did Vigo let himself go and turn downright lyrical. He appealed to something even higher than a firm expectation of good dividends. Here, he explained, was a chance to make yourself an integral part of one of the most venerable and romantic of English crafts, an institution positively garlanded, festooned with historical and artistic associations, consecrated, times out of mind, by the genius of British artists on the walls of the Royal Academy, and celebrated by our poets in the deathless strains of Haste to the Ferry, The Jolly Young Waterman,
Twickenham ferry, and in the Scottish dialect, "Fu loud the wind blows free the ferry." To secure a personal share or shares in so sturdy and picturesque a survival of the spacious days of merry England was much the same thing as possessing a feudal estate mentioned in Domesday. It would place a man or a woman on the same level as lords of the marches, rangers of Windsor Forest, and wardens of the Cinque ports. To satisfy this honorable ambition, the public were to be permitted to subscribe for £150,000 of ordinary shares. The directors, almost all of them gentlemen personally concerned in the management of the chief properties to be acquired, were Lord Swillerton, Chairman, James Goodwin Sands, Esquire, Michael John Devine, Esquire, Pontus Willis, Esquire, and Samuel Dubber Tench, Esquire. The registered office was at Doggett Hall, St. Chad's, Middlesex. Part 8. When Vigo read out this fantasia to the vendors, they could almost have owned that the pen was mightier than the skull. Visions of cinema heavens opened before them. Then the haunting consciousness of being plain men in a wicked world came back to prompt some home questions. For one thing, how much would each of them get? Vigo was ready for that. 6,000 down, every man. To his hearers, the figure was one of geologic or astronomic immensity. It dazzled the mind. It defied all practical conception in terms of house rent, clothes, beer, or tobacco. So they sat quite still for a while and tried to let it sink in. And meanwhile they were visited by the workman's soul-freezing fear of losing his job. Would they have to off it, they asked? Must they part with their boats? Vigo was ready again. Not a bit of it. Any man who likes can stay. He can scull his own boat in the corporation's employment, at wages fixed by the directors. And that's you, you know, gentlemen. Vigo smiled sweetly. That seemed good enough. Only one apprehension remained. A good supply of mugs or credulous persons would clearly be needed for the millennium to arrive. What, Dubber asked, if some mug were to come nosing round? Mightn't he see there was no ferry, only the one, and that free, and that the fleet was all rotten planks, gummed together with red lead and tar? What if he gave them in charge? Got them all lagged, perhaps, for trying to pull off a ramp. Vigo laughed at these innocent tremors. Why, as things went nowadays, it was a very honest flotation indeed. If only every new company started in life with assets as solid as 21 boats that would float and 21 pairs of sculls. No, let them be serious. The only practical point was whether, the day the new footbridge was opened, they would go home with 6,000 apiece in their pockets, or with nothing at all. At this point, Jimmy broke the silence and said Mr. Vigo had put the case in a nutshell. Ponto added that Mr. Vigo had hit the nail on the head. Dubber said the die was cast. These sterling phrases acted like incantations on the rest. Discussion was over. Vigo got his authority, and in a week the hunt for the 150,000 was up. In this chase the line followed by hounds lay chiefly in Yorkshire and Lancashire. If anything can lend enchantment to the view of a decrepit armada of ferryboats, it is distance. So the thing was floated in the north, where trade was doing well at the time and good money was going up and down in the streets, bleeding for somebody to devour it. Within a month, the whole of the shares were subscribed for. In another month, the cash was paid up, and each of the 21 vendors had his 6,000, and Vigo his 15. As well as some little savings out of the 9,000 earmarked to defray the incidental expenses of flotation. Part 9. And yet so mercifully are our destinies ruled, no mug was a penny the worse for it all. In another 6 weeks the Great War was raging munificently. A training camp for recruits was plumped down in some wet meadows close to St. Chad's, and it was felt in high places that the brave lads must have proper means of access, in their few hours of leisure, to the pubs and movies of Sheehan. For this national purpose, a mere privately owned ferry was soon perceived to be quite out of place. "We must take the whole caboodle over at once," said a trenchant person, lovely with ribbons, and seated in a good chair in Whitehall. The generous passion for not spoiling ships for ha'porths of tar can have seldom gone to greater lengths than it did in those days. The mere bodily act of handing out large bags of public money in return for inconsiderable things seemed to raise a noble glow in the hearts of exalted cashiers. They must have felt as if it were their own blood, to be shed with a light heart for their endangered country. Theirs not to reason why. If there was not much to show for the money, still it was a grand gesture, a kind of wide sweep of a magnificent and careless arm. Its effects still live to tell us that in the day of trial there were gallant hearts that would not pare cheese. In this lofty mood did some great soul in uniform tick off each item of the Thames Ferries Corporation's claim for compensation for the surrender of its entire assets and goodwill. Share capital, £150,000. Yes. Gross annual takings, £31,500. Yes. Net annual profit, £30,000 a year. Yes. Seems all right, said this passionate loosener of purse strings. He boggled a little at the corporation's demand for £20,000 extra on account of forced purchase. But then he remembered once more the ship and the ha'porth of tar. So he marked the claim approved with his initials and sent it along for confirmation by some still more illustrious stimulator of the lapse of coin. The claim reached this mandarin just as an ornament of the War Cabinet was leaving the room, after saying incisively, "We shall never keep up the morale of this undisciplined nation of ours if we are to be stingy about little things. Little things to you or to me, but things that come right home to the plain man's business and bosom." The mandarin was impressed by this piece of eloquence. It sounded to him like knowledge of the world. And this claim that had just been laid on his desk looked like a business and bosom affair. So he too wrote approved at its foot. After that, the paying out of the £170,000 was mere child's play. Clerks and bankers did it easily. You could have done it yourself in their places. Jimmy was not made a peer, like so many fundamentally similar heroes of the war. Still, he had done his part. He had called the whole British people up to be taxed for his good. Whatever the scale of their several operations, of no khaki cloth dealer or bully beef king can it be said more fairly that England's national debt is his monument, more lasting than brass. End of section 16, and end of A Pretty Little Property by Charles Edward Montague. Section 17 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Great Sculling Race. Part 1. Nobody can easily believe that the winds of emotion ever blew quite such great guns in the heart of his father or of his uncle as they have done in his own. We hear of grand passions in the old days, and of grand smashes that came of them. How somebody was so moved that he threw his cap right over the moon, or wrecked a whole town for love of one little baggage, like Helen. All very well, but our own selves are the most remarkable ones that we know, and even we think twice before we cut dashes like that. Besides, just look at those old boys, even the modern ones, almost alive to this day. See their photos in old albums. See those of the men they made heroes of. See the good ladies, their flames. Was this a face to launch 1,000 ships? And oh, the phlegm of that other one. And the men's bowler hats. Could such fires as scorch your own bosom have really burned under those droll extinguishers? So you will have to make a big effort. Bend up every muscle and nerve of your imagination. Conceive yourself back in the distant 80s. Plant yourself in one of the many oldish public houses that still look out on the Thames, between the Putney Star and Garter and the Ship at Mortlake.
Plunge into the bitter gloom in which you would then have found yourself involved
by the total eclipse of English professional sculling. Gone, quite lately gone, were the days when the only question had been whether Thames or Tyne should supply the next champion of the world. Today, Americans, Canadians, Australians were racing one another over the great English course for that palm of palms. Probably Parthians, Medes, and Elamites next, we said in the bitterness of our hearts. Only once in those years of bondage had any Englishman dared to go in, and then he had not been merely beaten, he had been foully shamed. The unknightly varlet who won had played beastly cat's tricks with the poor British mouse, had taken a long lead, and then had backed down to abreast of the victim, to give him again the pang of defeat, had then ceased sculling and stood on his own head in his boat, till the poor devil struggled up level, just to be beaten once more. Men of all the riverside castes, watermen, boat-builders, lightermen, dredgers of gravel, punt fishermen, amateur oarsmen, and miscellaneous sports, recalled the lost glories of Albion over their evening beer, as the Israelites, well, perhaps the Israelites by the waters of Babylon, may have pined as intensely for the old life on the Jordan. Part 2. The usual Jeremiads were flowing more than usually free in the bar of the Jolly Waterman. Oh, the sad irony of the name! Close to the towpath at Barnes on the night of the September day when Beach, the Parramatta blacksmith, beat the Black Brunswicker Wallace Ross. England had had no part in the day's business, except looking on. Sorrow has always been a thirsty function of the soul and the body. So Pa Tench, the landlord, was giving a strong lead in the direction of despair, for the good of the house. To do this he was highly qualified. Now in the flower of middle age, Pa had been a man of distinguished melancholy for the 22 years, since the day when he might have won Doggett's coat and badge, if he had not rammed a pier of Waterloo Bridge with the tender nose of his boat in the course of the race. Pa had never concealed from his friends the nearness of that approach of his to greatness. Had he won, some rich patron of the sport would surely, he said, have found the money to give Pa a try for the championship. Then Harry Kelly himself might have quaked. As a man of blighted life and a champion lost to the world, Pa was heard with respect when he diagnosed the disease that was now eating into the vitals of the sport. "What English sculling wants," he said, "is loyal and courageous backers. Men as will put down a stake of £500 and all training expenses to give a lad as shows talent a start in the world. Don't I know how it takes the art out of a promising lad, not having backers?" With a tragic wave of the arm, Pa pointed to the dreadful past. There was a sympathetic murmur. "That's right. No sportin' spirit," said Dick Redwell, a local tradesman reputed to have money. Dick was known to his intimates as the Little Arf-Pint because of the unpretentious custom of accepting treat with the formula, "Well, I don't so much mind if I do have a little arf-pint." No sportin' spirit? Aye or low. Only the other day I was a-looking at the 'orses in Yide Park, and a little shabby feller comes up and he says to me, "Rotten lottery, this life, isn't it?" he says. "I wish it was," I says. "Course I wasn't taken to notice of him. What? he says, "and all these bleeders drawing tickets to set on an 'orse and have a good cigar in their face, and you and me drawing tickets to stand here and slive in the mud. You just thank God," I says, "as there's any winners to draw, 'cause I wasn't taking no notice of him, only telling him." "What's all that to do with Sculling?" put in Jemmy Burton. He was a merely occasional customer of the house. Pa's more regular clients knew little of Jemmy and did not much like what they knew. He had a pose, a fixed manner, and it was a devastatory one. His line was that of the conscious pricker of everyone else's nice little bubbles of rhetoric, a cooler down of other people's hot air, a blower away of eloquent froth. This roused in any common and natural man his proper instinct of self-defense against clear thinkers and precise logicians with their abominable setting up of standards too exacting for human nature's comfortably daily use. So it was with a sense of having the whole company behind him that the arf-pint began a reply so stately as to be almost a rebuke. "The point is this. How's English scullin' ever to be better'n what it is, so long as people won't arf bet on it? Where'd horse racing be if people left off bettin'? What about the ring? And coursin'. It's the little flutter keeps 'em all alive and growin'." "That's right," Pa pronounced. On went the little arf-pint in a triumphal march of certitude. "And why Scullin' orf colour? 'Cause there ain't no little flutter. Folk haven't bet on Scullin' not for 15 year. Lorst the habit, sime as if your blood took and lorst the habit of movin'. You'd be pretty soon orf colour too. And ain't bettin' the lifeblood of sport? God, yus." "That's a nice flow of words you got to your mouth," Jemmy rejoined composedly, with a maddening smile that he had for such times. "But what are you doing about it? That's the pint, Mr. Little Arf-Pint. What are you doing?" "Mean to say," said Dick, with his shoulders growing extraordinarily square, "that my axe ain't up to me words?" "I mean to say it's up to you to prove it, now you got a chance." "What'd mean?" the Arf-Pint almost gasped. Pa, too, had pricked up his ears. "Chance? What chance?" he demanded. "Well," said Jemmy, "how'd you like to put a bid on Horace Dubber, now he's got a match?" "What's that?" he says. "Old Dubber got a match? Who with?" "Garnome." These and other cries of amazement came from every part of the bar. Jemmy held up his news for a moment, to make everyone hang on his lips. Then he led on. It seemed that after certain private negotiations, articles had been signed at Anderson's Hotel that very afternoon for Dubber of Putney, known as the only hope, to scull Larry Mack of Australia from Putney to Mortlake on that day 3 months for a purse of sovereigns, a belt, and stakes of 250 a side. It took away everyone's breath. Had the long lane come to a turning at last? Could old England's sculling be on the upgrade? It looked as if somebody's faith in it were. "Who finds the money for Dubber?" Pa inquired coldly. He did not like having to ask a customer for the chief news of the day. It was rather for him, Pa, to give out such news. Mr. Nugent, I'm told," Jemmy said. "Not Paddy Nugent of the Goldfish, Richmond Hill?" "That's right," said Jemmy. Pa, the old cynic, turned up the whites of his eyes as if the name had been Beelzebub's own. "And who finds for Mac?" he asked dryly. "A gentleman," said Jemmy, "who wishes to remain anonymous." "Ah," said Pa, the doubting Thomas, "a lot of gentlemen wants to do that." But Pa was an embittered man. Everyone knew that, and everyone felt how momentous a new start had been made, the dawn of a new day, perhaps, the end of a nation's long winter of humiliation. Jemmy looked across at the Arf-Pint with a grim little smile. "Well," he said, "are you putting that last shirt on the ope?" "I'm thinking," said Dick. "I thought you would when the time came," said Jemmy, with that confounded little smile of triumph, as though he knew more. Dick indignantly thought, about everyone's innards than men knew themselves. Dick turned on the tormentor. "What are you doing, then? Putting your own old clobber on Mac and down with the Englishman? What?" Jemmy seemed, alas, to be quite undiscomfited by the patriotic jibe. "If you're giving money away," he said, "I don't so much mind if I do have a little 1/200. 1/200, swanking perisher, and pulling me leg too." These, no doubt, were Dick Redwell's thoughts. What he said with the utmost earnestness was, "Thought I would back me fancy, did yer? Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll bet on Dubber, evens, 20 quid, so come." "That's a bet," said Jemmy with alacrity. He put it down somewhat showily. "Any other gentlemen a-doing anythink on the event?" He looked round the bar as he spoke, notebook in hand. So the humbler riverside betting on the great race opened with the astonishing news that there was plenty of money going on Dubber at evens. Such news travels along a good towpath with the mysterious speed of bizarre rumor in India. Against all evidence and reason, the word went round, and it soon reached the press, that the ope would not by any means go as a lamb to the slaughter. A surprise, the press said, was quite on the cards. "Ho, ho, there's money in this," was the natural reflection of a crowd of patriotic English sportsmen. They acted on the reflection till they had driven the odds up to the fantastic figure of 4-3 on Dubber. "Ho, ho, these be good prices," was then the equally natural reflection of a still larger crowd of sporting realists. These, too, acted on their reflection till the odds changed to 5-1 on the Australian. Other fluctuations ensued, and all were thoroughly boomed by the sporting press. From being as dead as mutton, professional sculling was turned almost suddenly into the most live betting sport in the country, of course always barring the turf. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Great Sculling Race, Part 3. The great Bacon, a tip-top philosopher, held that what makes the whole great world go round is some mysterious natural force that goeth of its own motion beyond the rules of wisdom. Such a force, in the little world of Dubbers and Macs, Pa-Tenches, and little Arfpints, was Mr. Patrick Nugent, late Sergeant, Grenadier Guards. In the tranquil depths of the long Victorian peace, Paddy Nugent had vowed himself to the profession of arms. It was at that time one of the safest of all walks in life, at any rate for the body. As though to make security doubly secure, the prudent Paddy had soon specialized as officer's mess sergeant to his battalion. In that great office he had built up a nice little bookmaking business. Most of his clients were junior officers of the Brigade of Guards, a highly solvent body of men, and Paddy never made a bad debt. He swiftly grew richer. Not swiftly enough, however, to satisfy Paddy's desires. He felt himself galled, as many a worthy bookie has felt, by the iron law that some horse or other must win. Why should not all the beasts lose, or all except one appointed to win by some wise bookie? By Paddy, in fact. Then the last sedimentary traces of evil would have been strained out of life. Paddy nursed, throughout his military service, an unconquerable hope of shifting the whole basis of that eternal uncertainty which fascinates backers. In his ideal world, the creatures would no longer be risking their money on so frail and unstable a thing as actual horseflesh. They would, although they knew it not, be betting about what might happen to be Paddy's choice of a suitable winner. Retired from the tented field, and settled in that famous sporting house, the old Goldfish, at Richmond, not far from the river, Paddy perceived for the first time the moribund state of English professional sculling. Was not its dirge being sung every night in his own commodious bar? But a sport's extremity may be a sage's opportunity.
It did not take long to flash upon Paddy that here was a scheme of things all shattered to bits already, and only waiting for some sportsman of spirit to remold it nearer to his heart's desire. Wisdom would purge the game of its dangerous element of uncertainty, not for the public, of course, but for the wise reconstructor. To execute this auriferous plan, Paddy first went for a quiet talk with Larry Mack, then one of the great scullers of the world. Paddy found him also one of the most docile, innocent, and deep-thirsted of giants. Had Larry any fancy to 3 months' lodging and food of the best, a new sculling boat, 20 down and 50 more later, all for just taking a leisurely row over the championship course, a length or two astern of a similar boat, occupied by Oris Dubber? Larry faintly demurred. "I'd leave a row in front of Oris," he said. "It's risking me character." "And amn't I risking all?" Paddy argued. "And me with a first-class hotel." The fiend in conscience seemed to be having it out in the immensely broad and deep bosom of Larry. "A poor thing is that," he said, "to do the public. The like of selling's a ruptured pup in the dark of the night to a man with drink taken. Is that a poor thing to live on the fat of the land, at the Star and Garter Hotel, for the 4th part of a year, and no sweating your guts out with serious training at all, only sculling for pleasure, and always a drink at any time, now or hereafter, ye'd step across to the goldfish?" That fetched him, as the old ballad says. The fiend got away with it. "I'm on," said Larry, and Paddy went off on the easier half of his mission, to offer to the only ope the dazzling prospect of dwelling for 3 months among the flesh-pots of the goldfish itself, training very gently, and then preceding Larry in a becomingly strenuous-looking procession by water from Putney to Mortlake. Dubber slowly took the offer in. "The manager at Foker's Brewery," he said, "as often said he couldn't put me in a beer-house not without I won a first-class rice. Said I wouldn't draw no custom. That's a proper promise, ain't it?" "To be sure," said Paddy. "Any court in the wide world would enforce it." "I'm on," said Dubber too, and so the 2 foundation stones of a notable reform were well and truly laid. Part 4. At any time the life of a sculler in training has points. The victuals are good. They come in of themselves like the kindliest of the kindly fruits of the earth. For your work you take agreeable exercise. As an obligation of honor you keep your mind cheerful at odd times with billiards and golf. Duty, stern daughter of the voice of God, makes you the cynosure of countless adoring eyes and honorific cameras. You can render a reporter happy with a few unstudied words, and intoxicate schoolboys with the gift of your signature unaccompanied by the other constituents of a check. You are the nearest thing there is now to a king, of the best period, one who could make invalids well with the touch of his hand. And to crown the felicity of Dubber, the palm would fall to his lot as the Derby fell to eclipses, without the drawback of a violent and precarious struggle. As for Larry, defeat, where was thy sting? Nugent would not let him down. Nugent was jingling with money. Nugent would pay up like a man for any loss of prestige. So the 2 heroes went peacefully sculling along into a smiling future, 2 daily outings apiece, while Paddy Nugent gave his whole mind to the duty of placing, as he said, the stable money. Paddy's staff work was brilliant. A lesser mind might have made a blind rush to put all the money on Dubber he could, as soon as he could, and such a mind would have found no market worth mention. Paddy's first stroke was to set the riverside talking and betting. That would soon get the notion flying about that the race was a live, exciting event. Hence the missionary visits of Jemmy Burton and other staff captains of Paddy's to the Jolly Waterman and many another snug riverine temple of sport. These envoys would back either Dubber or Mack, whichever course seemed likelier in each case to set betting well afoot. It cost a little money. Still, the fish to be caught was a bit of a whale. Why grudge a ha'porth of ground bait? You see, Paddy thought on big lines, as they say. It answered, too. No hard-headed realist of the towpath believed that Dubber could do more than keep Mac in sight over a course of 4 miles and a quarter. When it was rumored that someone had drugged a crowd of romantic patriots into dreaming that Dubber could win, the hard-headed realists rushed up with their money from all sides. The odds on Larry lengthened, and Paddy's many agents were able to take the hard-headed realists on at excellent prices. Then Paddy himself took the field. Thanks to guard duty at Windsor, rowing and sculling have ever stirred the heart of the Brigade of Guards. So he made bold to tell some of his earliest clients, with manly frankness, that he really believed he had found a flyer in my young protege Dubber. Being still young, and rich in the proud knowingness of youth, the earliest clients said the old robber was getting bats in the belfry. "He's like all new owners," one of them said. "They can never believe they've not got a good horse." Still, just to humor him, they would win back a bit of what he had made out of them in old days. So some of them put big money on Larry, half hoping that they might lose and the Englishman win. Thus the placing of the stable money went on swimmingly. A month before the race, Paddy stood to win so much on Dubber that he insured Dubber's life for £8,000 for a month. Then, with impressive self-restraint, he put down the goblet undrained, quitted the market for good, and left the general public to make its fortune on the race at its own discretion. This the general public showed the sincerest desire to do. The thing was now booming. The confidence of Dubber's entourage, as Paddy was called in the evening papers, could not be overlooked by shrewd speculators. The sporting press was daily pronouncing it an open question whether the long night of English sculling was not worn through at last, and the first ruddy streaks of the dawn well in sight, and waves of generous fervor were running mountain high every night, and higher each night than the last, in every licensed house that looks on the Thames. Part 5. A week before the day fixed for the race, a reporter with an agreeable manner called on Dubber at the Goldfish. Paddy was not in at the time, so Dubber saw the caller with no chaperone present. Would Dubber, the caller asked, give the English nation a message, same as Nelson and Wellington did at other national crises? Dubber cleared his throat, but no words came up it. So the pressman began to say beautiful and overwhelming things, with a kind of query at the end of each, as if to ask if that was not what Dubber had in his mind. All that Dubber did was to chuckle now and again and to say, "That's right," a great many times. Then the journalist went away. That was all. Next morning a wondrous interview with Dubber appeared in a popular paper. Everything to which Dubber had answered, "That's right," was reported as having been spoken by Dubber, and many other things too. Aghast at his own vicarious eloquence, Dubber found that he had, by proxy, run riot in cavalier chat about the cornstalk, the Antipodean, the bird from down under, the kangaroo, and other jaunty synonyms for Larry. Towards the end of the article, its author had essayed a loftier strain. That spirited poem, Ye Mariners of England, had been his inspiration. Disguised as Dubber, he had grown lyrical. The glorious standard of our English sculling would be launched again next Saturday to meet another foe. The meteor flag of British aquatic prowess would still terrific burn. Dubber would sweep through the deep from Putney Bridge to the Ship Inn at Mortlake, probably in record time, then feast and song for his backers, verb sap, and a salutary rebuke to the uppishness of certain colonial sportsmen, save the mark, as it was alleged that Dubber had cuttingly subjoined. Dubber read the stuff, and he scarcely knew where to look. All his friends would be grinning. And Larry, the simple but choleric Larry? There was a place on Wimbledon Common where these two would sometimes meet and say good morning on their long training walks. Dubber made for it that day. He must try to explain that he was not the sweep he must seem to be. Larry was there, right enough, with a newspaper crushed to a ball in his vast hand. He showed this masterpiece of compression to Dubber. "Is this any way," he began, "to be bucking and gabbing?" Dubber pleaded almost piteously. He really liked the mild Irish giant and hated to hurt him. "'Twasn't me, Larry. No, not 'arf of it. The perisher done it himself, the bloke from the paper, most all of it." "Ach, fine talking now. And what kind of chat were ye having out of ye anyway, setting him off on his kangaroos and his cornstalks, crabbing us all?" "Don't I tell you, it wasn't me. The bleeder just says, 'J'ever drink a glass of dry champagne?' he says, 'be way of training.' And then presently, he says, 'Another,' and then presently again, 'Well, 'ave one more,' he says, just a lot of little bits of sense like that. And then he puts in all that guff about the meter and the sweeps. Now, d'you suppose as I know anything about verb sap and them terrific burns? Thank God, no. 'Ave a bit of reason, Larry, can't yer?" But the gentlest of Samson was past holding now. The mouton was enragé with a vengeance. "Reason is that?" he roared. "And me after holding me tongue day by day with the whole of me strength, turning thousands of drinks from the door, and the entire press down on its knees, praying and offering money and malt for any old gas from me lips? What's destroying ye, Horace, is this. Ye've not been any sort of a champion before, with the press at your heels, and you're that much sot up be a civil question or two, and a little scope in the drinks, that ye must be coming the world's champion over us all before ye set foot in your boat. And it a great question whether I'll ever be able to keep you in front of meself for 4 miles and a quarter without pushing your boat with me own." Dubber had certainly brought to this meeting a humble and a contrite heart, but some taunts are past bearing. He said with dignity, "That'll do, Larry. Perhaps you won't ever to go quite so slow as you'd think." Larry scowled. "If I give my whole mind," he said, "to what I'm about, I may cape in the rear. But," he added darkly, "be cripes, I'll sweat the dry champagne out of you Saturday." But Dubber's spirit was still on the rise. "God," he muttered fervently, "I wish it was a real rice." "Do you, Thin?" Larry replied with some venom. End of section 18. Section 19 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Great Sculling Race, Part 6. As a good practical Catholic, Larry Mack had a way of going to confession 2 or 3 days before a big race. For this custom there was, for a man of Larry's profession, the sound general reason that your strength is as the strength of 10 if your heart is pure and your conscience void of offense. This time there were also particular reasons. Here he was, up to the neck in as arrant a ramp as had ever been played off on the public. If he went to confession, this would have to come out, else would Larry be embezzling the grace of God for himself, as well as his backers' money for Nugent. And Father Bohun, though an Englishman, was a man in 1,000, a man in the world, but not of it, in it enough to love a good race and to hate a foul game, and not of it enough to take any such little games lightly. To a dead certainty, Larry would get no absolution, except on a positive promise to go straight before God and man, and to do all that was in him to tick Dubber off. That, Larry felt, would do very well. It would satisfy his spiritual needs. As Larry entered the church where Father Bohun heard confessions, a light that never was on sea or land was shining in his face. As he left it, the peace that passes all understanding was his, combined with a certain touch of glee not quite so celestial. Part 7. Like a pope or a king, a great sculler can hardly talk to a friend on the eve of a race, without seeing the fact reported in the evening press, with a bright guess at what they were saying. So it had to be at a very shy inn on a common, far south of Mitcham, that Paddy met Larry to give him his final orders for the race next day. And then he never gave them after all. Before Paddy could open his mouth, Larry made the great plunge. "It's not no sort of thing for a civilized man to be doing, getting on in the way that we are. I'm frickened." Paddy's alarm was dreadful to see. "God help the man, frickened," he gasped. "And it desperately safe. Not a thing to be done but just paddle the course at a moderate speed, and all over and done with. Aye, mebbe, till we're dead, and what then? A poor lookout for the two of us." "Ach, man, you're raving, fit to be held," cried Paddy, aghast. "Are you consating that God has been putting money upon ye?" "I'm pulling up," said Larry doggedly, "before I'm in the fire." "Is it pull up?" Paddy almost shrieked in his terror. "And we with the Howells' stable money invested on Dubber, and nothing between us and death, and it the 11th hour itself, and you offering to scratch?" Larry flamed up at that. "Scratch? To hell with it, no. I've sought me hand to the plough, and begob, I'm not looking back till you've seen the race of your life." Paddy had grown pale by now, but he pulled himself together. He took high moral ground. "Ye'd bait the poor defenceless being." "I would that," said Larry with deep relish. Paddy shifted his ground. "Ye'd ruin me be treachery? Man, have ye no religion at all? To be selling a friend that has kept you 3 months in the height of condition?" "I don't question the grub," Larry owned ruefully, moved by Paddy's distress. Paddy saw him weakening, so he mourned on pathetically. "And you to set all me poor savin's running off down a steep place to the sea, the way of the pigs in the Bible. Come now, Larry, repent while there's time, and do what I desire you." Larry felt himself yielding. He struggled. He screwed himself up to stand fast, but he had to bluster to do it. "I will not," he said. "It's a grand light I've seen a day or 2 back, and a voice out of heaven itself saying, 'Clean up the howl of this river that's stinking up to the sky with spoof races and ramps and roped scullers the way it has us holding our noses above.'" Then Paddy saw that the man had turned fanatic, mad to do miracles. All was lost, and Larry saw that Paddy saw the game was up. It hurt Larry's soft heart. "It was a pity of him," Larry said to Dubber, whom he contrived to see later that evening, just to give fair notice. "He'll be all right," Dubber said stonily. "He'll lay orf his bets." "He'd be for killing the 2 of us, clever and clane, if he could," Larry said. "Just to have it no race, after all his contriving." Larry paused for a moment. "Ye wouldn't care," he went on mildly, "to go sick in the morning and me wave me right to the race, just to lave the poor devil his money." Dubber looked quickly at Mac. Was Mac losing confidence? Was a genuine win in a first-class race swimming into his own ken at last, and trailing that cloud of glory behind it, the managership of a beer-house? "Sick," he said manfully. "No, I'm not a-going sick. I'm going strong. We'll soon see who'll be druv from Putney up to Mortlake." Part 8. Old amateurs of the sport will remember still, with a jump of the heart, the race of the next day. It was rowed on the top of a real Thames tide that hustled its way up the river like some holiday crowd jostling into a racecourse, all turbid and frothy and blithe. On that jolly flood, the 3 big paddle steamers that followed the race, crowded with thorough sportsmen, looked like things cocked up into the air. All London, it seemed, had turned out. All London had its reward. Old hands said that no such race had ever been seen on the Thames. It is true that Mac led all the way, but Dubber hung on to him like a bulldog till half a mile from the finish. There both men stopped dead, almost in the same second, completely rowed out and unable to move, with the agonized backers of each man shrieking, "Go on, Dubber, you got him!" or "Go on, Larry, he's beat!" Both men were far past hearing, But Larry was first by a second or two to revive and paddle feebly past the post. Then there was a perfect carnival of sportsmanship. Larry, obeying his simple affections, and sorry for a beaten man, edged his boat in close alongside Dubber's, till he could put a gigantic arm around Dubber's neck and murmur, "Good lad." Dubber was moved too. "I'm thinking," he said sadly to the enfolding Larry. "Where's me little beer house?" The three huge floaty steamers listed heavily, while their hordes of passengers craned over the near gunwale and reveled in the spectacle of this generous embrace. "A clinking good race leaves no malice behind," the sententious one said. On one of the steamers, Paddy was busy displaying the famous equanimity of thoroughbred sportsmen under bludgeon strokes of fate. In this he was assisted by the devotion of friends in the bookmaking business, who had spent the last 24 hours in backing Larry for him in their own names. No doubt Paddy did not, on balance, have a good race. But his kind are not easily skinned. They can sell anything, even the fact that a little fraud of their own is not coming off. On another steamer, the little arf-pint and pa-tench cooled rapidly after the first glow of ecstasy kindled by Larry's caress. Corrosive memories invaded the little arf-pint. "Sweepin' the deep, he grunted sourly to Pa. "More like Larry sweepin' up the floor with Dubber. Swep up my 2 tenors anyhow." "Ah, that's what English sculling's come to," Pa responded. With somber delight he drank in any word of dispraise of the puny brood now shuffling in the shoes of the heroes of old days. Chambers and Kelly, Renforth and Sadler, and Tench, it might have been too, but for bad luck. Thus babble and fame the children of this world. But from Hammersmith Bridge a child of light had walked stoically away, after seeing the only hope of his country toiling almost hopelessly in the wake of the terrible Australian. Priest, patriot, sportsman, and now martyr to conscience, Father Bohun must have known pretty well that he had decided the race when he tipped the balance in the fighting soul of Larry. Of earthly crowns there were few that this good pastor desired more earnestly for his country than the sculling championship of the world. But in the hour of temptation, he had firmly ordered Satan to get behind him. He had forbidden the meteor flag to burn on the strength of any other than a square deal. And even then, when he had it, as the slangy say, straight from the horse's mouth, that a great ramp had been on, and that now it was off, and that Larry would win, he had not done what so many of the laity would have done in any Christian land. Such a man may well be found, as Laertes said of Ophelia, at work in a good situation when some of us shall lie howling. End of section 19, and of The Great Sculling Race, by Charles Edward Montague. Section 20 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wodjabet, Part 1. Till you come under enemy fire, you can't tell how you will take it. There are quite a lot of ways. The first time that one man is just missed by a shell, he will fly into a rage, as if a neighbor at Putney had thrown an old tin over the back garden wall, and all but broken the cucumber frame. Another fellow will perk up at once and be quite pleased with himself, as if the whole business were football, and he had headed the shell out of goal. A third will simply and piously wish it were bedtime tonight and all well. A fourth, and this one is my friend, McAvity, feels as if he had just won a bet. James was the name that he had got at the font, but Wodjabet was what our whole platoon called him, because it was what he said more often than anything else. In his earliest youth, he may have said, "What do you bet?" But he had since felt a call to say it so often, and always so eagerly and so fast, that it had run together a bit, as the younger lawyer's "my lord" turns to "my lud," with the growth of his practice. For James in civil life
had been one of those men who can hardly come into a room without wanting to take you on about something or other. Bet you there isn't 50 books in this room. Would you bet a fly lands on you sooner than me? All that sort of little fancy speculation. As soon as we got to the front and he had been sniped and bombarded a little, it seemed to me that he looked better. I fancy the way of it was that every time a shell or a bomb or bullet came near him, he felt as if he had said to the German who sent it, "What'd you bet you'll hit me?" He had triumphantly taken the enemy on. As time went on and things kept missing him, he got to be bucked beyond words. He must have felt that he was a hell of a punter. With a star like his, he'd break the bank at Potsdam yet. He went about with his eyes shining. He was the only man I ever knew that positively fretted to be out on guard in the trench. Resting in a good dugout was mere lost time to him. It was as if frost had stopped all racing. Just like that. He pined. If you feel that you can't make a bet, but you'll win it, you'll never be able to get as many bets on as you want. And that was Wodjabet's trouble. Do what he might, Fritz couldn't send over as much stuff as Wodjabet needed to keep him quite sure that the winning sequence was still going strong. And so Wodjabet took it into his head to stimulate the supply, and that was all wrong. I caught him at it myself. I was platoon sergeant then, and very responsible. One night I was going my round of our platoon sector of trench, one of the clear nights when you would see the rats on the edge of the parapet, up on their hind legs, silhouetted black against a low moon, making love or war, I suppose, capering anyhow. Wodjabet's post was just round a corner, so that I didn't see him till I was almost upon him, and he didn't notice me coming. He was too much taken up with this rotten game he was at. First he'd put up his arm at full length and wave it about. The moon was setting just behind that bit of our line, so that Fritz must have seen Wodjabet's hand like a thing thrown black on a white screen. Of course, Fritz took a shot. He didn't often get such a target in any quiet part of the line. Then Wodjabet's hand snapped its fingers, and Wodjabet chuckled, all to himself as he thought, and lowered the hand for a rest. No doubt he felt as if he had cleaned out a bookie. "What the hell are you after?" I asked, though I knew. "I am not, Sergeant," said he. "It isn't the fact." "What isn't the fact?" I said, though I guessed very well what he meant. "That I was attempting," said he, "to sneak a cheap ticket to Blighty." "Are you mad, then?" said I, "not to know that there's only one thing will be said to a man that comes in off a guard with a hole in the flat of his hand, and says it was Germans that made it?" "Begob," said he, "I never thought of that." The man was downcast now, fit to kiss any rod that you'd take to him. If I'd fetched him a kick, he'd have turned me the other posterior. "Don't I know very well that you didn't?" said I. "Nor of winning the war and getting a look at the Rhine, nor of anything else in the world but this blithering passion you have for backing yourself to win nothing at all?" I grew virtuous, I can tell you. I was the outraged father and all, as platoon sergeants used to become in the war, unless they became proper robbers. Part 2. That was the autumn of 1915. About the new year, I lost sight of McAvity and the rest for a time. A wound sent me to bed for a month at Versailles, and thence to the division's depot at the base at Étaples, to convalesce on light duty before going back to my regular work. At the depot they gave me a fine choice of jobs, 2 being vacant, provost sergeant and sergeant in charge at the officers' mess. A head waiter's life is a dignified thing, but a provost's is an open-air job with power to come in when it rains. Besides, crime has a charm for us all. So I turned policeman and said in my heart that people were going to see what a proper sleuth was. I did, in fact, nab a French plasterer sneaking a sock that one of our cooks had hung out to dry on the roof of a tent. But that was pretty well my only real peep at the titanic strife between passion and eternal law. Most of the work of me and my powerful force of 4 men was heading thirsty brethren off the wet canteen till due hours, and whacking the walls of tents with my stick after lights out to make ardent reinforcements stop talking and get down to sleep. Still, I did have a guard tent, which was known as the Jug, like every respectable prison, and now and then I had some captive in it, nearly always a man awaiting trial for coming back a day late from his home leave, through meeting a friend at Waterloo Station. They used to tell me about it. You know, the wise and merciful rule that a soldier under arrest must always be given an hour's outdoor exercise per day, under escort. I always took them out myself, and they told me in what good time they had left their homes and how they had reached Waterloo with an hour to spare, and how that friend had been on the platform, and one thing had led to another till the train fairly gave them the slip. Didn't even whistle. I don't know why I liked those walks. Possibly because it felt like being home again and giving a run to the dog. But the walk I liked best was the one I took, in the fullness of time, with McAvity. He had been home on leave, like the rest, and then, from my Jug at the edge of the depot's gravelled parade ground, I walked this long-lost son of my own through the small pine wood north of the camp and out on to the high, naked sandhills beyond. It was March now. The sun had got a little strength. The white sands below on the flat miles of shore appeared dry. All the channel looked brisk with little white crests to crisp little waves. England was somewhere northwest, but the distance was mist and the sea looked mighty extensive with all that little endless fretting of white. It was the sort of sight that makes you feel rather little and sad and left to yourself, the devil knows why. You may get the same feel from a great stretch of plough with a light fall of snow lying on it. I made him sit down where we'd get all the sun and no wind. I gave him a gasper to smoke and left him to mellow a bit in the warmth before I said, "So the train bolted?" "It did that," he said mournfully, "like a colt, and I barely turned me back for an instant to speak to a very old friend." "Oh, he was there all right?" I said. "At Waterloo?" "He was, Sergeant." Wodjabet's face expressed deep surprise at my unaccountable knowledge. "He always is," I said, "and so's the bar." "And that's a true word, too," he said with conviction. "They'd have a right not to be keeping a bar in the place. I hear there are losings of trains in it daily." He spoke just as simply and seriously as a child, and he acted like one, and a good one most of the time. He told you the truth. He did what you bade him. He only went on the bend very seldom. He didn't shirk or grouse. He took things as they came. He was a good, quiet trier. And yet he did it all as if he had some precious thing on his mind all the time, and only went straight because he couldn't often be bothered to break rules or fall out with sergeants. It would get in the way of this darling old preoccupation of his. He looked like it, too. Most of his face was like anyone else's. Not his eyes, though. They would often go shiny and big of themselves when you were talking to him about any old thing, quite dull in itself. At these times, they wouldn't be really looking at anything either. Anything outside him. I fancy they turned themselves in, when he got worked up, so that they'd see whatever it was that he had in his mind. And that was what made them shiny. They looked dull enough now. "Can you give me an estimate, Sergeant," he asked, "of how much I'll be getting?" "Were you drunk when arrested?" "I'm not wholly clear about that, but it will be right on the crime sheet. The corporal that took me looked a very truthful man." "Did you hit him?" I asked. "I'm not wholly sure, but he'll know." "Drunk and resisting," said I, "is 28 days on the sands." I pointed to the wire-hedged prison camp on the desolate beach. It looked dismally sanitary. "Late back from leave is the same. About 56 days for the lot." He almost shrieked. "Mother of God! I'll be losing 8 weeks of the war." I stared at the man. You see, it was 1916. We were, most of us, far past the silly fool stage of our soldiering. We didn't keep up the old gaff about liking the war. "There'd be bags of it left," I assured him, "if you were in Jug for a year." "Are ye positive, Sergeant?" he asked, very gravely. "The King and the Kaiser wouldn't be meeting in Holland or Spain and taking a glass and making a peace on us all before morning?" "They would not," said I, "you ignorant fellow. Aren't they constitutional kings?" "I'm exceedingly glad to hear that," he replied. "There'll be many sore hearts when the war will be over." I hooted at that. "Do you mean there's a good many cooks at the base and cashiers, and men that can't do with the sight of their wives?" "Aye, and men that never knew the grand thing that life is till they were shot over, like boys that had lived to be men and never seen porter or beer, only water. Me own life, for one, hadn't had a head on it even before I got out to this war." "You've got it badly," I said. I remembered about his complaint, how he was one of the cranks that don't feel the air is crawling with venomous muck when it whistles all round them. They just feel the nip has got into the whiskey. "Well," I said, "there's hope for you, even in quad. Fritz has been bombing us here a bit lately." He brightened a little at that, but he was humble about his little indulgences. "Just to see a bit of life," he pleaded. "Just to have a bit of froth on it." It was time to go back to the Jug. He got those 56 days. End of section 20. Section 21 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wodjabet, Part 3. Not for another 4 months did the doctors let me go back up the line, but I could pull strings at the depot by then, so I wangled my way back to my own old platoon to act as supernumerary sergeant till some other sergeant got done in. And one of the first men I saw when I got there was McGavity, still in one piece. We went into the line the next evening, about east of Bully Grenay. The ground is all chalk in those parts, with a little wet clay like brown putty on top. I believe they put that whole lot of front underground later on, and every sentry kept guard in a sort of worm cast, stuck up at the top of a shaft. But the time we were there we had only an old German trench, with dugouts that faced the wrong way, so that enemy shells would come in by the front door without having to knock. And that inconvenience wasn't the worst either. Between the platoon's 2 last sentry posts on the left, there was a 50-yard bit of trench that was possessed with a devil. It looked a perfectly quiet, innocent place. Fritz's front line was along 300 yards off, a little way down the far side of a low ridge of ground. This ridge was our working horizon. From our trench ground sloped away up to it gently. Beyond it we saw only sky and a big red moon rising. A jock sergeant from whom we took over gave us a wink and said that it was as good as a bargain with Fritz that nobody was to sneak up to the ridge on his belly and loose a shot over it. There were several places like that in the line, places absolutely made for swapping casualties. Start swapping once, and you would never be done. You don't want wear and tear for nothing, unless you're McGavity or a fool commander-in-chief. So that bit of trench, like 1 or 2 others, had been pretty well out of the war for 2 years. It looked it too. No one had bothered to make a good job of it. For a good 40 yards it was not 3 feet deep, and that part lay low, so it made a very good drain for the slope down from the ridge. On the day we went in it had rained pretty hard, and for quite 30 yards the trench was brimful of water. If you kept to the trench and going along to our last left flank post, you had to wade up to your hips, and the rest of you stuck up clear into the air. I thought that post would make a pretty little bit of oddity for Wodjabet, so I took him along to relieve the outgoing jock. The jock platoon sergeant was with us, and when we came to the waterlogged part of the trench, he said, "It'll no kill a man to be wet to the guts, but it does him nae good." And he got out of the trench and walked along the parapet, bolt upright. Well, I thought,
He ought to know, so I did as he did, and let McAvity do it. And when we had changed the centuries, the two jocks and I did the same thing, coming back. Peace, perfect peace, I thought to myself. It wasn't long after midsummer then, and McAvity's 2-hour turn upon guard had started at 2 a.m, so the air had only just begun getting gray when I came along with the man due to relieve him. We went the dry way as before, and it was all right. It took me a bit of a time to show the new man the lie of the land, and the shelf for his bombs, and this thing and that. The sky was whitening fast all the while, and a pretty thin twilight was all that was left when I and McAvity set out for home. "Is it swim the canal?" he asked, "or keep to the towpath?" I knew it was the sin against the Holy Ghost to be walking about on the top of the earth for one's bodily comfort with 3 feet of cover at hand. But golly, that water was dirty. "We'll chance it," I said, "overland." So I walked on the bank, and McAvity after me. But I felt very naked out there, cocked up on the swell of the globe, with the dawn staring at us. That's the trench instinct. A fox has it too. You can tell by the crouch of his belly. I was halfway across the deep part when all the queerness turned natural suddenly. In that strange, empty place I heard a quite common, familiar sound. A quick swish past my head, and then a little flicking or dipping noise on my right, and I saw a tiny trickle of loosened earth slipping down from the face of a mound of loose chalk at the back of our trench. "Into it, Jemmy!" I yelled. "Into the sewer and tuck in your tuppenny." You see, I had to repeat. Wodjabet had become like a man, without either sense or obedience. He simply stood up all the straighter, as if that bullet had put new life into him. He didn't mind me at all. He just looked east, as if something over that way interested him hugely. "God blast you, don't keep me waiting," I said. But of course I wasn't leaving it to him to get us both shot. I hustled him into the trench and took to it myself, and ran him along with his nose well down to the bilge, and my knee in his back when required, till that trench was 7 feet deep. Then I damned him at leisure, all the way back to our rotten dugout. He took it all meekly, and yet I could swear he didn't take it to heart. He wasn't minding anything I said. He was scarcely hearing it, only trying to do the polite thing, and the shine was going down in his eyes. Once or twice he began, "How the blazes?" and then stopped and went on with his private wondering. You may be wondering, too, how the blazes a bare slope of earth could project rifle bullets. It's perfectly easy. We learnt to snipe, too, later on in the war. We found how to fire out through a hillside or a broken gunwale, or the ear of a stinking dead horse. But we were a fine vivid green in those early days, and it puzzled us all. So I thought I would report to Mr. Park, commanding the platoon, the way that slope was spitting. "So, down you go," I said to McAvity when we reached the front door of the little home. "I'm walking on." He said bashfully, "Sergeant, I have a very great fear that I left me gold watch on the shelf at the post I was in. I'll not be a minute." He was for making off back the way we had come. "You will not," said I, "nor a second. You'll go down at once to your rest." I knew he had no watch at all, gold or tin. He turned in, quite good, only sorrowful, like a sweet-tempered child when it is held up in a raid on the jam. Then I went on down the trench to tell Park. Park was delighted. "We'll go out," he said, "tonight, and feel that slope all over with our hands. I'll come and take a first look at it now." So we went off at once. It could have been hardly 10 minutes since Wodjabet was relieved when Park and I came into sight of that beast of a place. We saw the maddest sight. Where the water was deepest, it had the washy, splashy look that a swimming bath has, or the pool at the zoo where the seals go switchbacking in and out of the water. We couldn't see why, for there seemed to be nobody there till the surface broke, all of a sudden, and a man shot up full length out of the water into the air, like a dace when it jumps to get away from a pike. Next moment there came the report of a rifle, but by that time the leaping figure had dropped to the water again and was wholly submerged, except about an inch of upturned face, which I took to be the infatuated creature's breathing arrangements. Park turned to me, gaping. "Who's that damned jack-in-the-box?" Even as he said it, Wodjabet leapt a foot higher than the last time. The rifle went off, and Wodjabet was safely re-immersed. "Private McAvity, sir," I reported. "A proper madman, sir. Just come off guard, and goes out to bait the Fritz sniper." "Come here, you fellow there," roared Park. The sound of many waters may have deafened McAvity, or perhaps he had no ears at all at the time, for anyone but his own particular siren. Certainly all that he did when his officer called was to leap a third time, the leap of a salmon at a ware. Once more the rifle went, and once more Wodjabet submerged, triumphantly, all but the tip of his periscope. Park was raging at the indiscipline of it. He was a big, strong boy and a good officer to his men, but peppery. He rushed into the water and took a good hold of McAvity's tunic collar and lugged him ignominiously out into safety. Then he got down to work, cursing McAvity uphill and down dale. "I only meant a little bit of fun, sir," Wodjabet gasped humbly. "Fun? Tossing up with the Germans for Allied manpower?" Presently Wodjabet was allowed to slink off, with his ears full of fleas, to dry in the sun. "A good man, Sergeant?" Park inquired, looking after him. Park's good humor was returning. The weather was hot, and he didn't much mind getting wet. "First rate, sir," I replied, "and his rifle a picture. A little bit mad, sir, of course." "All the best of us are. Well, keep him alive as long as you can. We'll put a breastwork tonight at that place. You'd better swim under water till then."
Part 4. Wodjabet looked troubled all that day, rather like a spaniel that's chock full of good feelings, but knows it has been naughty. There was something else wrong with him, too. I guessed it was this. He was feeling like a born punter who has been dumped down at Monte Carlo and knows the tables are near, can almost smell them, and yet isn't let in at the doors. Anyone but himself would have slept in the sun all the part of that day that he wasn't on guard. Wodjabet lay about, but he never really closed an eye. He only blinked the way a cat does, letting on that it's sleepy when really its eyes are aglow with some grand private excitement or other. He hadn't slept one wink the night before, what with the relief and the bit of guard duty, and then the 2 duckings. So you may guess he was tired and sleepy, and all by the time it was dark the next night, and he doing a guard at the quietest, healthiest post on the whole platoon sector. I chose it for that, to keep him from trying to pull Fritz's leg any more. But I hadn't left him there half an hour before I thought, what if it's only too quiet? And jumped up and went round to visit him. Blowed if he hadn't done just what I was fearing. He wasn't lying down. He would never have done that. He was standing up, jammed back and front, his knees against the front wall of the trench, his back against the rear wall, his rifle between his legs and his head fallen forward. The sleepiness had caught him where he stood, as some sorts of gas do, and he had gone off with scarcely any change of position. Of course the crime was capital, but there are too many capital crimes in a war. So we sergeants thought, and we took leave, in my battalion at least, to run a little martial law of our own making. It was a law utterly lawless. Whenever we found a sentry asleep, we just fell upon him and throttled and pummeled and kicked him awake. He always thought Fritz had come over and got him. The sergeant who did it might have been tried once for assaulting a private, and then a second time for screening a crime. But of many men that we treated this way, I never knew one who told tales or pleaded that he'd had a right to be shot, nor yet one who ever took a chance again of waking with 2 German hands squelching his gullet. I liked McAvity well, but duty is duty, even when it's a little irregular. So I set about him, and this I will say, that I couldn't wish any sentry of mine who woke up with a German's thumbs on his windpipe to give a better reaction.
He woke as fast as a dog and started to fight like a good one. It might have taken me all I knew to garrote him, but I had hardly begun before I heard somebody saying, "That will do, Sergeant. The legal punishment will suffice." And there was the adjutant, Captain L. Graves, standing back in his shadow 7 yards off. He must have been there, standing like that, and not moving, before I arrived. None of us liked the adjutant. He was a hard man and given to slinking about where you wouldn't expect him. An officer of the sort that thinks every man must be rotten if only you knew. "When did this man go on guard?" he asked me. 1 o'clock, sir," I said. The adjutant looked at his watch. "Half an hour ago," he said. "Fast asleep in 10 minutes. Get the next relief now, and put this shirker under arrest." I could see Wodjabet flinch at the name he was called. I made bold to say, "He's a most fearless man, sir. A good soldier till now." "Keep that for the court-martial, Sergeant," said the adjutant. I had to go. I knew the holy passion the adjutant had for getting soldier-men punished. End of section 21. Section 22 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wodjabet, Part 5. They did not shoot McAvity, did not even quite condemn him to death. Of course, I swore pretty hard about the fatigues I had been giving him for days before. Mr. Park made good play with some aspirin that he said he had given the prisoner because of a ducking. Park got the doctor to say it was rare stuff for sending people asleep. What with this, that, and the other, they made it out that 5 years' penal servitude was the right fit for Wodjabet's misdoing, and that he had better start serving it after the war. That was a new law, I heard. You might get 20 years, but you would just go on with your duty till the war ended, and then go to quad. And everyone said that if you went straight till the end of the war and we won, Haig was sure to say, "Just let him off, for me, this time." A good law, too, and I shouldn't much mind if the same sort of ticket of leave were given in peacetime. Wodjabet came back to the platoon, looking a bit bewildered and dull. We were out of the line at the time for a divisional rest, but he brightened up when we went south for the big September attack on the Somme. All that autumn, and all the next summer and autumn in the big fights east of Arras and Ypres, he did well and looked fairly contented and never got hit, as does happen sometimes, though not very often, to people who go about asking for more trouble than comes of itself. I never do that, and yet I stopped a lot of little bits of shrapnel, all from one burst, at Passchendaele on November 6th. That meant an operation a month for 6 months to dig the bits out of my innards. So I didn't get back to the center of things till the August before the war ended. Still, by heaven's own luck, and a little contrivance, I was sent once again to the good old platoon a few days before the big push east of Amiens, when the Germans turned to go home. There was scarcely anyone left of the first jolly crowd that had come out together to France about 3 years before, with all their troubles to come. But there was Wodjabet still, and a mighty reputation he had by that time. He was the oldest soldier in the company. He'd won the military medal at Cambrai, and the strange lads that filled the platoon used to sit round him and wait till he'd speak. The man Graves was dead, to the satisfaction of all. Park commanded the company. Even the colonel, I heard, had got an eye cocked on McAvity as a stout man who had slipped up by a fluke, and was now making good in spite of it all, like a storybook hero. He was a treasure to me, with the queer, innocent boys I had to look after. The one thing I didn't quite like in his ways was a sort of disquietedness. The better things went with the war, the more uneasy he seemed. "You're not fretting?" I asked him at last. "Over that little trouble?" It was towards the end of October I spoke. "I'm thinking," he said, very careworn. The war will be apt to break down on us any time now." "God hurry it," said I. "Have you any objection?" "They're talking," he said, "of some 14 points the Americans have that would stifle it, lock, stock, and barrel." "And what's wrong," I asked him, "with winning on points?" "It's the state we'll all be in after that has me distracted," said Wodjabet, scratching his hair like a person in misery. "Have you no sort of job to go back to?" said I. "There's more jobs in my trade," he said, "than there's men that can do them." "Are you frightened," I asked, "of this land fit for heroes the crooks have been hawking?" "Ah, then, would I be minding the blather and lies of them?" He was on guard at the time, and I was going my rounds. Trenches didn't come to much in those last weeks of the war. Fritz was going back too fast to dig them good, and we were too tired, too, to dig them much deeper. There was a good deal of standing about among houses and trees and any sort of odd cover, and some fancy shooting. At that very moment a whimper like a gnat's came singing past between us, and overhead the gunners were sending the big whistling sighs of their shells winging augustly along over great arches. Wodjabet drank in the noises, now grown almost homely. "It's that we'll be missing," he said ruefully. "Missing?" I said. "I'll miss nothing the night that it stops but the sleep that I've lost for 3 years in preventing mad devils like you from getting their heads free in trenches." "Do you think ye will, Sergeant?" he asked very earnestly. "Will you be able to sleep? I'm sore fearing the guts will be gone out of life. We'll be safe, and that's fine. But what if the taste be gone out of the safety itself, and the good of it lost on us? Whethen isn't a man safe when he's dead, only he hasn't the feel of it, and the feel is the thing. And the feel isn't there to be had, except there's a weeny bit of a risk for your safeness to show up agin it. Sergeant, I'm getting terribly frightened." He looked it. The man was almost entreating me to say something from which he could sincerely draw comfort. "Do you think," he went nervously on, "you will find it endurable? Lying in bed all the night, and the air gone as flat as the washings of beer they'd swab off the zinc of a bar, and never one waft of a shell, nor the whine of one bullet to make the grand feel of your safety bite on your mind? Won't you be feeling as if there was nothing you'd offer to eat but would turn into sawdust?" "I will not, Jemmy," said I. "With the great diseases there are in the world, and a job to be lost, and railway disasters, and fire, and one sort of plague and another, I am expecting to do exceedingly well without any praying for war in our time." "Ye really think so, Sergeant? You're not kidding me?" You could see he was honestly hungering to be able to feel I was right, and not just an irrational optimist, nor a dealer in blarney. "Well," he sighed, "praise God, there's a little war left. Ah, if only a man had the trick to store up enough of the feel of it in his soul while it lasts, just to consume by degrees all the rest of his life. Begob, he could stand anything." He was in torment. Part 6. During the war's last 3 weeks, he grew more haggard daily. By November the 10th, the rumor had grown pretty strong that at any time now we might get the word to knock off. We were all wondering what we should do when the whistle went. Give 3 cheers for Fritz and get our back pay and go home in the evening? Or go on mounting guards and playing soldiers? Or what? On the last night of all, as it turned out to be, I could see Wodjabet trying to hide his distress when I visited him at his post. It was nearly midnight then, and we were in the suburbs of a little mining town. "Sergeant, is it the truth that I'm hearing?" he said, when he had reported all quiet. "There's no ceasefire order in yet," I replied. "Can you tell me, Sergeant," he said, "the name of the place that I have to me front? The town with the lights blinking in it?" "That's Mone," I told him, "where the war began." "It'll end there, too, I'm thinking," he said very sorrowfully. "I'm told when a stag's getting old and near dying, he'll make for the place he was foaled in. It's now or never. We're all but through with it." I didn't see then what he meant. The next post that I had to visit was in an old ruinous shed that we had loopholed, 200 yards further on. I did my business there and started back. Then I saw Wodjabet standing full length on the top of a low wall that was close to his post. There was a bright moon, and in it he looked like a black statue hoisted above the whole countryside. He was staring out east at a low railway embankment. We all took it that Fritz was just on its far side. I quickened up a bit, meaning, of course, to make him stop playing the fool and get down. But the ground was all broken and messed up with old rusty wire. I couldn't go fast, and before I was 20 yards nearer to Wodjabet, he had started loosing off, shot after shot at that embankment. I yelled to him to hold his fire and get down, but he was past hearing, I guess, past thinking of anything in the world except having a flutter with Fritz before closing time. I kept on running and damning his eyes, but long before I could get at him, he had emptied the magazine of his rifle, and then he had got out a flash lamp and thrown the light up on his tin hat and his face and down on his uniform and his rifle. He must have been fairly raging to get Fritz to see that the best mark in the war was going a-begging. Mark, he was like the Nelson statue in Trafalgar Square, with a searchlight upon it. Fritz did nothing at all. It was as if he weren't there. I suppose he wasn't killing that night, unless you quite forced him. 4 years and a bit had sufficed for his needs, but Wodjabet wouldn't take no for an answer. Perhaps he saw me rushing back at last and heard me hallooing and knew the game would be up if once I got at him. Or perhaps he never noticed me, and was taken up wholly with that mad desire of his to take the Germans on once more for a real good flutter, before the casino could put up its shutters. Down he got with a jump from this lighthouse he'd made of himself, and off into the east, waving his lamp to rout out the Germans, make them turn to, willy-nilly, and give him the thrill he required. Right off it, I thought as I stumbled along. But he was one of my men, to be kept out of scrapes by any means within reason. So I gave chase. I gained on him a bit, for he checked once and again to reload and let the embankment have another clip of cartridges. Halfway to the railway, I got him to notice me for the first time. "Come back with me, Jemmy," I said, "and I'll not have you tried for deserting." "Desertin'?" he cried. "It's the war is desertin' meself. I'm hunting for it high and low, and it hiding, and me in the fearfullest need that ever I had." He was keeping out of my reach, but I begged him again. "Come back with me, Jemmy. Remember the back pay to get, and the medals and all, and a great rest from the war and the trouble that's on you." "Is it rest from the war?" he squealed very bitterly. "From the war, and it all the rest that I'll get in me life? Good-bye to ye, Sergeant. God help ye." And off he went, plunging ahead to murder any German alive for refusing to snipe him. Right up the embankment he went, and stood at the top for a minute, flouting the moon, and loosed off another 5 shots. I suppose Fritz got tired at last, or he had to defend himself. There was just the one shot of a rifle that didn't sound British, and Jemmy flopped forward and didn't shoot any more. So I wrote him off a loss, and went back to the rest of my business. The war ended next day before dinner, and we had him buried by tea-time. Part 7. I have heard a man say we are all a bit mad, and the proper certified loonies only a little bit further off it than most of us are. I thought of it later that night, for beyond a doubt it was queer to stretch down to sleep with not one gun at work anywhere, nor the chance of a shot all the night. For 3 years or more the old rumble and grumble had been the most regular thing in one's world. They say when you come off a long steamer voyage, you can't sleep your first night on shore, because it's too quiet. No beat of the engine. I couldn't sleep either. I lay awake thinking how easily somebody else might be put off a lot more than I was. How he might feel he was not missing only a homely old noise, but something that kept the whole life of him going.
as the air does to your blood. It must have been so with McAvity, and if you put it at that, it was good enough sense by his lights to get rid of his life in trying to keep it worth living. End of section 22, and of Wodjabet by Charles Edward Montague. Section 23 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Fatalist. Part 1. All day had the gardener been digging a hole to contain my new rose bed. Night fell on a pit 3 feet deep. It had nice vertical sides. All over its floor had been spread a layer of rough stones, to perfect the drainage for the roses. The layer was some 6 inches deep, so there were still 2 feet and 6 inches of pit to fall into. However, my garden is, in a sense, private, so we hung up no red lamps round the hole. At 11 that night I was lying in bed, thinking how little that's new there is under the sun. I had just reached the somber conclusion that most of us hadn't even the wit to sin the old standard sins in some new sort of way, when I heard the unmistakable sound of a bit of dry wood, crushed by somebody's boot in the garden under my window, where no man should be at that hour. I live alone, and there is no other house within hail of my cottage. My ground-floor windows are French, and very nice on warm afternoons, but they scarcely count among the serious bulwarks of property. Besides, I have a billiard table, and maintain the antique luxury of ivory balls, and persons versed in burglary will tell you that these are highly esteemed by the craft, as very few lines of stolen goods are so easy to market. Besides, we are all weak as water, so I guessed at once that some frail brother must have failed to overcome a desire for my billiard balls. I would not slay the meanest burglar that lives merely for burgling, but I like scaring them, and to gratify this simple taste, I have brewed, so to speak, a completely innocuous brand of wind to put up them. I keep by my bed a tiny pistol, of a special kind, that is used for starting foot races. It can fire nothing but blank, for its muzzle is bunged up, from birth, with a steel plug. But to make up for this disability, it has a small hole in the underside of the barrel. Through this hole, the products of combustion escape with an admirable accession of sound and fury as often as the piece is discharged. Believe me, I have found this stingless firearm, emasculated but vociferous as the great pistol himself, the patron saint of this description of ordnance, quite comically disturbing to the morale of the criminal classes, although it relieves me of all liability to the remorse that might follow any actual perforation of their persons. Jumping out of bed and grasping this little champion of justice, and also of mercy, I plunged down the stairs and issued in inhospitable haste from the back door. As I gained the open, I spied a man in full flight. He was then about halfway from me to the rosebed of the future, and the high speed at which he traveled was in no way diminished when I let fly with my little favorite. If sound could kill single-handed, the wicked man would have perished there in his wickedness, for the listening earth that is described in the hymn might easily have had her eardrum broken by that little hero's report. But he lived, and headed straight, in his incautious terror, for the pit. At its edge he vanished utterly, and, when the roar of my artillery had died away, it was feebly succeeded by the groans and swear-words of an unquestionable casualty. Rushing forward to improve my advantage, I found that the unintended trap had quite settled the hash, the immediate and practical hash, of the foe. He was stretched at full length on the stones. That much I could see in the dark. But as I jumped after him into the pit, he cried out, "My foot! Mind my foot!" in a tone that fairly took my breath away. So widely did it differ from any tone that I could have expected from a condignly defeated invader.
The tone was neither menacing nor scared, nor yet imploring, but simply pettish and cross, like an invalid's when you don't put his pillows just right, or a child's when it says, "You're hurting me," with the fullest conviction that this piece of news will desolate the person addressed and spur him to offers of instant relief. In fact, I felt that spur. I felt it so distinctly that I bent down, without more ado, to examine the foot which the recumbent enemy extended to me. I felt the foot all over. Its sole was facing the other leg, and the outside of the ankle bulged like a knee. This looked like dislocated ankle. But I knew that a wise surgeon will not start on treatment till he has given himself every chance that he can to diagnose rightly, so I told the patient with authority that he had better come indoors. "Come," he said pettishly. "I can't get up." It was an educated voice, a super-educated one. And now that I come to think of it, his very oaths had smelt of the lamp. They were pedantic. Besides, I had felt a slight pricking in my thumbs, such as usually visits me when I come near an intellectual, even one who is not a burglar. But I do read a little myself. Of course, nothing to speak of, just a few stale old things, and now it came into my head to rebuke this peevish trespasser in terms as bookish as his own. "Well," I quoted sternly, "whence comes this restraint? From too much liberty, my Lucio, liberty." "Do you know," he said, "that's rather apt." He spoke as if I were a boy who had shaped pretty well in a class, and he a master who could afford to unbend just a little. But not very much. Not for long. In another moment he was again completely possessed by the tender regard that he had already shown for himself. "But here you are," he said, "quoting from Measure for Measure to your satisfaction, while I bear the pangs of the damned." I might have followed up my first jibe with another, but somehow my flippancy froze on my lips. Surely I must be one of the most defenseless of men in any sort of verbal affray or logical duel. Any thrust or feint or parry that is addressed to me seems, just at the time, to have such extraordinary and unanswerable force. Certainly a crushing or scathing answer does sometimes occur to me afterwards, especially in bed, but at the time I am lost. I can only feel that in the high court of reason I have lost my case and must, as the most dutiful of her subjects, put up my hands and accept whatever may arise from this surrender. "You must wait here," I began. "I must indeed," he said acidly. "While," I continued, "I go for a light." One ought by rights to feel superior when one is carrying on a sentence, like that, right over a needless or rude interruption by somebody else. But I got no joy of it. There was that in the voice of this sour Olympian which made me feel no words of mine to be up to the mark. I went for the light. Halfway to the door the austere voice overtook me. "You may or may not be aware," it was saying, "that shock, in the medical sense of the term, induces a chill. A rug, a sofa blanket, even a great coat, if fairly thick—" I grunted. But when I came back with a big stable lantern, I had a motor rug over my shoulder and a large cushion in my other hand. Part 2. He did not take really well the frank brutality that it needs to get an ankle back into joint. No abuse, you understand, no direct attack on my methods. Only a flow of oblique, refractive, or ricochet comment, such as a grumpy, "Well, I suppose might is right in these cases," and "Small wonder the eminent bone-setters earn what they do if they have any gift for economizing these tortures." I should have thought I had done pretty well for a fellow that had not taken a course in first aid, but the touch of a master magician swiftly turned my little meal of self-complacency into some of the least tasty of sawdust. For several minutes after the ball of that ankle was back in its cup, a ground swell of piquantly phrased innuendo, to my disadvantage, was slowly subsiding.
Before I had quite got this scourge to my vanity laid out easy and snug, with my rug tucked well round his lean form, and my cushion doubled under his head, it was occurring to me that in less than 10 minutes I had successfully recovered the offensive in this campaign, and had then completely lost it. My present position was only slightly better than that of a hare in front of a swift car at night. Fascinated by the strong headlights of this arrogant intellect, I could neither outpace it nor scuttle off out of its way. Clearly there was nothing for it but a desperate push on my part to regain the upper hand that I had lost, and, at least in some high and delicate sense, to make this caustic malefactor eat dust. "Well," I began with this strategic purpose, "about the object of this call of yours." In replying, his voice went up an octave or two, and thenceforward remained at the austerest heights of conscious predominance in argument. "In asking that," he trebled, "are you not, if I may say so, breaking in an open door?" "We can't all break in closed doors," I retorted, with some little gusto at first, for I felt it was quite a palpable hit, but a plague on all big stable lanterns. His face was visible now, and it wore that most withering of expressions, the absolute blank with which persons of culture and taste receive a false note struck by one of their inferiors, a fable impropriety or a bad pun, as if their mercy were giving the culprit a chance to begin life again without having his license endorsed. My luckless repartee shriveled instantly, in my own sight, into a coarse sample of the hard and dry lucidity of second-rate minds. I stood reproved while he continued, as though no indecency had occurred. "Assume that I was about to do all that you hint. I do not offer one shade of denial. Assume anything, everything. Call me whatever you will. Call me a—" "Pretty bad egg," I muttered imprudently, for my vulgar wrath had revived a little under the tonic of my adversary's plenary admission of intent, as we say in the law. He seemed to be really distressed by my commonness. His face was spare and rather sacerdotal, but not stoically so, and now his lips were parted and had a mixed look of petulance and pain, as if he might proceed either to scold or to cry. But whatever weakness may have assailed him, he mastered his disappointment at my failure. He reasoned with me, if not patiently, at least with a measured and marshalled impatience. "Do you seriously think," he inquired, "that that is what life really asks of you? To go about saying that this man is good and that other man bad, in some strained moral sense? As if either of them could be either, when all that they do is foredoomed and fixed for them, down to the least bend of a finger or toe, and a deed that smells sweet or foul to the nose of the mob is no more the feat or the fault of the doer than thorns are the fault of a rose or its scent, a moral achievement." But there was still some rebellion left in me. "Voilà la grande phrase qui arrivant," I muttered profanely. Of course, I had known before then the little fashion that some people follow of raising the dear old Greek notion of fate from the dead. Only the way they put it now is that the poor office boy has to dip his hand, willy-nilly, into the till, because some glandular secretion in his body has gone wrong. I can't keep up with all these fashions. Their birth and death rates are too high. So, in a general way, I am on the first gravedigger's side, and against free love and free suicide, and the free till. I admitted as much. "That," he said with asperity, "is the greatest mistake." For the moment, however, he left it at that, and said in a way that made my face tingle for my deficiencies as a host, "Would it be too much to ask that I may not have to tax my poor powers in clearing this up without some means of keeping a little warmth in my feet?" Despise me if you must, but I was cornered. No adequate answer rose to my lips,
and out of that corner I could perceive no way of escape except through my back door. In a minute or two I had collected a foot muff, my second-best rug, and the hot water bottle out of my bed, and had returned to the patient. He gave meagre thanks and took up his tale. Where were we? Oh, about the old free will illusion. Old? I interposed as rudely as I dared. Is it as old as the Atreus family curse and the rest of your ineluctable destiny business? He overlooked my interruption, as a primate in the pulpit might ignore a very small brawl in the body of the church. Right? Wrong? He resumed at his leisure, as if what matters in John Roe is that he's in the right, and in Thomas Doe that he's in the wrong. As if anything mattered in either poor devil except that, right or wrong, he is just what he is, a poor blown mote of dust who dreams he's the wind that blows him about, that he chooses his path and determines his acts and shapes his own character, as if it were open to me to worry myself with the fancy that it would have been in my power not to come to your house and fall into your pit, or open to you to imagine it was an autonomous act of your own to seize a deadly weapon and fling yourself madly upon me, raging for blood. However he might have shaken my faith in any free will of my own, I had no doubt just then about the freedom of this philosopher's will as an agency for determining me. Hadn't he been shunting me all night, like the veriest truck for his goods from siding to siding? Wasn't he, even now, by the infernal prestige of his brain, keeping me positively respectful? But he was proceeding, whereas all that is left to us, if there be anything, is to fall as little short as we may in sympathetic curiosity, in presence of which pitiful playthings of natural forces, as all of us are, whatever we may do or seem to do. In fact, I murmured, when you seemed to have come here to pillage the place, I ought to have viewed the semblance with melancholy compassion. Tinged, he said, with humor. Humorless compassion for the common plight is a mood too purely Russian. See Chekhov, Dostoevsky, all that lot. The English mind, at its best, has at least a wry smile for man's tragicomic entanglement. It does not overlook an element of the grotesque in the poor mob of helpless pygmies. The ill-conditioned element in me made one more try for liberty. And so, I said, I might have allowed myself one little grin when you came this unfortunate cropper. Doesn't it strike you, he asked me augustly, that there is no truth, however profound, that does not lend itself to some flippant travesty? He paused a little, no doubt, to give me in fairness a chance to offer my excuses. I did not offer any. But the spell was working on me again. Never since I was at school have I been able to stick up for my own notions just at the moment when somebody else tries to come the giant intellect over me. Like an old soldier, my mind instinctively jumps to attention, salutes, and listens for orders. Perhaps he was giving me up as utterly graceless. The night grows colder, he said somewhat distantly, and I am far from home, and am seriously injured. Something has, I think, been said, from time to time, about providing me with shelter, but nothing seems to be done. With an effort I lifted him on to the edge of the pit. Then I got out myself, raised him to his feet or foot, and asked if he thought he could hop, with my assistance, into the house. I might, he replied, but I doubt the wisdom of attempting it. It was distinctly conveyed that if I had a sense of decency, it would lead me to carry him. Why make a stand there after retreating so often? I submitted my back to the load. The theorist, who had set out to break in at one of my windows, bent, in the deathless words of Milton, to unhoard the cash, entered luxuriously by the door, bestriding its owner, and shedding about him a pungent aroma of intellectual force and of free, cantankerous will. End of section 23, and of A Fatalist,
by Charles Edward Montague. Section 24 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Man afraid. May he dream of the devil and wake in a fright. Old curse. Part 1. As I walked to our village today after breakfast, a big and handsome tramp was lying asleep on the strip of hot grass by the road. The high midsummer sun shone benedictively down on the man's upturned face. But the face was troubled. Neither beer nor skittles could possibly have been the theme of that fellow's dreams. An hour later I came back that way. The wanderer still slept, but he had rolled over onto his front. His face was buried in the grass, as a child buries his in a cushion, to shut out the sight of some frightful object. I had to go down to the village again after luncheon. The tramp was sitting up now, with his back to a low wall of stones. He looked a degree more professional, too. He gave me good day in the coming-on manner of competent tramps, nor did he hide a pipe which needed only tobacco and a match, in order to achieve the highest purpose of its being, to render it easy for others to do what you wish in the essence of all diplomacy. This practitioner of the business made it perfectly easy for me to produce my pouch, followed by my matches, to hand them to him, and then to fill my own pipe, and to take a seat on the wall, not far from his head. But all this he did in a half-absent way, like a man who is waiting for some momentous hour to strike, while he gives perfunctory chat to people round him. Somebody in Homer says that all tramps come from God. I am not quite so sure, but some of them still talk the good English that tastes like a nut, though the schools and the press are scouring it so swiftly off the face of this island. Besides, I was piqued by the odd way black hair had eaten into this fellow's face. It was a face quite remarkably virile in shape. Indeed, it was the face that sculptors, in all ages, seem to have agreed to give to Roman private soldiers, and it was burnt a very deep, rich, even brown. He only needed a helmet of the right make to resemble a classic warrior done in bronze, except that his countenance had acquired one of the completest sets of taut, minute, and circumstantial wrinkles that I had ever seen, bar photographs of aged cardinals and portraits by Rembrandt. Part 2. From the grand weather our talk shifted round to the vagabond's past. It was I made it shift. He showed no itch to be gabbing or bucking, like most of us middle-aged men, about the uncommonness of his youth, and that though most of his 48 years had clearly been active. These lives that are given to action in their spring are apt to be given, in their autumn, still more plenteously to words. I had to draw from him forcibly, as with a corkscrew, that he was born in the county Kildare, where all the talk is of horses, that his mother had died at his birth, and that his father had taken him out, at the age of some 2 years, to New South Wales. There, at the ripe age of 10, my new friend's first adventure had matured. As he recalled it, a little animation came into his voice. He was to ride a rogue horse, which his father's employer had entered for an up-country handicap on the flat. This malignant was given the minimum weight, 5 stones 6 pounds, in justice to an inveterate hobby it had of stopping halfway through a race, in order to savage its jockey at leisure in that quiet part of the course. My man's eye began to take light now, as he revived the state of expectation in which he had thrown his infant leg across this carnivorous animal. His voice quickened. "What you got to do, Nat O'Brien," says the master to me, "is just get him off, if you can, and then sit on him, sly-like and secret. Let him think you ain't there. 'Ide from him, that's a good boy, so's he won't bite your knees off."
I kept myself out of his thoughts so successfully that we were left at the post for a considerable time. Then that tiger perceived that the others were gone, and off he went, belting after, wishful to kick them. You don't know Australian racing? No? Well, it's little ye lose. An Australian course is nothing at all, only dust. Be the time we were moving, there wasn't a horse to be seen in the world, only a fat cloud of dust. It hid all. We leapt into the back of that cloud like a boy leaping over a fire of weeds in a field, and it's smoking sulky. From that out I saw nothing at all for a very long while, saving one pair of heels that gave a fling up at us out of the fog of the dust and flicked me kind angel of death on the nose. That made him madder than ever to butcher the whole of the field. Now if only he had a low motive to show it, that horse was a flyer. He flew and he flew, seeking prey, till, becripes, the fog thinned to our front, and out we came into the light of day, with the crowd on the off side of us screaming, "The cannibal wins!" and the red winning post sliding past on me left, before that divil discovered his error and offered to ate me. Hurt, do ye say? Is it frightened? Not a tittle. Ye know where ye are with a horse. While he recalled the old race, I could almost see the fumes of a happy intoxicant rise to his brain. Before he began, he had been like a man who suspects that the crust of the earth may be only a trap-door, to let him down into a pit underneath. Then, when he warmed to his story, you might suppose he had quite forgotten the pit. But at the end of the story, the cheerful glow seemed to fade from him quickly. He was the man on the trapdoor again. "The time ye'd be frightened," he said with conviction, not to say gloom, "is the time ye'd not know where ye are, and the time there's nothing at all to do in the world. Only think of the power of things do be waiting to hurt you." He puffed his pipe with an air of the darkest determination. A man looks like that when he wants tobacco to help him to drive away care, but is not at all sure that the enemy won't down the two of them. Part 3. I had to say something or other. I asked, did O'Brien strike it rich after that, on the plan of letting them run their own race? "For 3 years and a bit," he said, quite dully now. "I was a jockey, be-trade, first on the flat, and then over the sticks, me weight growing excessive." I could believe it. Lean as he is today, he must still weigh 13 stone good. O'Brien viewed me and my vain curiosity with melancholy eyes, like age watching sadly the blundering capers of blindfolded youth. "A grand stirring life, would ye think it? Ye'd be astounded to feel the tediousness of it the time ye were that aisy in doing the work that your mind'd be free to bedivil itself with worrying over the terrible things that are loose in the world. I and you in the act, it, maybe, have taken a very enjoyable lep." To my poor plain mind, this seemed a hard saying. I asked, did he mean that his nerve would give way at a jump? The notion evidently struck him as absurd. "Ach, not at all. Ye'd know where you were with a hurdle. The divil and all of it was that the leppin itself got to be no distraction at all from the state I was in. I'd have the fear on me, and me going over a fence and a brook, as violent as if I were walking about in the fields with nothing to take me mind off." I began to see now. "The end of it was," he went on, "that I ran away to sea in desperate hopes of routing the timorousness out of me. For 1.5 years I followed the sea, and maybe ye'll think me an idjit, and maybe ye'll see what I mean when I say there was only a week of that time when me mind had serenity and rest, and that was a foul-weather week we were rounding the Horn with a very fair share of the cargo on fire. It's not that I've ever been one of the fools to be asking for dangers. God knows it's safety I'm chasing the whole of me life, and yet those were the good days, the divil knows why." His large eyes were regaining their luster. "That fire was deep away down in the hold, no way to reach it at all, and there it stayed, burning and burning away, till a good 4th part of the ship was a match for a kettle. only kept from being perished in all of red hotness, be having water one side of itself, though the fire's the other. A grand wind was blowing, it kept the tub well on the roll. The way her port plates would no sooner be getting as red as a horse's shoe in a forge than the entire port side of her dipped pretty nigh gunwale under, so the sea'd be hissing with steam, and the ship's drunken color quickly reduced. It was work, work, work for the pack of us, best in the fire and best in the sea, but all the time ye were at it.
Ye knew where ye were, and your life was singing itself like a tune.
But what's a week and a year and a half? Nothing at all. O'Brien's face had fallen again. As I saw it, I pictured the glow dying off the ship's side when the cold water rose to it. Lifelessly, he continued, "For any man who'd be apt to take fright at the world, the sea is no place to be on. Hours and hours there'll be at a time, and you waiting there for an order to come, and your mind lying out unprotected for any old dread that would rush at it out of nowhere at all. In me terror, I quitted the sea and went back to me father, the way of the prodigal son, to take the beltin' I knew I should get and look after the pigs and the poultry. For a year I endured it, and then, you know the way that it is with a boy, anywhere else in the world except just where he is. Everywhere else is the place where the great doin's are, and the dragons are waiting for him to put it all over them and to obtain the peace that the world cannot give. And then Ballin's circus came round. Ah, that was the circus. Lions and bears, and an elephant itself. And Ballin, giving it out, he was seeking a steady apprentice to managing lions and bears. Then I knew in the wink of an eye it was this I'd been wanting, the whole of a year. Sick I had been with the fear of the divil knows what at the pit of me stomach. When that is the case, the one thing that'll give you your ace is having it out with a beast or a sea or a fire or any old thing that'll keep you busy and happy, endeavoring not to be killed. And that's how I couldn't resist having thruck with the lions." I asked how the cure had answered. "Cure? There's no cure in it," he said discontentedly. "Lions are not what you read in the papers at all. You'd think by the way people talk, every lion you'd meet would be raging to eat you. He is not. It's mere vanity. Why, what in the name of good sense is a man to a lion? A middling piece of beef, done up in a stringy old bundle of clothes. Put yourself in his place. Would he rush at a good chop itself, and it smothered in flannels and tweeds would wring the teeth out of your head? No more would a lion with good naked meat to be had, and he used to captivity, and quit of the foolish ambition the wild lions do have to do their own killing always. Lions, nothing to them. And so I schemed and contrived till they shifted me pitch from taming lions
to walking a rope of the Blondin or outdoor variety.
Walking and capering and wheeling a barrow that has a great groove to its wheel along a monstrous cable 40 feet up in the air, or 100 itself to suit the surroundings. Well, I inquired with sympathy, could there be nothing risky enough to quench the thirst of this timorous man for perils to outface? Only the old story, he avowed ruefully. Danger is it? No, but a fraud on the public. Any time that you're out in the street, the strip of pavement you'd use would not be the width of a rope-walking rope. And what good would ye get from the rest of the street? And what's more, do ye ever hear of a man, or a woman itself, being killed, be walking a rope? Aye, or swallowing fire or swords? No, and nobody has, in the entire history of the world, though there's men dropping dead on the flat of the road every day, or falling under the cars. And the reason is plain. 100 feet up in the air is 100 good reasons for giving your mind to what you're about,
and not leaving it go tormenting itself
about the precariousness of human affairs. The soul of you's filled and at peace, instead of the poor way it's in when there's nothing at all has got to be done, and your inside is empty and swept and inviting every terrifying devil that's loose in the world to come in and destroy. So I was in heaven the time I was learning me stunts on the rope, and liable to slip. But the instant I had the trade learned, so's I couldn't fall off if I tried, all the good of it came to an end, and me sense of security was ruined. Neither I nor my printer possesses the means of emphasis needed to give you any measure of the bitter earnestness that rasped in the urgently logical voice of O'Brien. He then paused for a while, and viewed with a profound uneasiness the pastoral tranquillity of western Oxfordshire. The man's immense virility of body, his Roman legionary face, his look of lifelong converse with astringent winds and cheerful suns, and then his stricken sense of some infinite, unfixable, and unaccountable unfriendliness hemming him in like an atmosphere. All these together formed a tragicomic contrast that kept me piqued and curious. Somehow I knew that if an armed madman, eager to kill, had come down the road at that moment, O'Brien would have got up and stopped him, while I should have tried to look as if I had not observed the phenomenon. And yet I had a quiet mind, as minds go, while fear gnawed O'Brien. "Very apt I'd have been," he resumed, "to go mad if the war hadn't come, to bring me a little distraction." End of section 24.
Section 25 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Man Afraid, Part 4. Yes, I had just been wondering what the big smash might have brought to a being like this, imperturbable, while any actual danger gave him its tiger jaws to look into, and yet so perturbed when that strong pick-me-up was not to be had. I asked him. He answered somberly at first. "The war? Be all I've heard, there was great excitement in Europe, men being heroes on every sort of grand hullabaloo. But we were out and away at the back of beyond, in German East Africa. All the plain stuff that there was in the war must have been dumped in East Africa. Every year we bet the Germans. Some different general went back every year to the great whirl and said that he'd won. And then another came out. Schultz said it loudest, so he got the glory. But devil a German could anyone see, and no fighting at all. So I wangled me way to a hospital orderly's job, where promotion was good because most of the lot were weak creatures, would not last a fortnight. But if ye did that, ye might live the duration." As he spoke, a faint spark was kindling again in O'Brien's joyless eye. He went on, the spark brightening a little. 4 grand huts there were to that hospital, and they were specialized intensely. Each disease went into the hut that became it. All the cholera and dysentery cases in one. They had Epsom salts. All the shiverers were put in another. Theirs was quinine. The ones that were tied up in knots had a hut to themselves, because they were going surely to die, for they had sleeping sickness. Cases couldn't be asked how they felt, because they had 35 different languages, every one of them difficult, and me and the medical officer had English only. I'd go round in the morning and count what had died in the night, and then we'd go after the beasts and the butterflies in the bush. You see, the M.O. was a great man of science, and then I'd go round the wards in the evening again. There was nobody lived very long in that place. It was right up agin the equator. A donkey would die in 3 weeks. There were 400 beds in me hospital, and on an average, 20 would die in a night. Me first commandant died in 5 weeks. He was the butterfly man. Me second stuck it out a full 6 weeks before we buried him. I was the only European that didn't peg out in one way or another." The eyes of O'Brien were growing almost brilliant. He was no longer peering at the sun-filled landscape as if it might bite him. He went on with increasing gusto. "The fact is, you had to be careful. Wherever the temperature in the sun is 140, there's this,
That and the other attempting to play little games with you. Flies come and lay their eggs under your skin. There's a bean has a pollen will irritate your face till I've seen a man leap into water, was crawling with crocodiles, just to be quit of the itch of it. Then there's puff-adders who will lie on the ground in the shadows, be moonlight, and offer to bite at your leg the way you're due to die in the next 50 seconds. But all you'd need to do is just to be careful. For the first time, O'Brien was talking with absolute relish. He went on, expanding. For instance, far too much is made of the pythons they have in those parts. Divil a python will hurt ye as long as he hasn't a sizable branch of a tree to belay himself to, with a bend of his tail, the way he can lever the whole of his strength out to squash ye. That's how a man knows where he is with a python. Hold down his tail, and ye have him perplexed, for want of the leverage. Besides, he's a moderate eater, desiring a meal not above 2 or 3 times in a 12-month, about a goat at a time. And then he'll swallow it whole, and the horns of the great goat do be sticking out far through the skin of the python, till the digestive proceedings inside will draw the flesh off from all round the roots of the horns, and the horns drop away from the outside of the python's abdomen, and so he's all right. With an animal like that, one that's not rushing up and down daily, raging for victuals, there's no insecurity to speak of. For the moment, O'Brien was rattling away with the wholehearted delight of any good Irishman in a good course of adventure. He even went on, without pressing, to a new chapter of his experiences. Some of the natives were lads, and no question. One day I was sitting alone in the hospital yard, and a mob of them came rushing in. Raving they were, and foaming, fit to wear bibs. No officer being on duty, they did the willaballooing at me, that knew sorra a word of the 35 lingos they swore in. However, I'd heard from me infancy out how democracy was the plan of letting everyone talk at the top of his voice before doing the thing that came into your head. So I democratized them. I had them shouting the odds for a space of 2 hours, and me giving the shindy a very fair hearing, as if I were taking it in. And then I give out, be the language of signs. They must dig me a hell of a trench to bury the dead we had in the place. That set them off roaring with laughter, the divil knows why, and they went off and did it. 'Twas many days later I heard they'd come up to destroy every soul because some black quartermaster was thieving their rations. I was surprised. There hadn't been anything terrible about them at all. The absurdity was that they give me a medal. I saw that he wore, almost out of sight on his waistcoat, the treasurable ribbon of the DCM, which always means stout work, for quelling at the outset a dangerous native rising. It was the greatest mistake. His voice had filled out while he spoke of the riot. It was a wondrous fine voice, indescribably manly, like those of some great tenor singers and some wind instruments. And then, when he spoke again, the voice's round fullness had sagged into something argumentative and almost pettish. As if anyone didn't know where he was with a nigger. The time you're a right to be given a medal for living at all is the time you're up again nothing on earth. But the fears in yourself, the way a man would have thirst in himself, though porter and beer and every particular drink that there is had never been made, only the thirst of him aching out into space, and fear is the same. The kindly fumes that had risen to gladden his brain while his recollections of sunstroke and pestilence, murderous reptiles and murderous men possessed him had passed away utterly now. Part 5. From the place where we sat I could see nothing to scare any man. Beyond the very low wall on the other side of the road, the ground fell away in a long, easy slope. At the foot of the slope, unseen among trees, I knew the infant Thames to be playing quietly in his nursery 9 miles away. Far beyond that, and the sylvan vale of Whitehorse, one's eyes came to rest on the dim blue that blurred Lambourne down. Rest, rest. Everything had rest. No air was stirring. Halfway down the sky, the sun himself seemed to have turned as lazy as everything else. He paused for a while on his way. Warm, pensive, and indolent, all the visible landscape lay outstretched and baking. Quite unsuspiciously, it accepted the golden day's benediction. "Well, it feels pretty safe here," I said, very sincerely. He turned his head quickly. I found his eyes curiously searching. "Are you sure?" he said shrewdly. "Wouldn't ye think it would be just the time that the will of God would be sloshing down at the two of us out of the sky, and it the blue that it is?" In the sabbatical peace of the hour, I heard the familiar voice of one of my own hens, far, far away, rejoicing sleepily that unto her an egg was born. "Why bother about the off chance of a knock?" I said. "What can we do?" "And isn't that just the bother?" he argued tormentedly. "If there was even the teeniest whiff of a smell of any particular danger, ye'd know where you were, and what to mind out for. The dreadfulest danger there is, and the one that ye can never be quit of, is not knowing what to mind out for." I brooded on that. In the course of my brooding, there came to my mind a beautiful road, lined with trees, that runs into the town of Arras. During part of the war, it was looked down upon by many invisible enemies' eyes. So it lay out in the sun for at least a whole summer, shunned like something accursed, all its excellent surface touched by no feet except those of the terror that walketh by noonday. Well, this goodly frame, the earth, I mused, must have become like that road for this luckless O'Brien. No, much worse. For at Arras the peril that could not be seen had at least an easily imaginable form. O'Brien would probably have exulted in bluffing the hidden Fritz snipers. Only here, in the deep peace of an idyllic countryside, could the malign infestation of space reach its dread maximum of ungraspable vagueness. Wherever his uncommon sensibility to fear found any solid object of apprehension to deal with, he was already well on the way to relief. The need for instant action set him free and made him tranquil. A lion, a python, a foundering ship, or a race in the dark on a man-eating horse, any of these would let loose the passion and power to fight the thing through. The trouble only returned when every palpable object of terror was gone. Then the man's power of fearing would race like the screw of a ship when it has no water against which to put forth its strength. O'Brien was positively haggard by this time. I never saw a man further away from the blessed state of those devotees who can say with the uttermost force of belief, "The Lord is my keeper," and go about honestly feeling that they are looked after in their goings out and in their comings in. O'Brien had become like a man who at any moment might cry out, "Help! Help!" The fear staring out of his eyes was so real that, well, it almost seemed to compromise all the pleasant things round us, since this was the best they could do for a great, healthy Hercules of a man who had given his proofs by land and sea, fire and air. Even I, stolid lump as I am, felt that the fair scene was becoming a little unnerved under the intense suspicion of his gaze. His fear breathed so hard as to tarnish the mirroring candor of day. I had to shiver a little, for all the mothering warmth of that afternoon sun. The tormented O'Brien must have come to the end of his power of taking rest. He gave a half roll-over from his seat to lever up his stiff body. "I must be legging it on," he said, "into Lechlade." I offered the farewell gift of a friend. These he received with the courtesy of his nation. But what could I give? Only a short-lived command of the bread, the beer, and the baccy that perish, not liberation, even for a moment, from the curiously compounded self which is one's fate. However, he gave handsome thanks. "May the blessing of God stay with ye always, and keep the fear from ye." I watched him slouching down the white road rather hurriedly, with his great shoulders much bent. He looked far more than 48 from behind. Black hair, Must weigh a lot, I thought, and no hope of relief for the poor devil either, unless a bull with a temper should break loose on the road, or fire or smallpox visit some casual ward where he lay. End of section 25. End of Man Afraid by Charles Edward Montague.
Section 26 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ted's Leave, Part 1. "Tell me honestly, Fred, is it as light as it should be?" my cousin Helen asked, with grave eyes, when I had tasted the cake. Helen was giving me tea in her cottage. It's a real cottage, not a titbit of luxury nicknamed the hut or the shack, but just the cheapest bit of cover that Helen could find when her husband Jack Ames and his income were killed in the war. Helen is 44 now, to my 50. "You see," she explained, "it's a kind of cake that Ted used to like when he was little. It came from a shop in those days, but now I'm trying to make it." "Hello," I said. "Ted's coming home?" This Ted was the only child of Helen and Jack. From school he had gone out into the great world, 6 years before, to slay such dragons and giants as he might meet in the counting-house of a big trading company in West Africa. "Isn't it glorious?" she said, with a glow in her face. "His first leave! He's sailing in the Timbaroo. Next Monday. Think of it! 3 months of having him here. Isn't it wonderful?" As she spoke, Helen's brown eyes looked almost glazed, I think with a kind of high ecstasy held very taut. I had seen people looking like that in Russia, country people almost unimaginably simple-minded. They used to stop you on the road on Easter morning and say, "Christ is risen," just as if they were Mary telling the disciples about it and saying, "Isn't it wonderful?" As a cousin, more like a brother, I used to see Helen at least once a week. The next time I called, I saw on the table a map of Africa and a Times, with the shipping intelligence to the fore. "Fearful extravagance," she avowed. "I'm taking the Times for a whole fortnight, so as to know where Ted is every day." She had a list of the Timbaroo's ports of call, all the way home: Accra, Sekondi, Monrovia, Freetown, Bathurst, and so on. She was spotting such things as a guide-book would probably star at each place, views of Tenerife and Atlas unremoved, and the like, in order to gloat over her vision of Ted seeing them on his way. Ted, she explained, had always had the seeing eye, the artist's eye, the eye that fills things with fineness. Once when he was tiny, he couldn't remember the word sunflowers, so he called them flowers, you know, the ones the bees buzz about in. Wasn't it vivid? He used to imagine the look of all sorts of faraway places. One evening that we were out in the garden, he was 8 then, he suddenly said to me, "I suppose at this time in America the young wolves will be just beginning to yawn in their lairs, and the Indian corn will be sprouting in the cool air. It almost frightens me sometimes. He will have seen so many marvelous things in that wonderful way. How shall I ever be able to make it not dull for him to be with me for 3 months?" I could see she was reading up hard, coaching herself to be an intelligent listener when the young god should speak of his travels. The week after that it was all Lisbon and Vigo, Corunna and Cherbourg. Only a week now, and Ted would be at Southampton. When Helen spoke of this climax, the sunken beauty of her youth surged up again into her face. She was translated and glorified like a girl when she knows her first love is returned. I asked might I take her in my little car to meet the Timbaroo at Southampton, but Helen said no, in a way that showed me how she had got the whole business worked out in her mind, each turn and possible circumstance. Clearly she thought Ted might find it less trying to meet her at the cottage door than among a shipload of strange people. But one thing she did ask for, gravely and eagerly, that I would meet Ted at Shilbury Station.
Of course, she said. He could walk the 5 miles from there, and the milkman bring the luggage. But the least snobbish of women coveted for Ted the genial feel of a fortunate traveller's homing to country places in England, the friend with an expectant face among the station-master's roses, the car waiting ready in the white dust of the yard, every little circumstance of welcome that feeds the circumstantial hunger of a homecoming hearts. Just wouldn't I? But the boat was made late by a storm in the bay, and then Ted wired that he must go straight up to town from the boat. Imperative business, London, and then there was not a word more for 3 days. But the 4th day brought balm. Ted would reach Shilbury Station that evening at 5. Part 2. I was there early, and the train was late, so I had time to think quite a lot about Ted as I patrolled the down platform. He had been a child of promise, a marvelous child. I begin to think that every firstborn child of ingenuous parents is that. For Helen and Jack, the only question was whether Ted should be premier, primate, commander-in-chief, or simply a great poet. They found him manly beyond all belief. When he was only 4 and used to delve in a cartload of sand, he came stumping across the garden to Helen, his brow shining with honorable sweat, to show her the wooden spade that he had stuck upright in the sand. "You notice, mother," he said, "how men leave their spades." Besides, he was a wit. Had he not said, when rebuked for his infant greed, "How can you expect me to wait till all the fizzy drink has vaporated into other people's glasses?" Of course, such a prodigy had to be given his chance, in the most liberal sense. The best of prep schools, public schools, universities, everything. For Helen and Jack, the provision of these aids to greatness was not too easy to be exciting. Jack was the London cashier of a West African company. Much gold passed through his hands, but all that stuck there was quite a lean salary. So there had to be managing here and managing there. Jack took out an education endowment policy to defray the coming school bills. This meant premiums, but Helen and Jack abolished their summer holiday at a mountain farm in the lakes. Also their cheap seats once a week at the great Queen's Hall concerts. That financed the school years. As to the university, Jack meant to fight tooth and nail all the school years for more promotion and pay. Besides, Ted would be winning, by then, the scholarships that were clearly his due. This scheme might have worked very well, for all that I know, if the war had knocked out its cornerstone, which was Jack. It left Helen and Ted to live on a pension of £80 a year, and a grant of £150 for each year till Ted should leave school. The grant was the wreath that the West African Company laid on the grave of its cashier. But it did even more. It said that if Ted minded his book and left school with a character, he might hope to ascend a high stool in the office at Lagos. I had known Helen first as a girl having a good time in a rich father's house. She was then an undeniable grouser, all but a shrew. She couldn't bear this, and she wouldn't stand that, and her pet way of telling you things was to start with a sigh and, "I am so distressed," or "I'm so disappointed." I have not heard one of these formulas from her since the great Ted was born, and from the day the smash came, she has been the most patient woman I know. She had always been the most beautiful. "The more you beat 'em, the better they'll be," is an old thing to say about women. But fate tried it well out on Helen and found it was true. It was as if she had never quite got the full run of all the fine stuff that was in her, till good times were gone and her world tumbling to pieces. There wasn't a whine about her when she was throwing up the relative comfort of Wimbledon after Jack's death, cutting off the last hope of hearing their beloved Beethoven greatly played, and taking that charmless cottage in Wiltshire, there to typewrite in solitude and privation during Ted's terms at Chellingham School. Ted was all right. That endowment policy looked after him. So did that grant. Helen would not put a coin of these funds to any use that was not for the whole, sole, special good of Ted. She ran the house and herself on her pension and on the fruits of the typewriting. Very small and skinny fruits they were, for Helen couldn't be got to see that in business you have to take thought for yourself as well as your customers. But the clover was thick where Ted pastured. I did think at times that he threw himself almost too warmly into Helen's devices for keeping it thick. But I suppose we were all pretty beastly in that way when we were his age. I used to chafe a little, too, at a way he had of grumbling about her preoccupation with kitchen affairs and food prices. He seemed to think this was rather low of her. He had once shown signs of positive horror when some Chellingham friend was expected to look in at the cottage. But Helen felt sure that deep down his heart was all right, and the West African Company had not found fault with it when the time came for Ted to embrace man's estate as the most junior of its clerks. And of course, one couldn't be critical now, with the boy just coming home. Part 3. The little sequence of sounds had begun which usher a train into Shilbury Station. The tinkling in a signal box, the double joggle of a lever, the wooden flop of the red arm at the end of the platform, and then the puffing of the train, still unseen but audibly toiling up the long valley from the last station, and ceasing to puff as it glides into view round the last corner, its smokeless engine framed in an arch. A few more seconds, and you may be seeing a face take light at sight of your own. No such face could I find as the windows slid past. Could Ted have missed it? The only persons I saw getting out were a cross-looking couple, a man of no age that you could guess, and a woman cadaverously white. The woman's age, too, might have been any from 20 to 40. The man detrained first, glowered round, saw the one porter that Shilbury has, and hailed him uncivilly. "Hi, you there! Get out this stuff!" He pointed into the carriage he had left. In its open door the chalk-faced woman was still standing, with a piece of luggage in each hand. "You might help me down," she said to the man. His own hands were empty. By this time, however, the man was busy, staring at me, and I back at him. I was being convinced, against the whole force of my desire, that this discourteous male was some new and distorted version of Ted. The poor wretch reeked of dull raffishness. It was like garlic. Every look and tone smelt of it, all that he did, all that he said, all that he wore. "Ho, ho, the famed Uncle Fred, I believe," was his greeting to me. "I've got a nice little cough-drop for you." He turned to the whited woman, now out the train. "Come on parade, Billy," he said with a leer, and she stepped forward, nervous, tight-lipped and resolute. "Don't have a stroke, Uncle Fred," he went on, "when I present to you my newly wedded wife." She was a heart-rending sight. Her face was a whited sepulchre. One wondered what sort of complexion was buried there, painted to death long ago. She was short and alarmingly thin. You might produce something like the queer ghastliness of her looks by whitewashing all that remained of a pretty little house, completely gutted by fire. Of what must have once been a pretty figure and face, there were left the outer walls and the skeleton plan, all carefully powdered, dead white. A total brute in my place would have written her off as a common bad lot, a quite untouchable specimen of the strange woman we read of, whose house is the way to hell, going down to the chambers of death. I did certainly think of that personage, but also the small percentage of me that is not mere brute thought of some little animal trying hard not to be killed. A small spider fallen into an emptying bath and fighting, all alone with its terror, against the swirling suction of the water that drags it down, to be drowned in a sewer. Where had Ted picked her up? Oh, anywhere, I supposed, in any old nightclub, any such market as he had rushed up from the boat to attend on that imperative business of his. One thing I was sure of, I can't tell you why, that the two had not known each other a week. The little local train was shambling on out of the station by now, slightly wagging its tail in its old homely way, as if it had brought us no curse and woven no web across Helen's sun. And already my theory of the case was taking shape. In some orgy after his landing, Ted must have butted into a prostitute, bitten with a desire to get out of hell and the chambers of death and the rest of it, to be like other women, have a private husband of her own, and go quite straight. And she must have laid hold of Ted and got him to marry her. I had bowed on Ted's introduction, and Billy had held out a hand and given me a hot grip that felt at first like an entreaty. Then it slacked off suddenly, as if she feared she might have done the wrong thing. I diagnosed a fierce hunger to do the right thing, the thing a nice woman would do in like case, and also spasms of mistrust. She was like a stray cat, which has been starved and chivied so long that it has lost faith in the plan of coming up to you simply with a loud purr and a cordial wave of the tail. No doubt such a cat will still crave to be stroked, as other cats are, but so many people have held out a hand and then only hurt it, that it has grown wary. There was no time to think, though. Helen's fall had to be broken so far as might be. While we were loading the car, I tried to think how. She was not on the phone, but a neighbor was, and had pressed Helen to use it at need. And here was need, verily. So when I had the two safe in the car, I doubled back into the station on some lying excuse, and saw my friend, the station-master, in the booking office. He was a brick. He will assuredly be rewarded in heaven. He went right out of his own citadel, leaving all his tickets and the whole till at my mercy, while I rang up that neighbor and begged her to get hold of Helen. She told me to hang on while she tried, so I stood with the thing at my ear and looked into a little coal yard and over a hedge white with dust to the brown goodness of fields full of ripening corn, and I can tell you it all seemed to be aching with pain. But I didn't have long to look. Helen must have come running in her elation. I heard her fluttering breath as she said she was there. "Helen," I said, just bungling along, "it's all right. He's here. And, do you think, the rogue has got married? Just done it offhand. Don't they say it's what all these young people do now? The bride's here, too, of course. Small, very quiet, rather pale. Now, there's a speaking portrait for you. Helen, are you all right? Sure? Goodbye, Helen. Must go to them now." She had made scarcely a sound while I spoke. These women have all the endurance. Ours is nothing. I suppose they're all one in a way, and the millions of childbirths have drilled them in fortitude, while we have only had little pinpricks like battles to stand, and the sight of their torments. I went out into that aching beauty of summer and the English evening, the cottage roses and the sunny corn, all a lovely misery now, like a butterfly's wings when a boy has impaled it alive on a pin. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ted's Leave, Part 4. Helen's garden was 5 feet above the road level. A few wooden steps led up to a white wooden gate. The moment the car stopped, I said to Ted, "Jump out. She's at the door." And he had the wit to be quick. So Helen met him before we others were out of the car or could see. Billy didn't like that. I could feel she didn't. I think she took fright when cut off from Ted for so much as a minute. Ted was the life-belt. Ted had to be clung to. No wave must wash them apart. Yet I felt, too, that she was burning to play her part, to bring off the great moment, and not fetch out a false note. It was so pitiful that I couldn't help whispering to her, "She's kind. Don't be afraid. She'll be good to you." Billy peered at me cautiously. It was as if she were wondering where the trick was in my words. But she did what she had to. She got out and went up the steps. Then I heard her say, "How do you do, Mrs. Ames?" with a rather dreadfully guarded politeness. "Won't you let me kiss you?" Helen said. She had come down to the gate, open-armed,
with the tender brown of her eyes heavenly soft, and no grain of reserve in her eagerness to give love and seaworthiness. The little white creature seemed at first to be uncontrollably moved. She returned Helen's embrace with a sudden vehemence that was almost convulsive. Then, just as suddenly, she went chill, as though she had just got the tip from some devil that these kisses, like others she knew of, were only made to bait traps with. Helen's face showed no mark of a blow. "And now you'll let me show you your wee room," she said, and Billy was led away, giving Ted an agonized glance, as if she had only to lose sight of him and she would be driven straight to the slaughter. And yet she went. She did not actually shy. Helen's touch seemed to be working upon her. Heaven knows how. She reconnoitered Helen with quick, curious glances. She seemed to be bewildered and shaken by what she was seeing, as if she had not known there were Helens, and couldn't help doubting it still. Ted gave no visible heed to his partner's alarm. In fact, he gave help to none of us in the acting of this pretty scene that he had composed for us all. As mariners say, he stood off and rowed easy and left the two women to meet as they might and to make what they could of each other. But when the door closed behind them, he gave me a look of much knowingness. "Women are so beastly complicated, aren't they?" he said. "Your mother isn't," said I, pretty curtly, I fancy. He gave me a pitying stare. "Gad," he said, "if you only knew women!" It was distinctly implied that in this event there would be immeasurable additions to my present equipment. Like many other poor piggies, he seemed to imagine that his particular wallowings in the sty had been a tremendous experience and had given him a singular knowledge of all the ways and reactions of some freakish monster whom he called women. I went out for the luggage. As I came in with the last bit of it, Helen, the servantless, was hastening down to the kitchen to see the festal supper through the last chapter of its long preparatory history. To give her a free hand for this climax, I loafed in the garden, near the door, ready to keep the young people in play while Helen dished up. The couple came downstairs together, Billy at Ted's heels. This seemed to be their fixed marching formation. When they were at the halt, she kept her eyes fastened on his. If they ever left him, they soon quivered nervously back, as if fatal slips might occur at any moment when she was out of touch with the higher command. I showed off the glories of the garden, chiefly London pride, moon daisies, and nasturtiums. You can grow these without a large fortune. Ted touched on this point. "I see," he observed. "We're not trying to knock out Kew Gardens." I think Billy inferred from the caustic smile which accompanied this that it must be wit, for she broke into a high hysterical titter. Then she saw, perhaps, that I was not holding my sides, for the loyal titter expired on her lips, like a thing blasted by some sudden angel of death, and she went back to saying, "How pretty!" at every flower that I showed her, till Helen came out, flushed with her toils at the fire, and bright-eyed with the excitement of bringing Ted in to consume her passionately practiced handiwork. "Will all you good people come into the kitchen?" she said. "We have supper there." Ted crowed facetiously. "Ho, ho, the kitchen! Hey for the kitchen! Lead the way, mother!" At that moment I could have kicked the great Ted. It wasn't the words. It was the tone which seemed to imply that to eat in the kitchen was a low act and had to be passed off jocosely as an old woman's quaint hobby. Still, I did nothing overt, and Billy took her cue from Ted in a flash and set up again her little high-pitched titter. Not many of us, I fancy, really live for great ends or high abstract ideals. We live for a few intensely imagined moments of future joy. And here, as I believe, was the moment that Helen had dreamt of and planned for 6 years. Her wish was given her, and she stood at the foot of the rainbow that she had pursued with that vacant squeal in her ears. Ted kept it up well in the jocular vein. I guessed that in Lagos he must have become the crowned wit of some little set of dull men, the sort of agreeable rattle to whom his world looks to keep the ball rolling in some second-rate bar. One of his first strokes of vivacity at the meal was to put on the look of a searcher for some missing thing, to peer round the table and into his teacup and say, "Oh, I forgot. It's American soil. The stuff's prohibited." Billy squealed admiringly. "Oh, Mrs. Ames, isn't he dreadful?" I could see nothing awry in Helen's smile at this burst of humor. The masks women wear beat belief. I suppose she was wailing inwardly. "Oh, why didn't I think? Of course, he isn't a boy any longer, to like our old high-tea meal as he did. And I might have just managed a little quite cheap wine or beer." But her smile was all right. 3/4 way through the meal she offered him some of the cake that was to be light. "I do hope," she said, "you won't find it too—" "Half a mo," Ted interrupted. He may have thought we had come to that point in a meal when the best people can't wait for a smoke till it ends. "Cig, Billy?" he said, and threw her a flash cigarette case. Billy lit up with an air of relief from the worst of the strain. Ted held out the case to his mother rather mockingly, as who should say, "Of course you won't know what the right people do now." Then he took a few puffs at his ease before asking her, "What was that you were saying?" "Do you remember," she said, "the old cake? Barnbrack, we called it, that we used to have? This is a sort of a try at it. Will you have some?" Ted screwed his eyelids together and tightened his lips, like a comedian acting the battered dyspeptic, who eyes with disrelish and fear the frosted horrors of a wedding cake. "I think not, on the whole," he pronounced with waggish solemnity. "Not with a smoke, anyhow." Billy tittered once more. Helen didn't wince. No doubt she feared that a wince from her might hurt him, might make him think that he had wounded her, so fanciful are the fond fears of mothers. Part 5. While the others sat out in the garden after the meal, I posted myself at an open window to work a gramophone that had been given to Helen last year. Till then she had scarcely noticed that there were such things. She had not had time. So it had come to her as a miracle almost. While she had not been looking, means had been found to raise from the dead some of the things that Jack and she had heard together, in transports of heaven-unveiling delight. She would be able now to give Ted his rights, or a shadow at least of the joy of hearing Bach and Beethoven, Schubert and Mozart, Debussy and Brahms worthily played. Since the gramophone came, she had been shearing and shearing again those short-fleeced sheep, her own personal expenses, in order to amass a small pile of records, each of them acquired in a fever of selective anxiety, with her fingers feeling the coins through the skin of her little bag purse. Ted raised his jocular crow at sight of the thing. "Ho, ho, a good old toodler! Now we shan't be long." He rose, did a few dance steps not known to me, leered at Billy, and said to Helen, "Well, you're going it, old thing." I put on a bit of the Kreutzer Sonata, and Ted was quite good for a time, but it was clear he had not much use for this stuff. Presently he began to tide over the boredom of listening by winking at Billy, as boys do, when they try to get some other boy into trouble in class. She was helpless at once. She tittered, or made a great show of choking a titter. She said with a giggle, "Oh, Ted, you are funny." She turned to Helen and said again, "Isn't he dreadful?" meaning, "What wit, what high spirits." On Helen's face was no signal of any mishap to her hopes. When Ted asked if she hadn't got anything just a little bit more up to date, something with a little bit of life in it, she said with an equable smile, "I'm afraid they are all pretty old things." "Well, sure," said Ted. "They have some pretty long white whiskers." He said it, not sourly, but forbearingly, as if nothing better than this poor entertainment could have been expected there by any man of the world. He wasn't subtle, poor Ted. You could see each feeling of his, each new stir in his little soul, as you see every move of a fish in a glass tank, every wave of its tail or flick of a fin. You saw him itch, almost to the scratching point, with that old malady of spiritless youth, a shamed sense of the homeliness of its home. With Billy there, he couldn't forego all these winks and waggeries. She was the world, I suppose, and they were his way of washing his hands, in the world's sight, of any complicity in this stuffy old life of the cottage, its humdrum music and nursery meals and obsolete flowers, nothing up to date, nothing up to the mark. But could the world be failing him? Even while he was laboring most to clear himself, I fancied that Billy's attention was falling away from his face. And then I was sure, more and more, it was fixing itself upon Helen. And no wonder, thought I. For since they had sat there, the music on which so many of her memories clustered had had time to work upon Helen. Perhaps the very stress of her effort to master and conceal her pain had fired her like the strain that is said to make an opaque metal luminous. For her beauty was undergoing the greatest of transfigurations, the one that comes when a fine spirit glows out through its physical envelope, disengages itself from the flesh, and shines about the face in the way that suggested to art the first aureole. The white wreck watched her absorbedly. I stuck to my job, and the humoresque of Dvorak trailed out its wistful streak of melody, like a crooked smile playing over an old wizened face. "It's sad-like, that bit," Billy said when it stopped. Her eyes were still fastened on Helen. She spoke as if she had to say something or other, anything just to make some sort of push to get nearer to that kind warmth which glowed out of Helen. Ted hooted. Perhaps he was piqued to find Billy's eyes straying. She ought to keep better to heel. "Sad," he jeered. "Sob stuff, that. Get away. He's out for the laugh every time." The pallid woman only looked at Helen. Helen had nodded to her and smiled. Helen always had the gift of making you feel that nothing you said seemed dull or foolish to her. Ted drew away from them, rather disgusted, I think. He came over to me and opened out, without help from me, on his favorite theme. His tremendous career, and his knack of coming out top in every conflict with man, beast, or circumstance. He said much about bachelor life, as lived by him and some equatorial friends. Real he-men, he called them. They seemed to be more mannish than manly. Ted winked and leered a good deal in recording their feats. "What else is a fellow to do?" he said once. "We're sacked if we marry." I stared pretty hard, I suppose. "Isn't that," I said, "rather a snag for you now?" He grinned. "You mean about Billy? Oh, that's right as rain." Right? How? I wondered. Still, I left it at that. At last the flow of complacent autobiographies slackened and stopped. He went to break in on what looked like a beginning of real talk between the two women. "Well," I heard him say loudly, "whiskey and soda time, eh?" Helen had nothing to offer. She owned it compunctiously. "Oh, it's all right," he said. "Partner and self will take a wee turn down the road." He turned to me. "How far?" he inquired. "To this burg of yours? 5 furlong work?" "Less," I assured him. 800 yards to the first house of the village, the ancient cherry-tree inn. He cheered up at that. "Ho, ho," he said. "The cherry-tree, the merry, merry cherry-tree." He gave a lurch of his head towards the village and said to me, "Coming along?" No, I had to stay and do 1 or 2 things. Well, he said, they'd be home with the milk, if not sooner. We mustn't stay up. "You'll take care she doesn't catch cold with this dew," Helen said. She had brought out a white Shetland shawl, a cobwebby wisp of light warmth, and was laying it carefully round Billy's shoulders. Billy was watching her face all the time. Ted was impatient till they had started. End of section 27. Section 28 of Action by Charles Edward Montague. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ted's Leave, Part 6. Helen and I sat in the garden, silently, hearing the sound of the couple's feet diminishing along the road, till it was gone. And then we sat silent still. I wondered, was Helen defying me, in her heart, to say the least word against Ted? At last I said something quite idle and casual. She didn't answer it, but it seemed to set free in her some impeded impulse to speak. "Oh, the poor thing," she said. "The poor thing." "Poor?" I said vaguely. Was it of Ted that she spoke? She went on. "So battered and frightened and worn, so horribly hurt, for whole years and years, like the poor pitiful horses that people call vicious, because they've been beaten and kicked so long that they don't expect anything else, and they put back their ears in their terror if you come near them." She paused a little to go on, I suppose with her own thoughts, and I with mine. Mine were about the unaccountable ripening of the hearts of such creatures as Helen, the selfish and querulous girls that grow into women who from the infinite stores of their charity have something to give to the very serpent that tries to crawl into their Eden and destroy it. Presently she spoke again, with a grave simplicity like a wild child's. "You know, Jack and I used to be mighty playgoers till Ted was born. One play that we saw was about a French woman who tried to escape from the streets. A man was going to marry her, and she was thinking that she could live bearably now. But then all the nice women and men in the play set upon her, and bullied and baited and jeered at her, like a poor animal tied up to be tortured. They drove her right out in the end, back to the streets and despair and disease, and some early horrible death. We were expected to think it good fun. Jack and I looked at each other after it had ended. He whispered, 'You wouldn't do that.' And I said, 'Would you?' And he said, 'Good God, no.' And now it has all come home to us." I didn't ask what she was going to do. I knew. Helen was not like the people who make out that life sets us tough moral puzzles to solve. She knew it was not piercing wits that we want to live well, but plain courage. "What do?" she said suddenly. "Will you help me to bring in the chairs?" There are women who, in her place, would have said even that in the tragical key. But not Helen. Helen could rake out the ashes of every hope that she had ever lit, and not give one whimper or sigh of self-pity. She showed me the place in the parlor where each chair should go. The last to come in was to stand under a full bookshelf, a rude piece of amateur work that hung from a nail in the wall. "Those were Ted's books," she said. "When he was nearly 16, he took a great liking to some of the poets, the modern ones, Yeats, Masefield, Brooke, and the like. He saved up to buy them and made that shelf for them. Then it all ended somehow. He seemed to cease caring about them. They were left here when he went." I think I cared more about Ted at that moment than at any other before it or after. These handfuls of beautiful things collected almost secretly by boys who have since failed or died seemed to take you, too late and most movingly, into the confidence of minds that may have been left too much to themselves when their chance and their danger came. Woe unto him that is alone when he falleth. And these may have felt lonely, trying to grope their own way into the dim, magnificent forests of letters and art. You can almost see them there, caught in the luster and mists of their youth, and drawn this way and that by the fortuitous pull of some impulse, not of their own making or choosing. Could not you have helped them more, if you had only known, or had tried harder? But now it's all over. The children are dead or lost sight of. The castles that they couldn't finish are mere sand again, like other sand. I got Helen to play a new kind of patience. We played the light out of the sky, and then, at a game's end, we let the cards lie where they were, and sat near the wide-open window, listening silently to the low breathing of the sylvan night, the multifarious murmur that is composed, I suppose, of countless light brushings of air past motionless leaves, and the massed sum of all the infinitesimal rustlings of innumerable tiny creatures that are busy prosecuting their momentous plans to some vast issue of success or disaster. 10 o'clock brought a break in the audible stillness, the first deep stroke of the hour from the church clock, and close upon that the bang of a distant door, very peremptory and loud. I knew that expulsory slam of the cherry-tree door, loud enough to assure the one village policeman, abed in his house up the street, that obedience to licensing laws is still the British publican's delight. When the other 9 strokes had boomed from the church, the silence seemed only the deeper for a while, till a rasping new sound scratched, as it were, the glossy surface of the night's silvery peace. It was a man's voice, I thought, but pitched rather high, as a man's sometimes is when he argues in the "Don't you see, you silly idiot?" vein. No other voice could be heard taking turns with this shrill disputance, but there was a short break between each time he piped up and the next, as if somebody not heard by us were taking a terser part in a dialogue. The voice was approaching. Articulate words might soon reach us. Already an alcoholic quality in the blustering snarl was as perceptible as a stink. In a minute or two I saw that Helen was holding her breath to hear better. Then she let her breath go, and it made a slight moan. Even I could tell in a few minutes more that the shrill scolder was Ted. By this time a word here and there was distinct. It was most often bloody. After another few minutes a second voice came within hearing, a sort of stage whisper, low but clear and penetrating. The thing that I first heard it say was, "Well, I'm chucking it, and so that's that." It was Billy's voice, and if Ted's had changed, hers had changed too, but quite differently. I suppose they had had a few drinks, and Ted was the worse for liquor, and she the better. That which had made him drunk had made her bold. All the slavish terror, all the mincing copycat business were done with. She spoke like a woman who sets her own values on things, and knows what she wants, and will make for it straight across country, with any amount of determination to spare. Some bullying answer of Ted's could not be quite heard. Then she spoke again. "Married? What's the good of getting married? Just to hide it? We'd be no better than what we are now." If the night had been quiet before, it seemed now to stand on tiptoe, with a hand to its ear. "Who wanted," Ted jeered, "to get married? Do you think it was I?" The woman's voice was not ruffled. "I know as it was I," she said. "But look here, Ted, I ain't seen your ma when I got on to you to marry me." "Lives a bit too plainly, eh?" Ted sneered. "Not quite the pickings for Billy." The taunt drew no burst of rage from her, only a touch of good-humored contempt, as if he amused her. "Well, you are a bloody little rat, you are." And then Billy set to and reasoned with him in frank Cockney English, as you might try to reason the childish meanness out of some boy that you don't want to give up as hopeless. "See here, I've changed me mind. Your ma's gev me a square deal and all. Proper kind she was, way she kissed me. Mind, I don't make no mistake. We ain't put it over on her. She knows the lot I am. Knew it at sight. Hates the thought of me. But she's played the game, and she's kind. And I ain't giving worse than I get. I'm letting her off." Ted almost shrieked. "And what about me?" She laughed without any bitterness that I could hear. "You? Oh, you'll be all right. You take my advice. If you do want a wife to pass off on the coons as a keep, you go round to some parson and ask if he ain't got a cream-coloured daughter would do for the purpose. I'm off to me streets." Part 7. They were nearing the gate and said nothing more. I kept on looking away from Helen, and I was glad it was dark. It should always be dark when a mother is hearing a harlot try to put some decency into her son. I looked out of the window and straight down the little ash path to the gate, till I saw the straight little figure of Billy, a black silhouette framed between the white posts. It was only then that I knew Helen had slipped quietly out of the room and the house, for I saw her walking down the little ash path in the dark to meet Ted's paramour. That light o' love did a good piece of acting. "I'm quite awfully sorry, Mrs. Ames." She had put on the sort of society twang you hear on the stage in place of her London street brogue. "But I'm obliged to break off this delightful visit. I've just heard, in the oddest way, that my aged mother is ill." I could see the two women's dark shapes approach one another and then become one, so I knew that Helen had, for the second time, taken the strange woman into her arms. Helen said, clear to hear, "Won't you stay? I heard what you said on the road. I couldn't help it. I think you're the noblest woman I know. Won't you stay and let us try to help each other to get back a little of all that we've lost?" Billy didn't act any more. She said quite simply, "I could fair kneel to you, but it don't work. I've found out today there ain't no going back, not in this cruel world. I must just go and get on with it." And she choked the last flutter out of her newly fledged hope her voice had. To my ear, beauty and dignity. Ted had lagged in the road, but he came stumbling up the steps to the gate as I came out of the house, for I felt that the last word had been said, and the world might as well break in now on the poignant communion between these two generous and unhappy women. Ted kept up the funny man business as well as he could. He had worked himself up, I suppose while loitering in the road, to some muddled purpose or attitude. "Say, you," he babbled to me, "Uncle Bradshaw, when's your comfortable midnight train suit newly married couple off for a honeymoon in Lunatown?" "You'll just go to bed," Billy said, "where you are, and be good." An up train does stop at Hallamore Junction, some 8 miles away, at 11:20 at night. It was 10:30 now. My car could do it inside 20 minutes. I told Billy all this in reply to whispered questions from her. Ted was bleating away about man leaving father and mother and cleaving unto his wife, but Billy led him away to their room, while I went back to the parlor. From there I could hear the bleat going on still overhead. He must have been a good deal in her way while she repacked in her box the things she had brought for her new birth into the world of all rightness. At last the bleating ceased, and I could hear only her steps. Probably he was asleep. Helen joined me in the parlor, with all her calm gone. She was restless with misery, like a brave person who has to look on at a wreck or a murder he cannot prevent. I was sure it was all she could do to keep from running upstairs to entreat Billy once more to stay, wife or not, to let herself be delivered on any terms from the foul abattoir that she was going back to. On the off chance of its helping to deaden present torment, I set the music going again. Any music not sad would have seemed horrible then. Some slight tranquilization of sadness was all that could be hoped for Helen, so I picked out a bit of the unfinished symphony of Schubert, the bit that, as long as it lasts, seems to me to rekindle most surely the heart-rending sunshine of days that are long dead, their tenderness and grace and bloom. I knew she had heard it with Jack the last night before he went back to France to be killed. When the thing was half through, she sat down like one dreadfully tired. Then she leant forward, elbows on knees, and her head on her hands, till that movement ended. I asked, should I put on the next one? She didn't answer, but she said in a level voice, I was thinking of old times, and all the music there used to be then, and of all the people who have died. Was Ted among them, I wondered, the Ted of her hopes and desires and endurances? But I thought that now I could safely leave her and go out to get the car ready. In 10 minutes more I was driving Billy along a shining white road, over a swell of chalk down to her fate. The moon was rising, and she called it very pretty. None of us ever saw her again. Part 8. Work took me abroad for a year after that incident, and summer was all aglow again when I returned. Among the letters awaiting me was one bearing the postmark of Lagos, but not addressed in Ted's hand. That looked bad. The look of it did not deceive. The first words of the letter were the expected ones. I deeply regret, and so on. The writer was the chaplain of a hospital on the coast. It seemed Ted had lost both his job and his health some months before. I saw him often, the chaplain wrote, towards the end. He knew it was near. He spoke of you with affection and asked that news of his death might not be cabled to his mother, but given personally by you. He said nobody else would hurt her so little as he. I asked if he wished to send any message to her. He thought for a time and then said, just that I'm sorry. He became incoherent soon after. At times he seemed to be repeating lines of poetry, modern, I think. I did not know any of them. I found Helen stooping over an oil cooking stove that she had bought second-hand 2 years before. She was taking out of the oven a round frame of tin with a brown dome, like the roof of a great bun, rising yeastily out of it. "You'll stay to tea?" she said, with a face that was more than a year older now than when I had last seen it. But it was again eager and bright. "I want you to try if this cake is really light. I've been practicing it for when Ted gets leave." I told her. End of section 28, and of Ted's Leave by Charles Edward Montague.